first out LGBTQ plus person to serve in this role, which is amazing because representation matters, and she is going to
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. First Lady Jill Biden touching down in Europe to visit with U.S. troops, humanitarian aid workers, and Ukrainian refugees. The First Lady is expected to spend the weekend in Slovakia, her Mother's Day, a meeting with Ukrainian women and children who have fled their country. Speaking of that, it is day 73 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The United Nations Refugee Agency now says at least 5.7 million people have fled Ukraine since the war started. Also, the U.S. Labor Department's April jobs report will be released sometime today. It's expected to show unemployment in the United States is down, possibly, economists believe, the lowest since before the pandemic started. And we, of course, are bringing you a live look of the White House, Capitol Hill, and New York City as well. So just a few of the top stories, again, that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to talk about the economy and inflation news. As we mentioned, that jobs report is expected to be released sometime today. As soon as we get it, we, of course, will bring that to you. And we do want to mention, one day after the federal chair, Jerome Powell, announced interest rate hikes, the stock market took a nosedive. A number of investors and economists believe inflation is still a persistent threat to the U.S. economy, and it comes ahead of that jobs report, which again will be released sometime today. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Stocks took a nosedive Thursday. The Dow and the S&P both falling more than 3%, just one day after posting their biggest gains in 2 years.
It didn't feel panicky to me, like they were throwing it out the window yet. And I hate to say that, so I do think there's going to be further downside pressure because rates are going to go up.
The sell-off reflecting investors' fears the Federal Reserve's 0.5 percentage point interest rate hike might not be able to cool inflation.
Jerome Powell, he got way behind on inflation starting last year, which is why we're in this spot.
The White House also refusing to say whether a recession is avoidable.
Can you tell the American people that we're not headed for a recession?
You can never rule anything out, so that's not really a relevant question.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are taking action to try and ease supply chain snarls that have driven up costs. The Senate beginning formal talks on a bill that will allot $52 billion for semiconductor chip production, as a shortage of chips used in computers, cars, and smartphones threatens several industries. But some say Congress needs to do more.
I've got a bill that I'd like to get passed that would suspend the gas tax for the remainder of this year. it doesn't bring it down substantially, but it does do something.
Investors are now eyeing the April jobs report due out Friday, which they will consider as the first hard evidence on whether the economy is slowing down. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. The Federal Reserve hikes interest rates, as we mentioned, and you're going to feel it in a few key purchases that you make. The benchmark rates a full half percentage point to cool off inflation by lowering demand. But many consumers will still feel effects in several areas, as we just mentioned, including higher mortgage rates coupled with lower available homes, which may discourage purchases. Mortgage rates are up about 2 percentage points since the year began. Car loan rates are also expected to rise with this, especially for those with low credit ratings, jumping monthly payments. Rates on credit cards will also hike, leaving some to look for low-rate credit cards. And we are going to head into a conversation with our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett for a more in-depth look at how this will impact everyday Americans.
Earlier today, Federal Reserve officials raised interest rates, leaving many worried about the impact on our wallets. Local financial professional Joe Wilson from Olson and Wilson Private Capital is here to share what this interest rate hike means for consumers. Joe, thanks for being with us.
Hey, Daytona, how are you? Thanks for having me on.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, despite some of this frustrating news for American consumers, right?
Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, we have not seen the Fed move 50 basis points. This is a historic move, 50 basis points. The last time it happened, Daytona, was in May of 2000, 22 years ago. And one thing that'll tell you is the Fed has to get control of inflation. What we've been listening to right there. Prices are running out of control, and the Fed is using their famous little sledgehammer, and that is raising interest rates. And we're in the very beginning of that, and I think there's a lot more of that to come.
Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty of this. How much of an increase did the Federal Reserve make today?
Yeah, today alone, 50 basis points, so 0.5%. And again, we haven't seen that in 22 years. Last month, they raised it 25 basis points. So this is a massive move in just a short amount of time. And we're looking at moving this some more, another 50 basis points projected for the next several Fed meetings. So for the everyday consumer, this is going to hit a little bit in their pocketbook. Consumer debt, getting a loan, is going to be more expensive. And it's something that folks need to plan on right now. But more than that, for the everyday American saver, there's been a war on the American saver the last several years. You have your money in your bank, you have money in CDs, you cannot earn an interest rate. So the changes that are happening right now that the Fed's starting to do is going to help the consumers, at least the savers, a little bit more. Even though they're still not earning a lot of money, that will be more than what they had. But the consumers that are borrowing, this is going to be a big impact and affecting them down the road. I think the thing that most folks are not looking at is the impact to their personal finances when you look at what you're saving in your 401ks and your IRAs. Bond funds and bond ETFs tend to really struggle when interest rates are on the move. And we've seen that this year. Daytona, it has been the worst start to the bond market since 1980 and 1981. And the stock market hates uncertainty. And we're looking at the worst start in the stock market since 1939.
I mean, do you have recommendation for people who are investing right now? What do you do in these circumstances?
Right. Well, right now, you need to take notice. We see so many folks coming in for the first time, and they have not paid attention to the assets and what they own. And bond funds and bond ETFs for the whole are just getting annihilated. So you need to call your financial professional and have an understanding of how much hidden risk is sitting inside your current portfolio when it comes to interest rate risk, because the Fed is moving. They showed that today, a huge move, 22 years the last time they moved 50 basis points, and we're projected to do it next month and the next meeting after that. So there are some big implications coming to the American saver that they have to pay attention to. But on the bright side, you're going to earn more in your bank account. You're going to earn more in your savings accounts, but consumer debt is going to get more expensive.
What about mortgage rates? There's a lot of people out there who are kind of trembling,
I mean,
even looking at the house market right now. But what about mortgage rates?
Well, they've gone through the roof. I mean, we've hit over 5%. We're projecting to probably see 6% here pretty soon. And that doesn't sound like much because that's what it was 20 years ago. When you think about last fall, they were hovering in the high 2s and low 3s. That's just 6 months ago. So again, consumer debt. If you're going to buy a house, call a realtor. If you're looking to refinance, the time is now. Borrowing money is going to get more expensive because the only tool right now in the Fed's tool chest is raising these interest rates. I have some friends, I'm in Cincinnati, and we have some friends that own some restaurants, and they're talking about a 41% increase this summer on their chicken. 41%. So whether you're right or left, the guys that were talking right before me, prices are surging and they are running, and the Fed has just been asleep at the wheel, and they're kind of trying to catch up. So buyer beware, savers forewarned. Make sure you understand the risk that's sitting inside your portfolio, especially when it comes to bond ETFs and bond funds. They are getting crushed right now with the worst start we've seen in 40 years.
Well, let's walk this back a little bit. Why is the Federal Reserve doing this right now?
Well, because of what you just heard. Gas prices through the absolute roof. Food costs. I normally don't go to the grocery store. My wife goes. I was trying to do something. I hate the grocery store. I went to go, and I could not believe the prices of food. Inflation is running out of control. So the Federal Reserve has one job right now: squash it down. And they've been late. A lot of folks said we should have started this raising the rates gradually back in the fall, and they felt this was transitory. And it's obviously not. It is here. We haven't seen inflation numbers like this since the 1980s, and the Fed has to act. And that's what you saw today. The Federal Reserve coming together to raise 50 basis points and projecting more. Now, the market did like this. The market had a great day today because there was a lot of fear from some of the folks that are on the Federal Reserve Board that they could potentially rise 75 basis points. And Chairman Powell made a comment today that he felt that was off the table, but we'll see. We've got to get inflation under control, and the printing press in Washington and all the free money is not helping. These folks need economics 101. You cannot keep giving free stuff away and expect inflation to stay under control. We printed so much, depending on who you want to read, 5 trillion, 8 trillion. We literally printed more money than humanly possible to get through coronavirus, passed it out to everyone and their brother. And we can argue about that for a long time, but that has fueled this raging inflation storm, tacking on to what we're seeing with Russia and Ukraine. It is a perfect storm. The Fed's been asleep at the wheel for a while, and they are being forced to act. And the market has been very rocky with it at the beginning, but they felt a little comfort today knowing that hopefully the 75 basis points off the table for now. But we're going to see money just be more expensive, Daytona. It's just going to get more and more expensive. And so they have to act. They've been behind. They've been asleep.
Do you think
we need Washington to quit spending money?
Yeah. Do you think that this interest rate hike is going to have the intended effect, though? And if it does, what would that potential timeline look like?
Well, what we're seeing right now is it's kind of a wait and see. Let's raise it. We raise from 0 to 75 basis points. We got to look at some inflation numbers that might be coming down the line here and see where things hash out. But let's be honest, inflation is out of control. I really think you'll see 3 or 4 more 50% or 50 basis point hikes, 0.5% increase in the rate, because they are so far behind the curve, and Washington just keeps loving to spend and create and give away more money. That's only adding to this inflation problem.
Joe, if you could give all of our viewers right now who are watching on this Wednesday one piece of advice amid this economic state in America, what would it be?
One, pay attention to what you own. If you've got bond funds and bond ETFs and you haven't looked at them and they're your safe money, you need to pay attention to what's happening inside your portfolio. In addition to that, if you have debt, pay it off. It's going to be more expensive. And if you need to refinance or you're wanting to buy that home, today is the day. Money is getting more expensive and you need to act right now.
All right, Joe Wilson, our financial professional from Olson & Wilson Private Capital. We appreciate you being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Daytona.
It is day 70 in Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine.
Today, supply lines in Ukraine coming under fire. Russia says it used guided missiles to hit multiple railway stations across the country. Those are used to supply Ukrainian forces with Western-made weapons. Russia's defense ministry vowing today to target future NATO shipments. The warning comes as Russia ramps up its attacks on civilian areas.
Meanwhile, an LA-based organization is doing its part to help the people of Ukraine. The Children of War Foundation sent one of its members to Ukraine to hand-deliver $500,000 of medical supplies to hospitals in both Kyiv and Lviv. Much of the medicine and surgical gear was donated by several hospitals in Los Angeles that partner with the Children of War. James P. Axiotis is that Children of War Foundation member who traveled into the war zone, and we welcome James to the program tonight. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me. Thank you.
I first want to let everybody know that you decided to partner with Children of the War because you're a TV and film producer. You've been in the business for years, and you wanted to offer your services to document this and everything that's going on overseas in Ukraine. So we know that you went into the decimated war zone of Bucha within Ukraine. What was that like? What did you see?
I don't think anyone's prepared to what Bucha is a destroyed city. You realize that they went in and they decimated a community of where people were. You see where people who were probably carrying shopping bags were murdered and were shot, and their bags are still there. And the smell of, you can still smell the smoke. You can still smell the stench in the air. And I was just shocked to see, until you actually see it in person right there. These are homes, these are families' homes, these are kids' homes, playgrounds riddled like that with bullets. And I don't know if it was a psychological message they were trying to send to people, but this wasn't soldier on soldier from like the old days in the war where they're just in bunkers fighting. These are communities. There's nothing left of Bucha. This town is destroyed. These people have lost everything. And that was, I think, like in the shops and stores, there was an animal store where, the birds were dead inside, and the little taverns like that, where these are communities. And I think that was the most gripping. We were allowed to go into Bucha because the hospital we were with, they took me in an ambulance, and we were able to get in. And I just was floored at what they did, the complete and utter devastation. If this war ended today, there's no as you see, there's no going home. There's no like, okay, let's go back and, fix the windows and paint the walls. It's gone. It's completely gone.
And you said you were especially moved by the images of tanks.
Yeah, as we're driving into Kyiv, I mean, all the gas stations were blown up. There were tanks and cars blown up on the side of the road. Again, not prepared as a civilian, as a producer, TV producer. I'm just going there to document and show the medical mission we're doing. But on the side of the road, you just pull over and there's, Russian tanks blown up. And yes, there were people dead inside. And some of the guys that were with me jumped in and wanted to see. But it was absolutely devastating. I've never, and also one thing people don't realize, we have to travel with, our phones have to be in airplane mode. All the signs of the town are blacked out. So you can't see if Kyiv's 50 miles away or 20 miles away. They blacked all that out. So it was a very dystopian. We were using paper maps. We had a Ukrainian map. We had to take some southern routes to get into Kyiv because it's just, again, it's always, and everywhere we stayed, the hotels, restaurants, we had to ask them, is there a bunker here? Is there shelter if the sirens go off? I had an app on my phone. So it was just a whole nother way these people are living.
Yeah, and the mission, though, is so commendable. Thank you for sharing your images with us. But let's talk about why you were there, and that is to deliver $500,000. We have less than a minute, so talk to us about what you did.
Children of War, we were fortunate. We were donated this medical supplies from hospitals here in LA and Orange County. And so it came down to like, we got to get this stuff in. And we bought duffel bags, and you see the boxes there. And we partnered with Delta Airlines, was really accommodating to help us get all the stuff onto the plane. And I just said, I'm going to buy tickets. I met this ambulance team in Krakow, Poland. And we drove in, and we were able to deliver this medical aid to these hospitals that gave us these lists of the supplies that they need, both in Kyiv and Lviv. We were there the day of bombing, I believe it was the 19th in Lviv, where 7 people died. that day. But going in and just being able, the great thing was being able just to say, here you go, here's the medicine you needed, and just hand it to them directly. And they were so grateful.
Well, we know that you can use more donations. So for our viewers, if you'd like to get involved to donate, check out Children of the War at their website. It is COWF.org. James P. Axiotis, thank you for risking your life and all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing the story. I really appreciate it. Getting the word out. I really appreciate it.
Heroic of you to go out there.
We'll be right back.
All right, and as always, a big thanks to our Fox 11 LA team for that report. We are taking you out to the White House at this very moment, where we do know First Lady Jill Biden is in Europe, where she's going to be spending the next 5 days or so traveling throughout European countries, our NATO allies, meeting with U.S. troops, humanitarian aid workers, and Ukrainian refugees as well. We'll have more on that story when we come back from this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us. It is just past 6:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you out to some video of First Lady Jill Biden, where we did tell you previously before we went to break that the First Lady is in Europe. She'll be traveling to several different European countries, our NATO allies, of course. To not only speak with Ukrainian refugees, but she will also meet with American service members and other U.S. citizens as well. So again, the First Lady off to Eastern Europe as the Russian invasion of Ukraine now hits day 72. So as soon as we get any live feeds of the First Lady visiting with troops and refugees, we of course will bring that to you as soon as we get it. In the meantime, we do want to show you some new video that we have coming in to our desk from Ukraine. The State Border Guard Service of Ukraine says a Russian helicopter was pulled from the Kyiv reservoir just north of the Ukrainian capital. The DPSU said border guards used a naval boat to tow the helicopter, which they lifted on buoys from the bottom of the reservoir. In this video, you can see buoys seen floating in a dock with partially submerged machinery poking out of the water. Not this specific shot, but hopefully you'll see that in just a moment. The camera then, as you see now, cuts to the damaged helicopter lying on the raised dock. This footage which we got from Storyful, showed that helicopter being shot down over the reservoir on what the source of the video said was the first day of the conflict and war in Ukraine. We actually have a live feed coming into our desk at this very moment from Barcelona, Spain. This is the European Union President, Ursula von der Leyen, who is currently speaking right now, as we mentioned, in Barcelona, Spain, talking about the ongoing war in Ukraine and safety in Europe. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The democracy of free minds and free science and research, the public support and the private investment, the world can rely today on mRNA vaccines. And yet, only 2 years ago, none of us knew whether science would win in developing an effective vaccines. This, 2 years ago, is when we first proposed that our union stepped in. And just imagine what would have happened if only a few member states, the big ones, would have had access to vaccines while the others would have left being outside in the cold. It would have severely weakened our fight against the virus, and it would have torn apart our union. Instead, we pooled our resources to scale up the production, and we made sure that all member states had equal access to life-saving vaccines. Today, 3/4 of Europeans received at least 2 doses. 60% of us received booster shots too. But also another fact is important. We achieved all this while remaining open to the world. That was not easy, and you remember the pressure that was on us to close down, to shut down Europe's export. For every dose of vaccine produced in the European Union, 1 dose was shipped abroad. We made the choice of solidarity, but not only for our fellow Europeans, but also with the rest of the world. This is unique. This is Europe, and I think we should keep that in our collective memory. The second moment I would like to focus on is indeed the birth of our recovery plan, Next Generation EU. And Pedro, I'm sure you remember these months very well. It took long council days and nights, but we overcame the decades of ideological debates on whether our union should raise money on behalf of the member states. And let me thank you again, Pedro, for believing in Next Generation EU from the very first day on. As of today, we have already provided to our member states roughly 100 billion euros in investment under Next Generation EU. It is an unprecedented plan with
All right, everybody, it does look as though that feed did cut out here on Live Now from Fox. Apologies about that situation. While we work to get that fixed, we're actually just going to take you back out to the White House, where we do know, again, First Lady Jill Biden will be, or actually rather is, in Europe, and she will be meeting with Ukrainian refugees over the next few days. It is about 6:37 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to head back out to Barcelona right now, where we do have the President of the European Union currently speaking not only about the ongoing war in Ukraine, security and safety in Europe, but also talking about the COVID-19 pandemic as well. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The Kremlin's blackmail. Last month, we put forward a new plan called Repower EU to replace 150 billion cubic meters of Russian gas per year. 150. That is the amount of gas we imported last year from Russia. So first of all, I have agreed with President Biden the additional supply of 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from next year on. This will replace already 1/3. We are redoubling our hydrogen goals. This could replace another third. And we will privilege cross-border projects, for example, the critical connection between Portugal, Spain, and France. It has to come now. Because together, we can set ourselves free from Russian threats. And therefore, even those projects, the interconnections between Spain and France, shows it has a geopolitical importance, and we really should work on it as a union. And as a union, we are undermining Russia's ability to lead this war of choice. This is also the goal of our 6 waves of sanctions. We are paralyzing the Russian central bank's capacity to raise capital and to finance this war. We are de-swifting Russian banks. We're banning imports of Russian fossil fuel. We started, as you know, with coal. And earlier this week, I have proposed to phase out all Russian oil imports. We ban all exports on Russia on modern technologies. More than 700 international companies have left Russia. The World Bank forecasts a collapse of the Russian GDP by 11% this year. So, ladies and gentlemen, Putin has mobilized his armed forces to wipe out Ukraine from the map. We have mobilized our unique economic power to protect Ukraine. And this is also a new chapter in our union's history, a new way of putting economic power to counter military power and military aggression, and to defend our most cherished European values. This is what is behind the cold language of sanctions and the dry numbers of energy imports. Everything we've been doing these weeks is for the people of Ukraine. It is for their democracy and their freedom to write their own country's future. But ultimately, it is also for our democracy, for our freedom to follow the rule of law and to reject the right of might. Our desire to live in peace in a continent finally united. When the people of Ukraine look at our union, that's what they see: democracy, peace, the rule of law, individual and economic freedom. This is what Europe stands for today. And as I was preparing my trip here to Barcelona, I was reminded of the story of the Catalan cellist Pau Casals. He was one of the greatest musicians of his time. He enjoyed worldwide fame, but when Spain fell under authoritarian rule, Casals chose exile. He decided that he would not play music in his home country and in all countries that recognized the Franco regime until democracy returned to Spain. Pau Casals stood by his choice for his entire life. And once he explained, and I quote him, "I am not a politician. Politics do not belong to an artist. But to my mind, an artist is under the obligation of taking sides in human dignity if human dignity is at stake." End of quote. The legacy of Pau Casals lives on. Today, Europe is taking sides for human dignity and for democracy for all. And therefore, thank you so much for awarding this prize to me. Many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President, and congratulations again. Thank you very much. Y antes de pasar a la última ponencia, les invito a ver un vídeo con algunos de los momentos más.
All right, everybody. Again, that was the European Union President, Ursula von der Leyen, who is in Barcelona, Spain. In the meantime, while we cut away from that feed, we do want to bring you some live shots that we have of the White House, Capitol Hill, and also New York City there at this very moment. But if you were just tuning in, again, you just listened to European President Ursula von der Leyen discussing not only the war in Ukraine, Putin, and banning Russian oil imports and companies leaving Russia since the country invaded Ukraine, but she did also touch upon security and safety in Europe as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. We do want to take you live out to Slovakia right now, where we do have the German defense minister, the Dutch defense minister, and the Slovakian defense minister delivering joint statements. So let's listen in and see if we can possibly get this in an English translation. Let's see. It appears as though this feed, unfortunately, is not coming up for us at the moment. It's going to take just a second. But again, the defense ministers from Germany and also Slovakia.
In NATO. And we are also very much impressed by your support to Ukraine. We have talked about what we can do and what we can do more, but we have seen the military and the humanitarian assistance that you have been given already, and also, of course, the way that you welcome Ukrainians into your country. I also appreciate very much to show here the cooperation that we have between Germany and the Netherlands. This is a long-standing tradition that we have in military cooperation, which means, of course, exercising and working together in peacetime. But we also have a long tradition of military cooperation in missions in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and of course now in Lithuania for 5 years, and in Slovakia with the Patriots. So this is important, and it means that if you work together, you can also act quickly when necessary. Just to remember that we are here because of a reason. We are here because of the war in Ukraine that is now in its 10th week already. That is why it's so important to continue our aid to Ukraine, and that is what we have been discussing this morning. We have to withstand the Russian aggression. We have to help Ukraine in their fight and their war. And as Christine Lambrecht just mentioned, we have also been able, I'm really proud of this, and it is something that Ukraine has also asked us, to provide Ukraine with the 12 Panzerhaubitzers, to start the training very quickly, and to make sure that in time, when trained, they can use these 12 Panzerhaubitzers. Another thing I'd like to mention, that for all of us, I think it's very important that we hold accountable those responsible for the atrocities in Ukraine. And last week the Netherlands announced that a Dutch forensic investigation team will go to Ukraine to support the International Criminal Court in investigating the crimes against humanity. As colleague Nad just said, it is of course especially worrying for the countries in the eastern part of NATO, the eastern part of our alliance. It has led NATO to strengthen its posture on the eastern flank, and that is the reason that we're here. That is the reason that we're here with our Patriot air defense system, and I'm really glad that we are able, together with Germany, to contribute to this important air defense. It is of course not possible without our soldiers, because they are the ones here doing the actual work, and I also want to thank them for that, standing shoulder to shoulder and being ready if necessary. It is about our collective security, and I would like to say that, Jaroslav, that when we are here, I always think that your border actually is our border. Yeah. And that is what we show. So honored to cooperate with Slovakia, with Germany and our other allies here. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za vaše príspevky. Môžeme prejsť na novinárske otázky. Najprv poprosím domácu redakciu Televízia Markíza.
Dobrý deň, ja som Martina Kašerová z Televízie Markíza. Ja mám otázku na pána ministra Naďa aj na pani nemeckú ministerku. Podľa takých informácií, ktoré sú v médiách, alebo sme ich čítali, tak Slovensko žiada od Nemecka staršie tanky. S tým, že ak ich dostane, tak tie naše ešte menej moderné by poslalo na Ukrajinu. Že či je to tak, či teda rokujete o tom a ako na to reaguje teda pani ministerka z Nemecka. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za tú otázku. Tak ako sme už vlastne všetci traja tu povedali, aj dnes sme rokovali o tom, akým spôsobom pomôcť Ukrajine.
Haben ja schon gesagt, dass wir heute die Unterstützung für die Ukraine besprochen haben. So gut wie möglich und so bald wie möglich zu helfen.
Ktorá by mohla byť poskytnutá Ukrajine okamžite, pretože Ukrajinci s tou technikou.
And if you are just tuning in to Live Now from Fox, this is a live press conference from the German, Dutch, and Slovakian defense ministers, again, giving a joint press conference and a joint statement about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now, again, going on past 10 weeks. It's about 6:52 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break and see if we can get you an English translation when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here. We were previously bringing you a live feed from Slovakia. You can see it right there on your screen. The defense ministers of the Dutch, German, and Slovakia defense ministers meeting there to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine. Unfortunately, at this time, that feed does not have an English translation, so we, of course, will work to bring you that if we do get it back. In the meantime, sticking with the news going on in Ukraine, the ongoing war, we do know that heavy fighting is continuing at the Mariupol steel plant. Ukrainian officials there are now working to evacuate the people who still remain inside. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more.
Thick smoke rose from the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol today. A bloody battle has been raging inside the Azovstal steel plant, where Mariupol's last pocket of resistance remains. The Ukrainian Marine commander confirms the Russian forces have stormed the plant after bombing it from above. Civilians and wounded soldiers remain inside. Ukraine's troops now left with two choices: fight or surrender.
For 71 days, the defenders of the city have been fighting single-handed against overpowering enemy forces.
Nearly 130 people inside the plant have already been evacuated. The UN says it will continue to work with Ukrainian and Russian officials to bring more people to safety.
The two parties to the conflict had declared a short window of silence or a ceasefire where we managed to evacuate.
Ukraine's military says it is making progress elsewhere in the country. Fighters have reportedly recaptured some areas in the south and prevented attacks in the east.
The existence of Ukrainian identity, the existence of Ukrainian nation is at stake. And we are not going to surrender under any circumstances.
But in the Donbass region, Russian forces have launched more strikes, shelling several residential buildings. The attacks injured 25 people and killed at least 5 others. Ukrainian officials now pleading for more weapons help from the West.
We would still assess that the Ukrainians are putting up a very stiff resistance and that the Russians have not made the progress that we believe they expected to make by this point.
Ukraine is also asking Western allies to develop a plan to help rebuild the country. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott.
Greg, thank you for that report. After 10 weeks of war in Ukraine, the World Food Program is issuing a dire warning. If ports do not open up again soon, millions of people will face food insecurity. Due to the fighting, ports along the Black Sea are closed, so exports such as wheat, maize, and sunflower oil have nowhere to go. They are sitting in silos for weeks. Ukraine's backstock of grain feeds around 400 million people across the entire world. Let's listen in.
This grain helps feed 400 million people around the world, and these ports are shut down because of this war. We need to get the ports open, operational. Otherwise, we're going to have catastrophe on top of catastrophe, millions of people around the world starving to death. And we need these ports open, and we need it now.
And sticking with that very same news, Ukraine and Russia account for about a third of global wheat and barley exports, again, leaving millions across North Africa and the Middle East, as well as Asia, in a food shortage. And we do know multinational military exercises are now taking place in Finland. The U.S., Latvia, Estonia, and the United Kingdom are all taking part in the joint endeavor by NATO member nations. The countries are calling the exercise a good learning experience. It also comes as many of NATO members are trying to persuade Finland and Sweden to join the organization. Let's listen in.
Security of Scandinavia and Nordic countries is incredibly important because it is our flank, and therefore we will do whatever necessary it is to stand by our friends in the Nordic countries.
And we do know Sweden and Finland are expected to announce whether or not they will actually seek membership of the 30-nation alliance sometime next week. Sticking with news going on in Ukraine, the latest on day 72 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We're going to head to a press conference with Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby for the latest updates.
You're here on the phone, so how do you want me to handle this? I mean, would you like to leave the room and call in, or?
Eye contact.
Okay.
Okay. At what point does the Pentagon assess that Ukraine will be able to utilize all 90 of those M77s in artillery fights?
At what? I'm sorry.
At what point does DoD assess Ukraine will be ready to use all 90 of the M77 howitzers the U.S. has provided?
I think only the Ukrainians can answer that, Tony. I mean, these howitzers belong to them once they get inside the country. And I can tell you, as of this morning, more than 80 of them are actually in Ukraine of the 90. It's almost complete. And we do know that, and you heard Secretary Austin say this the other day in testimony, that we know some of them are being used in combat because they've told us. But where they all are, as you and I speak today, and how they're being engaged, I mean, that's really for the Ukrainians to speak to. They belong to them now.
I have a gentleman question too, and Senator.
Thank you for pronouncing it correctly today. That's all I like to.
Thank you for being such an eloquent teacher.
You're welcome.
Senators Roy Blunt and Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut, Blunt of Missouri, both have claimed that the U.S. has shipped a third of our Javelin inventory to Ukraine. Is that roughly accurate, or are they wildly inaccurate?
Yeah, with all due respect to the senators, I'm going to refrain from talking about our inventory levels. That gets into an operational security issue for us, and I don't think it's useful to speak to that with great specificity. I will just tell you two things. One, those systems have proven critical on the battlefield and are proving important now in the Donbass. And two, we make a readiness assessment every single time we draw down from stocks to give to Ukraine. And both the Secretary and the Chairman are confident and comfortable that we have not reached a point with current inventory that our readiness in terms of our capability to conduct anti-armor operations, should we need to do that, is impacted. Yeah. Heather from USNI.
Thanks so much. I have two questions. The first is that ship spotters have spotted a Russian missile frigate in the Mediterranean. Has there been any interactions with any American ships in the Med between the Russian ship and the American ships? And then also on a completely separate note, they've mentioned that, or Navy and other military leaders have mentioned that there's been issues with recruiting. Is the military doing enough in terms of offering benefits to recruit Americans to the services?
So on your first question, I am not aware of any altercations or incidents between Russian and U.S. ships in the Mediterranean. As far as I know, any interactions thus far have been safe and professional. I am not aware of any events or incidents to the contrary. On your second question, I would just tell you, first of all, if you look at the budget we submitted, there's some extra special pays and benefits that are in that budget, and we're asking for a 4.6% pay raise for our folks, both civilian and military. But there are other incentives in there, retention incentives. We want to make sure that but not just our recruiters, but our career counselors have tools at their disposal to get in and to keep the best talent that we can out in America. But we've talked about recruiting in the last few days, and all the services, and the Secretary included, are mindful that the recruiting environment is growing tougher. There are more than enough jobs out in the American economy. The propensity to serve is not always as strong as we'd like it to be, and quite frankly, an uncomfortably large number of young Americans aren't able to meet the entry requirements. And then add to that COVID, which impacted our recruiters' ability to get face-to-face contact with young men and women. All of that has combined to make it a challenging recruiting environment. But the Secretary is focused on this. He has had discussions with senior service leaders about this. He knows that, and largely we are essentially making the goals that we needed to make across the force. It's uneven in each of the services, and I'll let them speak to that. But the Secretary knows, having been Army Vice Chief of Staff a while ago, he knows that recruiting numbers can be lagging indicators, and if you don't stay ahead of them and make sure you're focusing on it in the future, that you could find yourself in a hole. We don't want to do that. So he's focused on that very, very strongly, and I think that will continue going forward. I got time for just a couple more. Yes, ma'am, you've been patient.
Thank you. So I'm circling back to Carly's question a little bit. These nuclear drills happened super close to Sweden, super close to Finland. You mentioned that the U.S. supports the NATO's open door policy. What message does the U.S. have to Sweden and Finland about what Russia is trying to do by kind of threatening them in this region? What's the motivating message the U.S. has to those countries?
Well, look. First of all, decisions to join NATO or not are sovereign decisions that these countries have to make, their leaders have to make on behalf of their people. And we certainly wouldn't get in the way of that or in the middle of that. I think I'd go back to what I said before. I mean, we have strong defense partnerships with both countries and healthy relationships that go back many years. And we're confident, and I can't say it any more plainly than I just did, that should they need assistance or security security assistance. I mean, should there be a requirement for that in the interim between applying for membership and accession into the alliance? I mean, we are confident that because of the close relationship we have with them, we'd be able to work something out. And I think that's the healthiest thing that we can say right now. Again, these are modern militaries, very capable militaries. And we look forward, regardless of what decision they make, we look forward to continuing a strong military relationship with them.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think you're going to have to be the last one, Paul.
I'm going to get two in here. One is following up on that. Could you be more direct? Does the Pentagon want or hope to see Finland and Sweden join NATO? And if so, what does it see that would bring to the alliance? And
that is a decision for Sweden and Finland, not for the...
As a member of NATO, you would have a view. The U.S. has to have a view on it.
We are not going to get ahead of the process here, Paul. These are sovereign decisions these countries have to make. And discussions that they have to get into with the alliance, and it would be inappropriate for the Defense Department of one NATO ally to make a qualitative assessment here or judgment going forward. It's really for them to decide. They are modern, competent militaries, and should they join NATO, they would be able to provide those advanced capabilities and abilities into the alliance. But those are decisions they have to make.
Thing is Ukraine has conducted a series of cross-border strikes into Russian territory and is believed to have carried out or supported, or supporters of Ukraine carried out sabotage missions in Russia. Does the U.S. see that this is a good strategy, or is it a risky strategy that might risky actions that actually might have risky strategic implications for Ukraine and its backers?
I think the Ukrainians should speak for the operations that they're conducting or not. We're not going to do that. Our focus is on helping them defend themselves against an illegal and unjust and quite brutally violent invasion in their country, and that's what we're focused on, making sure that they have the tools and the abilities to defend themselves. But I have not, since this began, nor am I going to start now, talking about Ukrainian operations in the field. Okay? All right.
Hey, since Jamie's not here, can I ask a South Korean question?
Sure.
Does the Pentagon believe that the defense minister from the Republic of Korea will remain defense minister when the new president takes office?
And what's my answer going to be to that? I think that is a decision for the South Koreans. Thanks. Appreciate it, everybody.
Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko and I will be joining you here, bringing you some of the top stories we are following from around the country and across the world here on Live Now from Fox. We do know First Lady Jill Biden has touched down in Europe to visit with U.S. troops, humanitarian aid workers, and refugees as well. She'll be spending the next 5 days visiting Eastern Europe, visiting with some of our NATO ally countries, and she will be spending her Mother's Day with Ukrainian women and children who fled their country. Speaking of that, it is day 72 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency now says 5.7 million people have fled Ukraine since the war started. Also, another top story we are following today, the U.S. Labor Department's April jobs report will be released sometime today, and it is expected to show that unemployment here in the United States is down. So we will just have to wait and see for that. So again, we are expecting the April jobs report at some point today. As soon as we get those numbers, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, as we mentioned, we do want to get back to the First Lady. Again, Jill Biden heading to Eastern Europe as the Russian invasion of Ukraine hits day 72. As we just mentioned, she'll be heading to Romania, also Slovakia, to meet and speak with Ukrainian refugees. She's also going to be meeting with American service members and other U.S. citizens. Nearly 5.5 million Ukrainian refugees have fled since this war began. And we do want to head out to a story from our Fox 11 LA team, where they do have a report on some of the people who have had to flee and people who have been most impacted by this, including all of the children. Let's listen in.
Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine.
Today, supply lines in Ukraine coming under fire. Russia says it used guided missiles to hit multiple railway stations across the country. Those are used to supply Ukrainian forces with Western-made weapons. Russia's defense ministry vowing today to target future NATO shipments. The warning comes as Russia ramps up its attacks on civilian areas.
Meanwhile, an LA-based organization is doing its part to help the people of Ukraine. The Children of War Foundation sent one of its members to Ukraine to hand-deliver $500,000 of medical supplies to hospitals in both Kyiv and Lviv. Much of the medicine and surgical gear was donated by several hospitals in Los Angeles that partner with the Children of War. James P. Axiotis is that Children of War Foundation member who traveled into the war zone, and we welcome James to the program tonight. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me. Thank you.
I first want to let everybody know that you decided to partner with Children of the War because you're a TV and film producer. You've been in the business for years, and you wanted to offer your services to document this and everything that's going on overseas in Ukraine. So we know that you went into the decimated war zone of Bucha within Ukraine. What was that like? What did you see?
I don't think anyone's prepared to what... You know, Bucha is a destroyed city. You realize that they went in and they decimated a community of where people were. You see where people who were probably carrying shopping bags were murdered and were shot, and their bags are still there. And the smell of, you can still smell the smoke. You can still smell the stench in the air. And I was just shocked to see, until you actually see it in person right there. These are homes, these are families' homes, these are kids' homes, playgrounds riddled like that with bullets. And I don't know if it was a psychological message they were trying to send to people, but this wasn't soldier on soldier from like the old days in the war where they're just in bunkers fighting. These are communities. There's nothing left of Bucha. This town is destroyed. These people have lost everything. And that was, I think, like in the shops and stores, there was an animal store where, you know, the birds were dead inside, and the little taverns like that, where these are communities. And I think that was the most gripping. We were allowed to go into Bucha because the hospital we were with, they took me in an ambulance, and we were able to get in. And I just was floored at what they did, the complete and utter devastation. If this war ended today, there's no as you see, there's no going home. There's no like, okay, let's go back and fix the windows and paint the walls. It's gone. It's completely gone.
And you said you were especially moved by the images of tanks.
Yeah, as we're driving into Kyiv, I mean, all the gas stations were blown up. There were tanks and cars blown up on the side of the road. Again, not prepared as a civilian, as a producer, TV producer. I'm just going there to document and show the medical mission we're doing. But on the side of the road, you just pull over and there's, Russian tanks blown up. And yes, there were people dead inside. And some of the guys that were with me jumped in and wanted to see. But it was absolutely devastating. I've never, and also one thing people don't realize, we have to travel with, our phones have to be in airplane mode. All the signs of the town are blacked out. So you can't see if Kyiv's 50 miles away or 20 miles away. They blacked all that out. So it was a very dystopian. We were using paper maps. We had a Ukrainian map. We had to take some southern routes to get into Kyiv because it's just, again, it's always, and everywhere we stayed, the hotels, restaurants, we had to ask them, is there a bunker here? Is there shelter if the sirens go off? I had an app on my phone. So it was just a whole nother way these people are living.
Yeah, and the mission, though, is so commendable. Thank you for sharing your images with us. But let's talk about why you were there, and that is to deliver $500,000. We have less than a minute, so talk to us about what you did.
Children World, we were fortunate. We were donated this medical supplies from hospitals here in LA and Orange County. And so it came down to like, we got to get this stuff in. And we bought duffel bags and you see the boxes there. And we partnered with Delta Airlines, was really accommodating to help us get all the stuff onto the plane. And I just said, I'm going to buy tickets. I met this ambulance team in Krakow, Poland. And we drove in and we were able to deliver this medical aid to these hospitals that gave us these lists of the supplies that they need, both in Kyiv and Lviv. We were there the day of bombing, I believe it was the 19th in Lviv, where 7 people died that day. But going in and just being able, the great thing was being able just to say, here you go, here's the medicine you needed, and just hand it to them directly. And they were so grateful.
Well, we know that you can use more donations. So for our viewers, if you'd like to get involved to donate, check out Children of the War at their website. It is COWF.org. James P. Axiotis, thank you for risking your life and all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing the story. I really appreciate it. Getting the word out. I really appreciate it.
Heroic of you to go out there.
We'll be right back.
And as always, a huge thanks to our Fox 11 LA team on that report. We do want to head to an update from the State Department following reports that the U.S. will provide an additional $500 million in financial assistance to Ukraine to help sustain its government, salaries, and other programs. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Rosenzweig, who works at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. Dr. Rosenzweig is being recognized for her 4 decades of pioneering work improving the world's understanding of climate change impacts on agriculture. We offer her our congratulations and gratitude for this critical work. The World Food Prize Foundation's mission is to advance human development by improving the quality, quantity, or availability of food in the world, engaging in cutting-edge global food security issues, and inspiring the next generation to end hunger. It's a mission that is critical to addressing food security challenges of today and preparing to feed future generations. Already a critical concern due to the impacts of the climate crisis, the problem of food insecurity is now even more acute, as President Putin's war in Ukraine has put millions around the globe at risk. And addressing this issue is a top priority for the U.S. government. This morning, as you saw, the department announced the appointment of Dr. Carrie Fowler, a noted agriculturalist, as U.S. Special Envoy for Global Food Security. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield announced the United States will launch a week of action to address food insecurity across the globe later this month, which will include a ministerial level meeting on May 18th at the UN in New York and an open debate in the UN Security Council about food insecurity and armed conflict the following day on May 19th. On March 24th, President Biden announced $1 billion towards additional humanitarian assistance for Ukraine and global food security. These funds will provide food, shelter, clean water, medical supplies, and other forms of assistance to those affected by Russia's invasion. President Biden has also committed $11 billion to support long-term food security priorities, Once approved by Congress, these funds will be used at home and abroad to support long-term efforts to bolster food security, enhance supply chain resilience, and provide humanitarian aid, including to those affected by this war. This is in addition to our ongoing work with allies and partners to combat food insecurity, which has been exacerbated by Russia's destructive war on Ukraine. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ed. Before I get to policy matters, Secretary, I presume, maybe not, you've spoken to him. Is he doing okay?
He is on the phone. He is experiencing only the same mild symptoms. I expect he'll continue to have phone conversations, speak with staff here, counterparts around the world, members of Congress, and others over the next couple days. And I know he looks forward to returning to the office just as soon as he can.
Okay. Yesterday, before his positive PCR test, he met with the Swedish foreign minister, who said afterwards in an interview that she had spoken to him about the very real possibility that Sweden would apply for NATO membership, and that the Secretary responded that the U.S. would be willing to provide security assurances to Sweden in the interim period between application and accession. I'm wondering if you can tell us anything more about that, if that is actually correct, and if there were any specifics involved, or what those assurances might be.
Well, they had a wide-ranging discussion. It was a follow-on discussion to the many conversations, including the in-person meeting that the foreign minister and the secretary had when the secretary was in Stockholm for the OSCE meeting late last year. It not only broached Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine and the attendant issues there, but we cooperate closely with Sweden on a host of bilateral and global issues. That includes food security, advancing democracy, human rights around the world. Sweden has been instrumental in promoting and helping to build upon the ongoing truce in Yemen. They discussed areas of cooperation between the US and the EU as Sweden prepares to assume the presidency of the Council of the European Union in 2023. Of course, they did have an extended discussion on Russia's actions in Ukraine and the implications of it. As we've said before, every country has a right to choose its own path. Every country has a right to determine for itself its foreign policy, its alliances, its partnerships. And when it comes to NATO, that is a decision for the 30 members of the alliance and the aspirant country and nobody else. We have consistently made clear our commitment to NATO's open door policy. NATO's door remains open to aspirant countries when they are ready and able to meet the commitments and obligations of membership and to contribute to security in the Euro-Atlantic area. When it comes to Finland and Sweden, as we've said before, both are valued partners of NATO. They're valued partners of the United States. We remain firmly committed to this open door policy. Of course, the NATO Secretary General has recently noted that allies would welcome Sweden and Finland. And as the Secretary General himself said, I am certain that we will find ways to address concerns they may have regarding the period between the potential application and the final ratification. The discussion yesterday noted that Sweden has not made any formal public announcement about its intentions to put forward an application for NATO. There was a hypothetical discussion about that and related issues. But as we've said, our commitment to NATO's open door, that is firm. It is an open door that should remain open, must remain open for any country that can meet those stringent application requirements.
Well, okay, fine, but obviously they haven't yet applied for it, but it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. So the idea that it's a hypothetical question, in the realm of hypothetical questions, it's less of a hypothetical than, say, I don't know, I don't want to insult any country here, but like some, very, very tiny country, launching a a lunar expedition. This is something that is clearly going to happen and that people are preparing for. So what is it that you guys can offer to Sweden and potentially Finland?
What I would say, Matt, is
in that interim period.
What I would say is that this will remain a hypothetical until it's not a hypothetical. And at this stage, neither Sweden nor Finland has put forward a firm intention to seek NATO membership. That could change in the coming weeks. We'll leave it to those countries or any other country to speak for itself. I will just add this without going too far down the hypothetical rabbit hole. Our countries, our militaries have worked together for years. We are confident that we could, as parallel to what the NATO Secretary General said, find ways to address any concerns either country could have about the period of time between a NATO membership application and a country's potential accession to the NATO alliance. But again, this remains a hypothetical, and until it is not a hypothetical, it's best left in those terms.
Look, it's a hypothetical. It's right now 2:14 p.m. It's also a hypothetical that it's going to be 2:15 p.m. Okay. You obviously are making plans for this very likely eventuality, and so you're just not prepared to discuss what those are. Is that the answer to the question?
You are putting this in terms that are more.
Hypothetical is
you are putting this in terms that are more certain than what we've heard from our Finnish and Swedish partners. So I will allow our Finnish and Swedish partners to speak for themselves. And if and when they do make that decision or make any other decision, we'll be prepared to speak to it in more concrete
terms. Can I follow up there?
Sure.
Does the United States have any intelligence or assessments or concerns that Russia will launch any kind of attack on Sweden and Finland if they apply?
I do not have, we don't have any such information and certainly nothing to speak to. We've made very clear that we are committed to our partners in Europe. Of course, when it comes to NATO allies, we have an Article 5 commitment. It's an ironclad commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. But as we are demonstrating in the context of Ukraine, we have a commitment to partners across Europe. And as I said before, Sweden, Finland, many other countries across the continents that are not members of NATO. They are strong, stalwart partners of the United States. In some cases, they are members of the EU, and we're committed to those partnerships. Stephanie.
To follow up as well, did the Secretary have detailed discussions yesterday with the Foreign Minister on what that support would look like during the period of application?
Well, this goes back to Matt's hypothetical. I will just say...
It's not a hypothetical. You just said that they discussed it.
They discussed NATO's open door policy, and they discussed various possibilities in hypothetical terms. I would say it was not a conversation that was deep on the specifics at this point, just because it remains a hypothetical. Yes, Jenny.
Thank you, Nate. I have questions. China and
Can we stay in Ukraine?
Sure. We'll take a couple questions on.
Did the U.S. pledge any financial aid to Ukraine in the Poland conference today?
So we did. As you alluded to, there was a pledging conference, and through the U.S. Agency for International Development, we are providing and pledged nearly $387 million in additional humanitarian assistance to Ukraine amid this war. This, of course, is in addition to the more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to vulnerable communities in the region since Russia first invaded Ukraine 8 years ago, including more than $688 million, almost $700 million this year alone. You've heard us say this before, but the United States has been and is the largest single country donor of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. In late March, on March 24th, President Biden announced that we would be prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new funding towards humanitarian assistance for those affected by the Kremlin's war in Ukraine and its severe impacts around the world, including, as I alluded to at the top, a marked rise in food insecurity. We've also put forward for Congress's consideration a supplemental budget request that has additional funds, not only for security assistance, not only for economic assistance for Ukraine, but also for humanitarian assistance for those displaced by Russia's war inside Ukraine and those refugees who have been forced to flee Ukraine, who are now in the region and in some cases further beyond.
You said 378.
$387 million. Yeah. Anything else on Russia, Ukraine? Sure.
Following Trevor Reed's release last week, has there been any contact between the U.S. and Russian teams on the potential release of other detainees, including Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner?
So I will say that prior to Trevor Reed's release, you didn't hear us speak of our communication, our dialogue with the Kremlin, with the Russian Federation regarding any preparations, any plans, any efforts to do so. And that is chiefly because we have found that in these cases, we can be more effective if we are afforded the opportunity to have discussions that are outside of public view, that are not conducted in public, but are rather private. What I will say generally is that there have been long-standing efforts to free, in the case of Russia, Paul Whelan. Of course, you heard us yesterday that we now consider Brittany Griner to be a case of wrongful detention. Her case will now be handled and is now handled by Ambassador Roger Carstens, our special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. Those efforts to secure their release are ongoing, just as our efforts to secure the release of Americans who are detained around the world. Yes, Jen.
You said we'd be hearing more from the U.S. in the lead up to May 9th. Is that going to be support for Ukraine? Or those punitive measures? What, can you tell us anything?
I suspect you will hear us put forward elements that will allow us to continue our strategy. It is a strategy that has, in the context of Ukraine, had two primary elements. One is significant security assistance, significant support for those brave defenders of Ukraine's democracy, its freedom, its independence, and its territorial integrity. To date, we have contributed nearly $4 billion since the start of the invasion to this effort. This is security assistance that has proved to be a key enabler of the success that our Ukrainian partners have been able to demonstrate on the battlefield. And if you just take a step back and think about where we are, we're now 70 days into Russia's war on Ukraine. Russia has lost the Battle of Kyiv. Russia has been forced to narrow its aims. Its aims have gone from an attempt to take an entire country, to subjugate an entire people, to essentially redraw the map of Europe, to focus its military objectives on the south and the east, continuing its brutal campaign, but with objectives that are far different from what Vladimir Putin, by many accounts, had in mind when his forces went into Ukraine on February 24th. We'll continue with that security assistance. We'll also continue on the other side of the ledger to apply unprecedented amounts of pressure on the Kremlin. And we've done that together with dozens of countries around the world, spanning 4 continents, with financial sanctions, with export control measures, with efforts to reduce and wean dependence on Russian energy that has for too long been a source of revenue for the Kremlin, and for more recently, the Kremlin's war machine in Ukraine. Both of these things combine to strengthen Ukraine's hand on the battlefield and to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. Because our strategy is to see to it that Ukraine emerges from this victorious. Ukraine will do so at the negotiating table. Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's position at that negotiating table as we continue to place mounting costs on the Russian Federation. Yes?
The Richardson Center has confirmed that the former ambassador to the UN is taking on Brittany Griner's case. Is this welcome news to the State Department? Can you comment?
Look, we appreciate all of those who are very invested in this case. And Brittany Griner is fortunate to have a network who has supported her from day one. We have worked very closely with that network. When it comes to others, we do often partner with various individuals and organizations on these cases, but it's not something that we speak to publicly. We welcome all of those efforts that are coordinated closely with us that might help to seek the safe release of any American who's unjustly detained around the world. Yes.
How concerned are you that Russia has said that any weapons deliveries from the U.S. or other NATO countries would be a legitimate target?
We're not going to respond to Russian bluster, to Russian propaganda. I think you've heard from my counterpart at the Department of Defense that we continue to have the unimpeded ability to flow weapons and security assistance into Ukraine. Those deliveries have, whether it's from the United States or from our allies and partners around the world, been occurring almost daily. The fact that we have been able to announce such large drawdowns, the last two of which have been $800 million, nearly $4 billion since the start of the war, and then to deliver that within oftentimes days of making the announcement, speaks to the fact that we are able to process those drawdowns, to deliver those weapons precisely to our Ukrainian partners, what they need, so they then can take
on North Korea and China. Will additional U.S. sanctions on North Korea be adopted in this month's UN Security Council resolution? If China and Russia use their veto, then what happens?
Well, this is something that we are discussing with our allies and partners around the world. And in the first instance, we're having these discussions with our treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific. We've talked about our ironclad commitment to the defense of Korea, the Republic of Korea, and to Japan as well. And so in the aftermath of these most recent provocations, including the 3 ICBM launches and the ballistic missile launches, this week we have continued those conversations with our allies. But we are also discussing this with a broader set of allies and partners around the world. That includes in New York, where our ambassador there, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, and her team have been engaged on the challenge that is posed by North Korea's ballistic missile and its nuclear weapons program. It is a challenge, it is a threat to international peace and security that the UN Security Council and its members have recognized in the past. The UN Security Council and its members, including all 5 permanent members in the past, have signed on to a string of UN Security Council resolutions. That's precisely why the ballistic missile launches this week, the ICBM launches in recent weeks, have been an affront to multiple UN Security Council resolutions. So we're not going to get ahead of any steps that the UN might take or the UN Security Council might take, but we do think that accountability is important. We do think it's vital that the international community, our allies, as well as partners around the world, send a very clear signal to the DPRK that these types of provocations won't be tolerated, they won't improve its strategic positioning, and the world will respond accordingly.
On China, yesterday, Chinese Foreign Ministry said the U.S. was responsible for North Korea's continuous missile violations. What is your reaction of Chinese blaming the United States?
I'm not going to react to the Chinese reaction, especially to one like that. What I will say is that the PRC and the DPRK equally know where we stand on this. We have and we harbor no hostile intent towards the DPRK. It is our goal, as it is the goal of other allies and partners in the region and around the world, to see the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We believe we can affect that through diplomacy and dialogue. That is what we seek to have. We have made very clear to the DPRK, we've made very clear publicly to all of you that we are prepared to engage in that dialogue towards the end of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. In the absence of discussions with the DPRK, we are engaged concertedly with our allies, Japan and the Republic of Korea, but also with allies and partners around the world. Michelle.
On Syria, Austin Tice's parents have said yesterday that the president has pledged to engage directly with the Syrian regime to free Austin. How will this engagement be? Are you planning to send a U.S. official to Damascus to talk about this issue?
So this goes back to what I was saying in response to previous questions in the case of Trevor Reed and Brittany Griner. We've often found that we can move the ball forward most effectively if we don't detail everything we're doing in public, if we do have space to conduct behind the scenes discussions. In the case of Austin Tice, this is an American who has spent nearly a quarter of his life, almost 10 years of his 40 years on this earth, separated from his family. We have said before that when our Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs speaks with other officials, speaks with regimes, speaks with actors around the world, that is distinct from traditional diplomacy in many ways. And Ambassador Carstens has referred to it as hostage diplomacy. So Ambassador Carstens can go places, he can talk to people that others in this administration, in some cases, would not. But I'm just going to leave it there.
That means he will be going to negotiate with the regime, and will he talk with them about U.S.-Syria relations and politics?
I said nothing of the sort. I said that Ambassador Carstens is in a position as a Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs to talk to individuals, to talk to governments, to talk to regimes that others in this department or in this government might not be in a position to do. He has done that before in his role. He has been successful in efforts to free Americans who have been unjustly detained around the world, including in places where we don't have diplomatic relations. And so we are going to seek to continue that track record of bringing Americans home.
And on Lebanon, tomorrow we'll start the parliamentarian elections. What are your expectations?
Well, the elections aren't until later this month. I believe they're May 15th, but we do support free...
We'll start tomorrow in the Arab world and on Sunday in other.
But we do support free, fair, transparent, and on-time elections in Lebanon that represent the legitimate will of the Lebanese people who are living through crises of historic proportion. We hope these elections will lead to a timely formation of a government that will quickly address the challenges faced by the people of Lebanon. Yes, Jenny.
News is just breaking now, but I was wondering if you have any comment. The Israelis are saying at least 3 people were killed in a suspected terror attack.
I saw initial reports just as I was walking in. If these reports are accurate, and certainly no reason to doubt them, it would be the latest in what has been a string of despicable terrorist attacks that have rocked Israel in recent weeks. We saw them in advance of this holy period, the confluence of Easter, of Passover, of Ramadan. We saw them in advance of the Negev summit. And if this is what it appears to be, it is something that we would condemn in the strongest terms. Our commitment to our Israeli partners, to Israel's security, that is ironclad and will provide any and all assistance that may be required in this case. Yes.
There are reports that the CIA director told President Bolsonaro to stop casting doubts on the country's election system last year. Did state also communicate a similar message?
Of course, I'm not going to speak to any messages or any travel that the CIA director may have conveyed. What I will say is that we have regularly engaged with our Brazilian partners. Just last month, we had a strategic dialogue, and Toria Newland, our Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, and Jose Fernandez, our Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs, were both in Brazil to continue these important conversations. Our bottom line has been that, like the United States, Brazil is a strong democracy, and we both have a commitment to ensure our democracies deliver for our people. We have high confidence in Brazil's democratic institutions. Brazil has a strong track record of free and fair elections with transparency and high levels of voter participation. And it's important that Brazilians, as they look forward to their elections later this year, have confidence in their electoral systems, and that Brazil, once again, is in a position to demonstrate to the world through these elections the enduring strength of Brazil's democracy. Yes?
Jeanette, regarding the JCPOA, you have mentioned yesterday you're preparing for equally for the either scenario. So what is your plan B if the JCPOA doesn't work anymore?
So you're referring to the fact that the JCPOA continues, we believe, to be in our national security interest. It continues to be in our national security interest, principally because it would once again put in a box Iran's nuclear program, a program that since 2018 has been in a position to gallop forward in ways that are unacceptable to us, that are unacceptable to many of our allies and partners around the world. If we are going to be in a position to mutually return to full compliance with the JCPOA, what that would do is to once again impose the most stringent verification and monitoring regime ever peacefully negotiated. And importantly, it would prolong what is now a breakout time, that is to say, the time it would take Iran to acquire the fissile material necessary for a nuclear weapon if Iran decided to pursue the path of weaponization. It would prolong that period, a period that, once again, for us, is unacceptably short. So we know the status quo can't endure for long. And so either we're going to be in a position to return to compliance with the JCPOA and to see those restrictions once again imposed on Iran's nuclear program, or we're going to have to pursue a different path. It has been clear to us since the beginning that a mutual return to compliance was never guaranteed. It was never a certainty. So discussions with our allies and partners regarding an alternative approach, that is not something that we have undertaken only in recent days or even recent weeks. These are discussions that we have had for a number of months now with allies and partners around the world. President Biden has a commitment that Iran must never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA, if that is back in force, will be the vehicle to carry that out. But we are engaging with allies and partners around the world to devise a means by which we will be able to make good on President Biden's commitment, whether or not there is a JCPOA.
Is military option on the table?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is military option still on the table?
We believe that diplomacy and dialogue presents us with the most effective, sustainable, durable means by which to ensure Iran will never acquire a nuclear weapon.
So on this, do you remember the first time that you actually said that you guys have to prepare for a world in which potentially there is no JCPOA? I mean, it wasn't yesterday. How many months ago?
Well, as I just said,
you think
but Matt, you're making my point. As I just said, when we start,
I'm not trying to make any point. I'm trying to. Well, I'm just surprised that people all of a sudden took this yesterday that you said we have to prepare for this. It's something new.
I was surprised by that too.
You've been saying this for months, right? Do you remember what month you first started?
I don't, but as I just alluded to, I'm sure you do, and you'll tell me in just a second.
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I actually.
Oh, I see. It was a genuine question.
All of my questions are genuine. Except when they're not. Except when they're hypothetical.
What I will tell you is that when we started this process in April of 2021, April more than a year ago now, it was never a certainty, it was never a guarantee that we would get back to a point of mutual return to compliance. We always knew it was an uncertain proposition, so we started preparing for this reality, to your point, to your very valid point, quite some time ago.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So now, in terms of the debate over this assessment or alleged assessment about whether or not the window has already closed and that it no longer makes sense, according to some people, that this assessment says that it no longer makes sense to rejoin the JCPOA. Is there a situation in which even though you can't get everything you want in terms of breakout time with the JCPOA, that the administration still believes that it is in the U.S. national security interest to come back into compliance with it?
So to the first part of your question, I just want to be clear about this because I know there has been some misinformation, potentially disinformation out there. There is no secret assessment, quote unquote, that a mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA is no longer in our national interest.
Okay, so, all right, stop right there. Let me just say, so what is Senator Menendez talking about? Not Senator Cruz, Senator Menendez. And he says that he understands from classified or unclassified, I don't know what, but he understands from the administration that the window actually closed in February. So is he just making this up?
What I can tell you is that our experts here, our experts in the intelligence community and elsewhere, we are constantly assessing the non-proliferation gains of a potential return to the JCPOA. That is the metric we use. We compare where we are now to the potential non-proliferation gains of a possible return to compliance with the JCPOA. At this stage, such a return would still achieve our most important and most urgent non-proliferation goals and would, at least in the view of the administration, strongly be in our national interest. That is why we continue to pursue, at least for the moment, a mutual return to compliance. Now, to the point that others have raised, there will come a time when the assessment of the non-proliferation benefits that a return to the JCPOA would bring, when that assessment renders the fact that Iran's program has advanced too far, that rendering a potential return to the JCPOA is no longer in our interest. But we are not at that point.
In this situation, are you saying that broader national U.S. security interests are entirely dependent on the non-proliferation part of it? Or is there a way in which you would assess that even if you don't get what you're looking for in terms of breakout time, that it could still be in the U.S. national interest to go back in?
This is a non-proliferation deal.
And that's it.
And we look at it through a non-proliferation lens.
And that's it. There is there's no other lens that
through a non-proliferation lens, comparing a potential return to compliance with the JCPOA to where we are now, it is in our advantage to return to the JCPOA. The famous saying from President Biden, don't compare us to the almighty, compare us to the alternative. The JCPOA is the best alternative. It remains the best alternative at the moment. That won't be the case forever.
Where is Robert Malley at this time? What is he doing?
The last time I saw Rob was a few days ago. He was in Washington, D.C. He is always on the phone. He's talking to our European allies. He's talking to other stakeholders. And until and unless there's reason for him to return to Vienna, I suspect he will continue to do a lot of that from here.
My last one on this, just what do you make, if anything, of this Senate vote yesterday? I mean, I know it's non-binding, but it was a pretty clear, shot across the bow of the administration.
So it was a vote on the China bill, and we do look forward to the rapid passage of legislation that President Biden can sign to boost our competitiveness vis-a-vis the PRC.
About the Iran.
Well, it was part of the package.
I understand that.
But to
like me asking you to describe an elephant, and you say, well, elephants are scared of mice.
Well,
a mouse is a little brown animal, whatever.
The problem
I'm
is
asking you about the Iran.
I know, but the problem is that
Democrats
you
quite a few.
You interrupted me before I could finish my first sentence, and the second clause of my first sentence was going to say, we are aware of the non-binding Iran-related instruction to Senate conferees that was passed yesterday. As I said before, the president's commitment is that Iran will not obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been clear that at this point, the best way to realize that is through a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. That is what Rob Malley and his team are seeking to achieve at the moment. We do share the concern expressed by the Senate about other aspects of Iran's behavior, including their development of ballistic missiles, support for terrorism through the IRGC and other elements. And that's why our administration has actually increased sanctions on Iran's ballistic missile program and on the IRGC over the past year. There is nothing in a potential return to the JCPOA that would in any way diminish our resolve or our ability to continue combating these aspects of Iran's policies in the region. If this math is still correct, of the 107 sanctions that we have applied on Iran since January 20th of 2021, 86 of those, which if my math is right, about 3/4 of those have been on the IRGC. We are committed to doing all we can, pulling every lever we can to take on the threat together with our partners from the IRGC. Now, having said all that, we know that all of these problems are even more intractable, even more challenging if Iran also is in a position to have a nuclear program that is unconstrained. That is why we have always been of the mindset that the decision to withdraw from an agreement that was demonstrably working to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon has comprehensively failed to protect our national security interests, and in fact has actually resulted in the opposite. It has resulted in an Iran that is more aggressive, that is more destabilizing, and its proxies could be called the same.
Okay, but it is still the administration's position that you do not believe that you can get anything outside of the nuclear stuff into a return to the JCPOA. In other words, just as it was in 2015, the missiles, the support for extremists, etc. You're not looking to get that into get that into a deal.
The JCPOA is about one thing and one thing only, and that's Iran's nuclear program.
So then, is this the end of the longer and stronger thing that you guys had been talking about?
It is.
February of last year.
As I said before, we are committed to working with our allies and partners to address these other challenges
but the JCPOA is not going to be longer and stronger.
The first step.
Well, no. But if you get a deal to return, it isn't going to be longer and stronger.
The first step is testing the proposition as to whether we can mutually return to compliance with the JCPOA. That's the first step. Okay. Now, going back to the point about hypotheticals, it's far from clear that we'll get there.
It wasn't a hypothetical. This is what the administration came into office saying. Not only do we want to return to the JCPOA, but we want to make it longer and stronger. Sort of one whole thing. And I just want to make sure that what you're saying now is that you have essentially, given up might be a pejorative here, but you don't believe that it is at all possible to include other things that weren't covered by the original.
We have
in a new one.
We have always said that a first step is putting a box back on top of Iran's nuclear program. That is a first step. It is, to my point a moment ago, a hypothetical as to whether we'll be able to do that, because it's far from certain whether a mutual return to the JCPOA will be in the offing or not. Whether we're able to get there or if we're not able to get there, we are still going to work with partners and allies and still engaged in diplomacy to see to it that we can take on these other challenges that Iran poses to the region and by extension to us. And that includes the IRGC and its ballistic missile program, among other challenges, Gita.
Ned, when you talk about Iran's advances to a point where the benefits of the JCPOA will not be realized anymore, about that, nuclear experts believe that at a certain point, anybody with nuclear capabilities can produce crude nuclear bombs, which is one level, obviously, less than the actual bigger size one. Does the administration differentiate between these two? Because according to David Albright, he in early April, he estimated that between mid-April and end of April, Iran would have enough 60% to manufacture a crude bomb. Does the administration differentiate? Are you waiting till it does 90%?
We have a commitment that Iran must never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the reason why we have pursued a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is not only that it would define what Iran can't do and to impose the most stringent verification and monitoring regime ever negotiated, but it would give the international community, principally through the IAEA, greater transparency into all of the potential pathways that Iran could seek to illicitly acquire a nuclear weapon. So to have an agreement that has these caps, that has a stringent verification and monitoring regime, and as a result, that affords much greater levels of transparency to international weapons inspectors. This is why the JCPOA remains, at least for the moment, manifestly in our interest.
Well, sure, but by now, Iran may have enough 60% to manufacture a smaller explosive. That doesn't count.
You're raising something that, again, falls in the category of hypotheticals. We have made clear that we are determined, the president has a commitment that Iran won't be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. We want to see to it that we put everything in place in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is durable, in a way that is transparent, so that not only can we prevent this, but if Iran seeks to manufacture a nuclear weapon, if it seeks to manufacture, as you put it, a crude nuclear device, that is something that we would be able to detect early on. All right, thank you very much.
I got one more.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you have any kind of an update on this child custody / abduction issue in Nepal.
Not an update since we last talked about it. I think, as you know, this is a matter that is before a court in Nepal. Our priority and responsibility is to assist U.S. citizens in the most effective way possible. The embassy in Kathmandu, the department, are working diligently to assist the family member. In this case, embassy personnel are in regular contact with the father. They've informed him of all developments in this case.
But you do not consider this to be a case of the child being abducted from India into Nepal?
We are not characterizing this case as an international parental child abduction to Nepal. Yes.
But, well, continue.
Okay, so I'll give you the fuller facts. We understand the facts of the case to be the following. The child's Indian national mother was wrongfully retained the U.S. citizen child in India in 2017. The father, who's a U.S. citizen, immediately secured a court order in Cook County, Illinois, determining he had sole custody of the child while she was still unlawfully retained in India with her mother. In light of the mother's actions, the department considers the case to be an international parental child abduction case between the U.S. and India, and the U.S. has formally raised it with the Indian government on several occasions, urging a swift resolution. In April of this year, the father, while visiting the child, departed India with her across the border to Nepal. Both parents are now in Nepal. Daphne.
Sorry, Matt.
No, I'm done. Thank you. I said thank you.
Do you have any update on Blinken's China speech? Will it be rescheduled?
It will be rescheduled. I do not have a date to offer at this time, but I can assure you that we will find a date at the earliest opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to take you out to a live feed coming into our desk from London. We do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, who, of course, is speaking virtually. He's actually about to give a live address to a UK think tank. It's called Chatham House. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Online event. Let me quickly explain the format. I don't want to take too long. In a minute, President Zelenskyy will offer some opening remarks. We will then move to Q&A. I will ask some questions, but you, our members, also have an opportunity to ask questions. But please do so through the Q&A function. We will not be using chat. We will not be using raise hand. So put them in the Q&A. I will ask the questions. It's simpler. We have a translation. Hopefully, those of you who joined, you have the choice of Ukrainian or English. Please go down to the interpretation button and make your choice, and you can then participate in the meeting that way. And finally, I would simply say that this is on the record. For all of you who are here, please do feel free to use the social media and be able to enjoy it that way. Volodymyr Zelenskyy was elected the 6th president of Ukraine in April 2019. He won a large majority, over 73% in the second round against former President Petro Poroshenko, sworn in on the 20th of May. His party won a landslide election, became the first majority party in the Ukrainian parliament since its independence. As I think many of you know, and I'm not going to say too much about Volodymyr Zelenskyy's background, but I think one of the important things to know is that he got his law degree from Kiev National Economic University. Started there, but as everyone here knows, went into a very successful career in TV, film, and in comedy. And I suppose there is something quite unreal in a way, Mr. President, going from playing the role of president in servant of the people through to 2019, from 2015-19 to becoming president. But nothing could be further from comedy. Nothing could be further from the lighthearted nature of entertainment than the absolutely brutal reality of what is happening to Ukraine right now since it was invaded, and the leadership role that you are having to play, and if I may say at the outset, playing exceedingly well. We look forward to your remarks. We look forward to engaging in conversation. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, President Zelenskyy.
Thank you very much, Robin. I would like to say that it is a great honor for me to be invited. Thank you for the background notes. My life is really interesting. It is not coming to its end, I believe. I believe that there is a bright future still ahead of us, and it is too soon that we make any conclusions from this background. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, dear friends and guests of Chatham House for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. And I'm thankful for Chatham House being one of the most influential hubs. Back in 2015, you created a special program as a critical friend of Ukraine for in-depth studies of the Ukrainian context, I believe. And those studies help us find answers to some very topical questions. And I would like to put some questions to you before you reciprocate. This is a dialogue, but I'm sure that every one of you understand very well what kind of scope of problems we are talking about after the Russian full-fledged invasion. This is of utmost priority, not just for Ukraine, but for the whole world, not just for our people, but all the peoples in this continent and in the world. I'm absolutely certain. This is the full scope incursion, one of the remnants of the bad old times of the 18th century, perhaps. Some challenges, the cruelty of the Russian force, of the people who invaded Ukraine, and great despise, express as regards all the international covenants and conventions, human rights. That's what is most important for me, the integrity of our borders and the states in Europe as such. Why Russia is doing that, I wonder? Well, because they believe that their responsibility can be postponed for decades if it ever comes. And they do not believe that they can be made responsible for the war crimes because they have the power of the nuclear state and the nuclear blackmail. After many decades, we can see this put bluntly by the Russian propaganda mongers. They are calculating how much time is needed for a nuclear missile to hit the European capitals. They are talking about that openly, how they can make a nuclear blast in the ocean to wash away the British Isles. And with the infographics, they boast of Russia being capable of turning any state into nuclear ashes. That's what they say, literally, nuclear ashes. Why is this happening? Well, we are convinced that this is the feeling of impunity. They believe that business as usual would always come back to the relations between Russia and European countries. There are some politicians in Europe still which are not ashamed of their relations after all Russia did in Europe has done. And the political chaos and scores of countries can be instigated because of the foodstuffs crisis. They blackmail Europe to, first they wanted to launch the Nord Stream 2. That was a crisis, energy crisis in Europe, and they were purposefully not providing enough gas, and the gas prices hit the ceiling, the historic ceiling, the historic cap back then. And that was to the detriment of all the European countries' situations. Now we have our seaports being blocked by Russia. They captured them, some of them, and the global market suffers because of the lack of supplies of some key food products, grain, sunflower oil, maize, and other agricultural types of produce. And we can see the results of that, but I'm sure that we do not see it yet because there is enough analysis to see the full picture. We'll see that. There's some the deficit in sunflower oil. The agricultural business is being now undermined by the lack of our supplies, and the basic foodstuffs are lacking in some countries already. This is the pressure for the prices to rise in North Africa, Middle East, and some Asian countries, and then that will gradually cover other regions of the world. The neediest will suffer. The people with the lowest income and the middle class, because the political repercussions of that can be dangerous, and that's what I'm saying, and that's what they are calling, they call a political chaos, the foodstuffs deficit, the food security. So the audience, the Russian war against our country, that looked like a bilateral affair. For some people, they would smile at that and say that that was a kind of incursion, a kind of special military operation in Russian terms. Now the picture is seen differently, in a more serious fashion, but this is the second day of the full-fledged war, and we can see no end of it yet. And we cannot feel any willingness of the Russian side to end it. And we cannot have satisfactory answers to the challenges presented by Russia. Starting from the 24th of February, there haven't been any single day when we wouldn't have any negotiations with our team to get the necessary military equipment and to accommodate the sanctions against Russia. to arrange for the necessary cooperation to document and investigate all the war crimes. We haven't seen a single day without some siege of Mariupol by the Russian force, one of the examples, mind you. And every day we would try to look for some diplomatic solutions for saving people and arranging for the humanitarian corridors to accomplish that. We are in contact with all the influential parties there. We are already preparing the big plan of reconstruction for Ukraine, because we are absolutely certain that we will defend our independence and regain that territory, and we believe in power of the world. This is not believing in miracles, working miracles for that matter. From reason, pure reason, we can say that the response of the world to such an aggression should be instantaneous. And in fact, it takes months for us to discuss the same things over and over again. For example, the oil embargo against Russia, blocking of all the banking sector for the terrorist state, and supplies of weapons, military equipment for Ukraine to defend itself. And I'm very grateful to the countries which are helping us from the very first days on an everyday basis. And for them, it is clear what the real scope of this threat is. But some countries underestimate it. For the most part, the challenges posed by Russia have not yet received adequate responses. We have to continuously look for the new toolkit, the new determination to stop not just Russia, but any potential aggressor. Russia is the aggressor, and Ukraine suggested United 24, the U-24 arrangement to update the global security system for us to be able to prevent, or at least to respond within 24 hours to any kind of aggression, or within 24 hours to provide any kind of assistance for the victim of that aggression and to restore peace, or any kind of man-made or natural catastrophe to get a response in this way, so that the community would provide for the country in question all the necessary assistance to save people. And thanks to such a global system of response, we can guarantee that it will never happen again when millions of people are under threat of physical destruction or forced deportation or starvation, any kind of destruction. So these are the issues that should be now met with answers from politicians, from experts, from the societies in question. And I would like to put some questions to you now. What can be done for the responsibility for war crimes to come not in decades, but to be almost immediate, like with the usual criminal investigation and adjudication? And what kind of sanctions can be convincing enough for Russia and any kind of aggressor to prove to them that they have to respect the international law? What global solutions do we need to control the weapons of mass destructions and to prevent any kind of attempt to use it, and blackmailing with it? And so that no aggressor can even mention such an option. And what kind of sanctions should we impose in response to the blackmailing with nuclear weapons or chemical weapons for that matter? What can convince the politicians of the world to make those issues practical, not just discussable? And I suppose you will offer some opinions, contribute some answers to my questions. This is your experience, this is your expertise, because the answers we all need. The world needs your answers. Every person watching us now, and the people who will watch us, and people who try to answer these questions every day. and you can contribute to the U-24 arrangement that we suggested as an option. This is our initiative. The more initiatives we have, the more people will realize the global scope of such challenges and the global scope of the answers that should be supplied. Thank you very much. Glory be to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, President Zelenskyy, and for laying out your thinking of where you are at the moment. I could say thank you for asking me some questions, or us some questions. I fear that if we turn this into a more typical Chatham House type of seminar, then my members would be very upset with me because they would listen to us talking and not you talking. And perhaps what we can do is, with my colleagues, is actually write you a little note after this with some very specific answers. I will simply say three very quick things. How do you avoid nuclear blackmail? You don't accept it. And I think this is some of the language that we're hearing from NATO leaders in particular right now, is not to accept the threat. How do you make sure that this kind of aggression is not treated with impunity? I think you need to look at this as a war of aggression, not simply the conduct of human rights, appalling abuses and war crimes. Without the war itself, you wouldn't have the war crime. And Chatham House has hosted a number of meetings about the concept of this being a war of aggression and how that could be then punished in court. But I think, sadly, quick justice in international law is extremely rare. So in any case, I'm not going to say any more and use up time, but you ask extremely pertinent questions, and I think you deserve answers. We'll provide some additional ones to you, if I could say, later on. If I may just ask you one opening question from myself, and I will simply say to our members, we have 160 questions there, which we're obviously not going to get through. What I would say is, please read the questions, because actually members of Chatham House tend to ask very good questions. So you will find a fascinating set of perspectives just by reading through them. And also, if you think any are especially good, you can upvote them. Click on the little thumbs up and they will go to the top of the sheet. And then I can go to those first and make sure that some of the most popular questions are asked. It'll help me do my job. President Zelenskyy, just one question that maybe is a broad one. It didn't touch on what you said, but much of the world, I think, was surprised by the resistance that the Ukrainian people have presented to the invasion by Russian forces. I want to ask you, were you surprised that Russians in Kherson, in Kharkiv, in Donbass, that they have given their lives, that they've been, that mayors of small villages, mayors of towns, who are often thought as being the people that the Russian forces could turn maybe to their advantage, have you been surprised by how united Ukrainians have been in the face of this conflict? That's my first question.
Was I surprised? And the nation that we have, I am pleased to have another opportunity to answer such a question, because it is always pleasant to talk about things you know very well. And I am a living witness of how our people responded to that aggression from Russia. I just can issue two signals. This is a dialogue, so I would like to respond to what you said about the nuclear blackmail. You said that is unacceptable, just like that. And it is my idea, maybe it's a rhetorical one, but we do not accept terrorism, right? Nobody in this audience accepts terrorism, and we do not talk to terrorists, right? Any kind of terrorist, but nevertheless, they exist. They do exist as a phenomenon, and they act, and they live on. So I'm not criticizing your points. I would like to share my opinion from my experience and from what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening to Ukraine. And people are all concerned here because the nuclear weapon is being wielded by exercise some power. We do not accept this, but can this lack of acceptance stop the blackmail? I'm not sure. But speaking of war crimes, why I put that question, I fully agree with you, Robin, that this is a long way when it comes to the international law and adjudication, but the ideology, the philosophy of responsibility or liability in such crimes doesn't work. This is my impression, and as a citizen, I offer it. We are a collective witness of war crimes, our witness of war crimes in our country. And MH17, do you remember that flight? 8 years have elapsed. But what happened? What's the result? Is there any relief for the people who lost their loved ones? No, that side, they hate all the world. Any kind of adjudication they despise and resent, and they hate, I've seen those people, they hate life as such. And every time, every year, they hate more and more. So their crimes become more and more horrible, and there is no end to this process. So that's why I'm suggesting that we should rethink the structure of the international law in that respect. Let me say, answering your question, well, perhaps I can tell you the final truth after the end of this war. I feel that at this stage, my answer cannot be yet adequate, because at first we wanted to unite, to be strong together and stand up to the threat. And that was the fist of our people, clenched and hitting back the Russian military equipment or whatever. They were using the military apparatus they were using against us. And people, barehanded sometimes, in different ways, were trying to stop the equipment in the country roads to arrest their progress, even barehanded. But I've always been convinced that our people are strong. But I want to be fair there. I think that citizens, I do not wish that anyone, any of your countries have a test, but if you have such an invasion, I think we cannot be sure that all the people, I'm convinced that all the adequate people would try to defend their country, their families, their households. So I think normal people think along those lines, naturally, just naturally. And I am just happy that we have such a number of normal, strong people, responsible people as our citizens. And I am also surprised with their bravery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think, the bravery is being witnessed by people around the world on a daily basis and is hugely inspiring. Let me just move on, if I may, to a second question. You have focused yourself very heavily on the specific conflict in Mariupol, the attempted invasion, and now the siege of the Azovstal steelworks. Let me ask you a sort of two-sided question. Is there anything that can stop Russia from taking Mariupol? This is a question from Jill Lawless at the Associated Press. Her question was, is there anything that could stop Russia from taking the last parts of Mariupol? And my question added to that is, if the Russians do take Mariupol fully, how does this change the shape of the war? Does it change the shape of the war? Or in a way, have Ukrainian fighters already won a type of victory? Could you say something about Mariupol, please?
Я в кінці не зрозумів, може через перегляд.
That question back to me, because if it was, it wasn't translated.
No, I complimented. So let me start answering your question with the first part, the former part. Then the latter part will clarify. But I would like to clarify some details there. Speaking of Mariupol, one of the most complicated points of this war, this is an example of torture, of blockade and torture with starvation. Nobody can get any kind of foodstuffs. Nobody can get the foodstuffs there. All the international organizations are prohibited from entering the area. They cannot supply water, not just Ukrainian organizations. And they cannot provide, they just occupy it. And for some people who are not blocked at Azovstal, they provided some food for them, allegedly. But people first would refuse any kind of supply from the Russians, and people would drink from the pools. Some terrible examples of that because of their terrible thirst. And this is a beastly attitude. Anyone would agree. It's not human, but that's the topicality of the issues. That's the attitude. That's attitudinal. That's how the military, the Russian military, treat people. That's inhuman treatment of humankind as a kind, and that strikes anyone. The cruelty, the sheer cruelty, the sheer degrading and torture. So death is not caused by war. This is not a military event. This is torturing to death. This is terrorism and hatred. And we can discuss it in more detail, why this is happening. You said 160 questions, and I was scared, quite frankly. So I'm now reluctant to give long answers to any kind of question. But let me discuss those people who are responsible for this inhuman and degrading treatment, the torture. It's not the military. The military, of course, will be made liable. There will be a tribunal, I believe, for the killing, for the death, for the torture. But why this cruelty? That's the information apparatus. They are responsible. They developed this hatred and heated it to such an extent before the full-fledged war was waged against Ukraine. It took years preceding the incursion. And now we have torture. So starting as a good neighbor with some common history and families which are mixed, Russian-Ukrainian, Ukrainian-Russian on both sides. So we had relations because we are neighbors geographically. So that ended up in torture. And the information apparatus, I think Goebbels is a child in comparison with the adults in the Kremlin. And this is the scariest thing. That's what we learn from this war. This is the most hideous thing done by a human being without any shots, just with the information machine hunting a nation, a whole nation, and preparing the groundwork because we have 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, and the beginning was 8 years ago. So then they were 10 to 12 years old. They were adolescents, teenagers. So we are talking about schooling, about universities, about vocational training. This is a big propaganda machine. That's what has been done. And I think this is something we have to deal with in this situation, because you can torture and then this torture can be adjudicated, but you cannot wash the brains because that's a big problem. It's a big problem of cleansing of the residue of this propaganda. And for Mariupol, this is a big problem. This is a big national problem, this degrading treatment. Mariupol can be deblocked. It could be deblocked any day with the necessary equipment, full stop. There is no other option to deblock it. Presently, everything is in the situation when, because of our efforts, the Red Cross, the United Nations, somehow we found that format to evacuate people from the blocked Azov facility, the peaceful people. Peaceful people were walking around and they could be killed by any shell. So they were hunting humans, the military and civilian alike. This is a terrible story. It will be told in proper fashion, I'm sure. Yes, please, Robin.
Just the second part of the question. I know this is so important, and I hate having to break I hate having to break it, but I just wanted to ask specifically if Mariupol falls.
Ні, так краще, так, будь ласка.
What do you think?
Can you repeat this question? Because
yes, please. Sorry, if Mariupol falls, does this change the shape of the conflict? Does this potentially release, in your opinion, Russian forces to move north? Is it critical that you and those brave fighters hang on, or have you already thought what the consequences would be if it falls?
Ви повинні знати.
You should understand that Mariupol will never fall. I'm not talking about heroism or anything. The fighters, the army that we have, but there is nothing there to fall apart. It is already devastated. There is no place. There is no structure. It is all destroyed completely. And there is this little turf, this little structure, the Azov steel, the steel mill, or what remains of it. And people are being evacuated as much as we can. And I understand that Russia would like to have a parade for the Victory Day, the 9th of May, and so forth. This is a follow-up to this INFOPS and PSYCOPS machine, and PSYOPS and INFOPS machine. It's their affair, though it affects us. But only weapons could have deblocked or will deblock this region, this area, when and if we have the necessary equipment. And if they kill people who can be exchanged as POWs or just released as civilians or be helped as wounded or injured, civilian and military alike, if they destroy them, I don't think we can have any diplomatic talks with them after that. But speaking in the military sense, they will proceed till the point when we stop them. And they will enter the areas which will be made available for them by us and the world, because the world is supposed to serve as a war, but not as a war between Ukraine and the Western world, the war between us and the Russian universe. And that's what is important in this situation.
Thank you very much for that. Let me, if I may, turn to another question from Frank Gardner of the BBC. And I think it's a question that's reflected through many of the questions here that we've had today. It's the following one. What is the minimum that you, the Ukrainian people, but you, the president on their behalf, could accept in a peace deal with Russia? Could you accept a return to where things were on February 23rd?
First of all, I would like us to understand that I was elected by the people of Ukraine as president of Ukraine, not as president of a mini Ukraine of some kind. And this is a very important point. And I would like us to realize we need some arrangements in terms of talks to stop the killing, so we can use diplomatic channels to regain also our territories. The minimum I would accept. I think the minimal step before we stop the war, it is there. The minimum is for us to start talking, well, using this notion of normality, if it fits the situation, but to deblock the diplomatic format of our relations, to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. This step should be regaining the situation as of the 23rd of February. You are right. They have to fall back and go beyond the contact lines, and they should withdraw the troops, of course. In that situation, we'll be able to start discussing things normally. But for them to withdraw, they have to say something. We have to start talking. And I realized that despite the fact that they are destroying all our bridges, I think not all the bridges are yet destroyed, figuratively speaking.
Well, that's a very important statement you just made there, because after the horrors of Bucha, Mariupol, of all the war crimes we discussed at the beginning, that is an important point you made about not having all bridges, metaphorical, destroyed. In that context, let me ask you a question that brings a little bit the role of allies into it. We have both the United States administration, the Biden administration, and the British government in particular, talking about victory. Victory must involve the defeat of Vladimir Putin, even that it must involve all Russian forces leaving all of territorial Ukraine. So my question to you, Mr. President, is it helpful to have some of your key backers diplomatically and militarily setting that war aim publicly at this time? Is that helpful to you as President of Ukraine or not?
Well, it's a very complicated question. I am not afraid of such blunt statements. I think the more direct, the better. The easier for Ukraine and for the Ukrainian society and for the Russian society, for that matter, for them to understand that if we don't stop this, let's come back to the allegoric situation, then all the bridges will be burned. So we have to be open discussing that. If there is bilateral war, we cannot, we can discuss this without any allegories. We diplomatically can only discuss the specific steps. So what victory is for us as a notion, for the European Union, what that is for the UK, for the US. For some people, it may be Putin's defeat. And in our society, there is a big proportion of people thinking exactly that. But for me, the victory, I do not care what happens to some leaders and where they will end up. For me, what matters is Ukraine's victory. And by Ukraine's victory, we mean something that belongs to us. This is our territory and our people. For me, victory is not to lose 11 million people. 5 million people who left Ukraine, they have to come back. That's my victory. I'm thinking about.
And if you are just joining us, we are listening in to a virtual speech from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, speaking again virtually with the UK think tank called Chatham House, a think tank that discusses world politics and policies. So again, the latest coming in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy talking about what victory in this war would mean to him. We are going to dip away from this for just a few moments and instead take you live out to California. Beautiful sunrise there, part of the state still sleeping and slowly waking up. But we do want to get to a story that we first broke to you just a few days ago here on Live Now from Fox. We are talking about Dave Chappelle. If you didn't know, the comedian was attacked on stage just a few days ago. This is some of the video of that. Again, Dave Chappelle in LA.
As Dave Chappelle gets ready to introduce the next act.
Comedy show there, his stand-up, where somebody went up on stage, as you can see, and just charged him. And we have learned that the person accused of attacking Dave Chappelle will not face felony charges. That decision by the district attorney is generating some strong reaction from comedians and those in legal circles as well. And for this story, we of course always want to touch base with our Fox 11 LA team. We have Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette, who is live in Hollywood, California this morning with the latest. Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Mackenzie. Good morning, everyone. We're on the famous Sunset Strip outside a very popular comedy club called the Laugh Factory here. And this is where comedians have been speaking out against this decision by the Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. He has decided not to charge the 23-year-old suspect identified as Isaiah Lee with felony counts. Now, he was arrested for a felony attack on comedian Dave Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl, a very famous venue here in Los Angeles. But now the district attorney says he's not going to charge him. He has referred it to our city attorney for misdemeanor charges, and that's a huge difference. That could even mean absolutely no jail time, and if he were to go to jail, it would be for about a year and a half, but that's very unlikely. Now, Isaiah Lee is behind bars this morning. Mackenzie is being held on $30,000 bond, but he will face a judge later this morning, and we should learn more about what happens. It's possible he could be released from jail today. Again, a very big difference. Now, our district attorney, George Gascon, is the subject of a recall effort. They have not gathered enough signatures yet to make it to the ballot, but a lot of people want to see him recalled because they claim he is soft on crime and will not charge people the way they should be charged. Now, let's bring it back here live. I want to show you the sign right here at the Laugh Factory. This is on the famous Sunset Strip, and you might be able to make out it says Laugh Factory stands by Dave Chappelle. Protect our comics, protect our First Amendment. And this venue, again, very, very popular. They've actually installed metal detectors now that the audience has to go through first before taking their seats. Just one of many clubs across the country upping their security in light of what happened to Dave Chappelle. And you'll remember, Mackenzie, that Dave Chappelle was knocked to the ground on the stage in front of about 20,000 people, and police later found what they called a replica gun. It was a plastic gun, but if you clicked a switch, a knife blade popped out. And a lot of legal experts say that shows intent to harm someone. How he got into the venue with a knife, well, that's a whole other story. Mackenzie?
Yeah, Gigi, we're actually playing that video again right there on the screen of him charging Chappelle. You know, as you mentioned, the district attorney generating some strong reaction, and also from those comedians. But I did want to mention, you did say that you were at a very popular comedy club on the Sunset Strip, the Laugh Factory. Can you tell us what they have done to up their security in response to this attack on Dave Chappelle?
Well, they've actually installed metal detectors at the door that the audience now has to go through. And this is just one of many clubs that is changing its security procedures. They say, in light of what happened to Chris Rock, we saw the Will Smith incident, and now what's happened to Dave Chappelle, they're very, very concerned.
All right, our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette live for us in Hollywood, California this morning. As always, Gigi, thank you and your team for that report.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, we do want to get back to some of that video, as Gigi was mentioning. That suspect who allegedly attacked Dave Chappelle on stage will apparently not face any felony charges. We do now want to head to a complete conversation with our own LiveNOW's Mike Paish, who goes a little bit more in depth on this topic.
Update when it comes to what the charging decision will be. So let's go out right now to Los Angeles Fox 11's Phil Schuman joining us here tonight with the details. Phil.
Well, we're live from the famed Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard, where just a short time ago the Los Angeles City Attorney announced 4 misdemeanor charges against the suspect, 2 of them battery and possession of a weapon, in this case a knife, with intent to assault. Now, there are a lot of people who felt that this should have been a felony assault, which would carry much stronger penalties, but that is not the case today.
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
The district attorney's office chose not to file a felony assault charge against the suspect in Tuesday night's attack, saying the evidence as presented did not constitute felony conduct.
I'm shocked and I'm confused, and honestly, I'm angered.
That was the reaction of comic Tehran. He witnessed the attack Tuesday night at the Hollywood Bowl. We spoke today at the Comedy Store, where security post-Oscars has already been upgraded. Tehran also has a law degree, but doesn't practice. He says misdemeanor? No.
It was premeditated, pre-orchestrated, and clearly organized. He had intent, he had an agenda.
Mark DeBoe is a lawyer.
I would file it as a felony because of the deterrence value of it.
He just retired as a deputy DA under George Gascon. He supports the recall, says this decision, where the suspect had a replica handgun with a knife attached, is an example of what's wrong with Gascon's approach.
That knife is a concealed weapon, dirk or dagger, to which he had immediate access. That's a wobbler. That could be filed as a felony.
Back at the Laugh Factory, owner Jamie Masada has not only installed metal detectors, he's adding security guards, even plainclothes officers to be in the audience. A sign of the times he does not welcome.
We have to do for safety of our comic.
So back live, I apologize in that piece, Mike. I think I mentioned the Comedy Store, which is another famous venue here. I meant to say the Laugh Factory, which is where we spoke to Jamie Masada. And so if you've been following the story here from Southern California, you know that District Attorney George Gascon, who's in his first term, is under fire. He's the subject of a recall effort from those who feel that, to use a term, he's soft on crime, something that he denies. But they're saying this decision not to file a felony charge against the suspect in the Chappelle case is an example of what they say is what's wrong with Gascon's approach, that he should be sending a strong message that this type of behavior is not tolerated. And that ex-DA Mark DeBoe, who you heard from in there, he used the term wobbler. That's a term used in law enforcement or in the district attorneys or the city attorney's offices when there's a case that could be filed as a misdemeanor, it could be filed as a felony depending on your interpretation of the relevant laws. And he said in this case this definitely could have been filed as a felony, which means much more potential for state prison time, especially if you have a prior record, because the suspect had a knife, had a concealed weapon, and clearly intended to assault Chappelle on stage. I mean, the other part of this is that, you know, the post-Oscars environment You heard that the Laugh Factory here has already installed metal detectors. They're increasing the number of security guards. They're actually going to have plainclothes officers in the audience. There's the feeling that since Will Smith essentially got away with what could have been a criminal assault, that there's copycats, there's those who feel that they somehow have a license to attack performers on stage. The Hollywood Bowl and the LAPD investigating security breaches, of course, that resulted in that the other night. Part of the problem is this was during the encore, Mike, and a lot of people had started to leave, and there's a feeling that some of the security presence that had been around the front of the stage may have been slightly relaxed at that point, and that enabled the suspect to come out of his seat and charge at Chappelle, who's very lucky he wasn't seriously hurt or worse.
Yeah, definitely. When you see that weapon there and how it was all portrayed there, definitely a great report there, Phil. Thanks for bringing it to us, and really disturbing, I think, on a lot of levels where people hear no felony, just misdemeanors here at this point. Phil, a lot of people want to know what would it have to take to get a felony? I mean, would he have to like stab him? Is that what it comes down to these days?
Well, there's reports in the LA Times, which I have not been able to personally confirm, that the key factor was that the weapon wasn't brandished. Chappelle wasn't threatened with it. That yes, if he had it in his hand and he tried to stab Chappelle or had stabbed Chappelle or somebody else, then we'd be looking at felony assault with a deadly weapon charges. But apparently the rationale is that because he just had it in his backpack, that the evidence presented, as the DA statement said, wasn't felony content. But as you heard from the interview that I did with Mark Dubois, who spent literally 30 years as a prosecutor and was a deputy DA, was a public defender before that, he said absolutely the law allows prosecutors to file this as a felony because he had that knife and had access to it.
All right, Phil Shuman breaking it all down for us this evening. We appreciate it. Thanks so much for the update.
Okay.
Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments.
Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories that we have from not only here in the U.S. but around the world. So here's a look at what we are covering today. Some breaking news that we just learned from the U.S. Labor Department. The country has added at least 428,000 new jobs in April, and unemployment is now remaining steady at about 3.6%. So again, this is breaking news just into our desk, where we do now know at least 428 new jobs were added in April alone. So again, definitely some developing news. As soon as we get more on this, we of course will bring this to you as soon as we get it. This report, again, coming into us from the U.S. Department of Labor. So one of the top stories we will continue to follow today. Also, stocks are set to open in about 30 minutes after an incredibly bad day for Wall Street yesterday, with stocks tumbling throughout the day. Also, we have a live shot of Capitol Hill there, where we do know the Senate is expected to vote on codifying Roe v. Wade next week. Definitely another story that we, of course, will continue to follow, where some members of the Senate want to codify abortion rights into federal law after the Supreme Court's leaked draft decision that could possibly overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling and change abortion laws as we know it. Also, the First Lady, Jill Biden, touching down in Europe today to visit with U.S. troops, humanitarian aid workers, and Ukrainian refugees. She will be visiting Slovakia. We are expected to get some remarks and some live feeds from that trip later on today, so you'll definitely want to stay tuned for that. The First Lady also going to be spending her Mother's Day with Ukrainian women and children who have fled their country. And as you see there on the bottom of your screen, it is day 72 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency now says at least 5.7 million people have fled Ukraine since the war started. And sticking with Russia-Ukraine news, WNBA, the WNBA season is starting today without the star of the Phoenix Mercury, Brittany Griner. You see her there right on your screen. Griner is currently being wrongfully detained in Russia. Again, she plays for the Phoenix Mercury. She also plays in Russia during the off-season, but she has been detained in Russia since February. She's being detained there after customs officials say she had hashish oil in her luggage at an airport in Moscow. So again, definitely a developing story. That crime specifically that she is being accused of carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. So she essentially is the WNBA's version of LeBron James for this generation. So a pretty huge story, but again, Griner still detained in Russia. No word on, no new news rather, on her detainment. But again, it is a story we will continue to follow as soon as we get more developments. And sticking with that very same topic, we actually have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, who is speaking virtually to a London think tank about the ongoing war in Ukraine. We brought this feed to you just a little bit ago. We want to take down that graphic and bring this up for you here. So again, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addressing a UK think tank, a policy institute on war and politics. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Choose, and we should be certain that we spread the message, and the certainty with the message much better. Sorry, I was looking for a word. Contaminate. We have to engage them, perhaps is a better word. And this is more contagious than COVID-19. The spirit that we have, and we have to invest all our efforts, and we have to be exhausted with effort. And every morning we have to wake up and ask ourselves, what have I done for Ukraine? Because this is the question for a leader, for a true leader, to ask oneself. It's about Ukraine, but it is essentially about your own country. And like the common people who just come to take to the streets with our banners, with our colors flying, this will be our joint victory. Not over Putin, mind you, but over this terror and terrorism that is spread. And himself and the military, the troops that they have, this is just the facade of this big war waged against humanity. So this is about uniting humankind around this idea. Because I realized that the press, for example, and the media, as we call them now, they cannot talk every day about Ukraine. After a month, they think about some other hooks, and they need the views, they have to maintain the circulation, or whatever the measurement is for their popularity. But the topic can gradually leave the stage and makes it exit. But this is a big mistake. That's the big mistake. They should realize that on an everyday basis, it should be on the front pages. What is happening in their states? They should also discuss things happening in Ukraine, because in Ukraine we have this war, and this war is our joint effort and joint victory, because that's what we share. In fact, that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, President Zelenskyy. I think we must wrap this up. If I may just say 4 very quick closing things to you and to our guests here who've stayed on this call, a very large number of our members. Number 1, speaking to you and hearing you today, it feels like I'm looking at a time warp back to 1939 and 1940, and we're speaking to one of the leaders who was having to fight some of the horrors of that era. And it is remarkable that we are living in this dual world right now. Shocking, but I find your explanations, but your sensitivity to the human aspects of what is happening here and the way people's minds have been turned and manipulated, especially important, because manipulation of individuals was one of the features of the 1930s, the early 1930s, not just the late 1930s. So I thought that was very important. That's number 1. Number 2, we had one of our members ask the question, what can individuals do beyond giving money? What can individuals do, not governments? You haven't got time to answer that question, but I would simply say that being informed, making sure that the stakes are shared amongst our communities and spread beyond the 1,500 people or so on this call to so many others, and especially to the people outside the 39 countries, that is going to be incredibly important. Because at the moment, not enough of the world understands the stakes. It is a northern conflict. And I want to say, thirdly, that Chatham House will continue to play its part in this role through our Ukraine Forum, but more broadly, through our engagement through all of our work. And your talk today has been inspirational to us in that sense. So we appreciate very much your time. And that lets me say the last thing, which is that in your long life, we look forward to welcoming you to Chatham House and St. James's Square in more peaceful times, and hopefully times that have lived up to the values that you've described to us today, and that they are victorious. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And thank you, members. And I'm afraid I gave up entirely trying to keep track of the questions. I saw the rough gist of them. Hopefully I captured enough of them. But 255 questions is definitely a record. And I know you answered the bulk of them, President Zelenskyy, without reading them. So that was good.
All right, that was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy speaking virtually to a UK think tank about war and policy around the world. So as you heard Zelenskyy speak, if you were listening in, he was answering a lot of different questions, not only about the possibility of severe food shortages in Ukraine, but also about what victory would mean to him as this war in Ukraine now enters day 72. Another story we are following today is that the U.S. Senate will be voting next week to codify abortion rights into law. It's a major story we have been following since it broke on Monday night here on Live Now from Fox. And White House officials are now working with Democrats to set up the street for trying to figure out if there's support for this law protecting abortion access. But right now there's not, and they are standing alongside activists who plan to show up where justices live. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has more.
Let's celebrate today. As the president celebrates Cinco de Mayo,
I'm glad some woman in this crowd loves me.
abortion activists are organizing protests at 6 private residences of Supreme Court justices, all marked on a map published on their website. Calling themselves Ruth Sent Us as a nod to the late Justice Ginsburg, organizers write, announcing Walk By Wednesday, May 11th, 2022, at the homes of the 6 extremist justices, 3 in Virginia and 3 in Maryland. If you'd like to join or lead a peaceful protest, let us know. The group's financial backers are unknown for now, but they are offering to pay people to show up, advertising stipends available. A new non-scalable fence now surrounding the Supreme Court isn't enough for concerned lawmakers, so a new bill aims to give the Supreme Court authority to provide around-the-clock protection to potentially endangered justices.
This risks violence against members of the Supreme Court and their families.
Democrats are on the same page.
People should not serve in public life and feel that outrageous extremists on either end of the political agenda suddenly have license to physically, verbally attack public officials.
Chief Justice Roberts told a group of lawyers in Atlanta the Roe v. Wade draft may have been leaked by a, quote, bad apple, and called the release, quote, absolutely appalling. Some Democrats agree with him.
I completely condemn the leak, and whoever leaked it, should be prosecuted.
But White House officials won't go there.
Our focus is not getting our distracted or our eye off the ball of what is most important to people across the country here, which is not the leak.
And now White House officials are balancing expressing their preferred policy with public safety.
Some of these justices have young kids. Their neighbors are not all public figures. So would the president think about waving off activists that want to go into residential neighborhoods in Virginia and Maryland?
Peter, look, I think our view here is that peaceful protest, there's a long history in the United States and the country of that. And we certainly encourage people to keep it peaceful.
And that is one of the last times we will see Jen Psaki at the White House podium. Her last day just announced next Friday, May 13th. She will be replaced in that job by her deputy, Karine Jean-Pierre, a history maker, the first black woman and the first openly LGBTQ person to have that top job. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thank you for that report. There's a new analysis that shows if the Supreme Court does in fact overturn Roe versus Wade, California could become home to nearly 30% of all abortion clinics in the United States. We're talking 26 states that are expected to implement abortion bans or impose tougher restrictions on abortions if the highest court, again, does in fact overturn Roe v. Wade. The San Francisco Chronicle reports that there are more than 200 clinics in those states that could then close. And if that does happen, it would shift the percent of clinics in California from 21% of all U.S. clinics to 29%. And speaking of California at this very moment, we do want to take you live out to California where you can see the sun rising there at this very moment. California Governor Gavin Newsom spoke out strongly in support of abortion rights during a stop at Planned Parenthood's headquarters in LA. The governor's re-election campaign is already out and with an ad about this topic. Alex Michelson from our Fox 11 LA team caught up with the governor and asked him about his tweet in which Newsom said abortion would be the defining issue of the 2022 election. Let's listen in.
Protests this week all over the state and the country reacting to the Supreme Court's draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade. That would make abortion a states' rights issue.
This is about controlling women. We know that.
California Governor Gavin Newsom visiting Planned Parenthood near downtown L.A.
California women and Planned Parenthood support Gavin Newsom.
The governor's re-election campaign already out with a new TV ad on the topic. I asked him about this tweet, which says, quote, "This will be the defining issue of the 2022 election."
Why is this issue more important than inflation and homelessness and everything else happening here in California?
Because rolling back your fundamental constitutional rights has a profound impact across the spectrum of issues. It's a foundational issue.
The top Republican in California's assembly, James Gallagher, responding on Twitter, quote, "You would think the explosion of violent murders in L.A. and the fact that more Californians than ever can't afford a home and are struggling to make it through the week might be higher on the priority list. And he is the last person who should talk about constitutional rights.
We will not back down. We will double down.
California's top Democratic leaders want voters to pass a constitutional amendment in November guaranteeing the right to an abortion in California's constitution.
Women's daily experiences will be very different depending on the type of state they live in.
Here at Planned Parenthood, they're preparing for an influx of people coming here from other states. The governor says California is here to help. Should taxpayers be funding people coming from other states to come here? What does a sanctuary state of California look like?
When people come in for care, we take care of them, period. That goes to your question. Regardless of their ability to pay, regardless of their status across the spectrum.
It takes us back to states' rights.
Pastor Jack Hibbs of Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills, is praying that the justices go through with overturning Roe.
For me as a Christian and as an abortion survivor, I'm kind of thrilled.
All right, and a big thanks to, again, our Fox 11 LA team. And sticking with this very same topic, Fox 11 LA's Haley Winslow introduces us to a woman faced with a difficult choice who decided to keep her baby and not have an abortion. Here's her story.
Protests this week all over the state and the country, reacting to the Supreme Court's draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade. That would make abortion a states' rights issue.
This is about controlling women. We know that.
California Governor Gavin Newsom visiting Planned Parenthood near downtown L.A.
California women and Planned Parenthood support Gavin Newsom.
The governor's re-election campaign.
We have shared all different perspectives from religious leaders, lawmakers, conservatives, and liberals. This is Rebecca Hagan's story. Almost a decade ago, college freshman Rebecca Hagan was pregnant again. Certain she would be disowned by her parents, devout Christians, Hagan walked into Planned Parenthood.
In a moment of panic, it was really my life versus my unborn child's life. And I chose abortion because I thought that was kind of the best quick fix.
She took the first pill for a chemical abortion and planned to take the second the following day, until she got to the parking lot.
I no longer felt relief. Instead, I felt guilt and trauma, and I was sad and I was remorseful, and I was deeply regretting the decision to have the abortion.
Still in the parking spot, shaking, she searched for a solution. Hagan found abortion pill reversal, which puts naturally producing progesterone back into the body. She was one of the very first women to take it, and it worked.
Zach is funny, he's witty, he's intelligent, he's bright, and my life is everything that I thought it wouldn't be.
Hagan finished college, met the man of her dreams, and now they have 4 kids. She's turned her and Zach's story into a mission to help others.
That there are organizations and people and resources out there available to you and your child, people that want to walk this journey with you. There is free healthcare, free emotional care, free support available to you, and that you do not have to choose between your aspirations and your goals in life and the life of your unborn child. You can absolutely have both.
And every day she looks at little Zach, hours away from never existing.
I'm just so grateful that I never have to wonder who Zachariah would have been, and that instead I get to watch his little life unfold right before my eyes.
In light of Roe v. Wade, Hagan thinks that abortion should not only be illegal, she says it should be unthinkable. And if it is in fact overturned, she says she's looking forward to working together for more solutions and more resources for everyone. Now, again, that's one of many perspectives. Reporting in West LA, I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News.
Haley, thank you for that report. And definitely a lot of different varying opinions across the country, which vary state by state and really city by city. And the dust may be settling on the Supreme Court leak, but not for activists on both sides of the abortion debate. Our Fox 13 Tampa team takes a look at the fallout from Washington and how all of this could reshape the midterm elections.
A fence is now up around the Supreme Court. This is an extra layer of security with emotions running high over the likelihood that the court is about to overturn Roe v. Wade. Since that draft opinion was leaked on Tuesday, we've seen protests and we've seen proposed changes to state and federal laws. Political editor Craig Patrick is in now with a closer look at the fallout, including, Craig, the impact this could have on the upcoming midterm elections.
Yeah, we have a lot to work through. Let's start with potential changes or action in Congress, because Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced that the Senate next week will vote on legislation to write federal legal protections for abortion into federal law. The House has already passed this, but the chances of this advancing to the point of even coming up to a final vote in the Senate are 0%. It won't happen unless there are significant changes to the filibuster rule, which we do not anticipate, though not impossible. Meanwhile, the Biden administration, Attorney General Garland specifically said this ruling is not yet final, which is correct, likely, but not final, and that the Department of Justice will address appropriate steps thereafter, not specifying exactly what those would be. And now that brings us to the impact, the political implications of this, with the midterm elections just around the corner, which are difficult, if not impossible, to predict.
Reproductive rights will be on the ballot.
But so will inflation and whatever the state of the economy is when voters cast ballots. We don't know yet which issues will drive voting behavior the most in the midterms. The pending abortion ruling will certainly motivate progressive activists who support abortion rights to vote for Democrats, but it will also motivate social conservative activists who oppose abortion rights to vote for Republicans. And it's hard to say where other voters will fall on this. The polling suggests many don't fully understand the issue right now. For example, Fox News polling shows a majority of voters think abortion should be against the law. But look at this, an even larger majority of voters say we should keep the Roe v. Wade ruling, which makes abortion legal. It's also hard to say how Florida will respond to the pending ruling to repeal Roe v. Wade. Given the political makeup of state government, it suggests Florida could pass a trigger law, which would outlaw abortion if the ruling holds, as 13 other states have done. But Governor DeSantis is not inclined to jump into the discussion based on a leaked opinion. In Washington, we're already seeing the fallout of the leak outside the Supreme Court, now protected by security barriers. And before the leaked abortion ruling, Pew Research polling tracked a significant shift in public opinion on the nation's highest court. Its approval ratings were tanking before the leak. If that continues, it could fuel efforts to expand the size of the court or add term limits to it. While unlikely, the growing public disapproval of the court may keep that in play. In the meantime, if the pending ruling holds, abortion will be illegal in these 13 states and heavily restricted in other states like Florida. And that's already driving efforts to expand access to birth control. And it's also already driving a separate debate over what's called medication abortion, which is currently approved up to 10 weeks into pregnancy.
Most of them are going to end up going the route of trying to obtain medication abortion online.
And that's already bringing us to what will be the next big policy debate from state to state, with decisions over to what extent to regulate in states that oppose abortion. Their leadership wants to ban it, regulate, restrict, or ban those online shipments, or try to have greater access to it in states led by governments that support abortion rights. And we say that will be the next big issue because we already see that debate taking off.
We sure do, Craig. Two questions for you here. So when can we expect the Supreme Court to formally release the abortion ruling? And then we'll see if it is indeed in line with that leaked draft opinion. And when might Florida take up any changes based on the ruling?
Based on scheduling, we can expect the Supreme Court to formally release that ruling in June, possibly early July, more often middle to late June. And then we can expect Florida to decide whether to pursue additional changes based on the ruling. Remember, Florida has to get past a special session addressing the property insurance crisis, which they haven't figured out how to address. Once they cross that bridge, then ultimately state leaders, state lawmakers, and the governor will decide if they want to take up abortion, but they have a muted response at this point and likely won't take that up. And if they do, it won't be until after June or July.
Okay, which will be here soon. All right, thank you, Craig.
And as always, a huge thanks to our Fox 13 Tampa team, who is really always providing us an in-depth look and in-depth conversations about a lot of top stories that we follow here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at the stock board right there. We are about 5 minutes away from stocks opening up again here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as that board opens, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Sticking with economy news and some breaking news that we first broke to you about 30 minutes ago, the U.S. Labor Department has released its April jobs report, adding about 428,000 jobs in April alone, which is extending a streak of solid hiring that has defied this awful inflation that we have been dealing with, along with chronic supply shortages and Russia's war in Ukraine and much higher borrowing costs as well. So a lot of different business and economy news that we will continue to follow throughout the day. And as we reported to you earlier this week, the Federal Reserve has increased interest rates by 5.5%. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's really the largest hike since May of 2000, and it's going to impact Americans in all facets of our lives. So let's bring in Credible.com's Dan Ricardo, a 20-year Wall Street veteran and a professor of finance and economics at the University of San Diego. Dan, thank you so much for joining us this morning. A lot of different economy news that we are learning throughout the day. The U.S. adding hundreds of thousands of jobs, but also inflation continues to go up. The feds are raising interest rates. How is this going to impact everyday Americans?
Good morning, Mackenzie. Well, you're right. There's lots going on, it seems. I'm tired just thinking about it, for crying out loud. And I teach this stuff. So the first thing that you said that's kind of notable is when we saw the other day the interest rate going up, right? So gas is up, the price of groceries is up, and now the price of borrowing interest is up as well. So that's going to mean for the average consumer, those folks who maybe have a credit card or a student loan, car loan, maybe trying to get a mortgage this year, you're going to pay more for that loan, right? As the rate goes up, the price of money goes up, you're going to pay more. So expect, especially those folks who have a credit card balance, they're the ones who are going to see it first, Mackenzie, because that credit cards are typically the first ones to boost their interest rate. They're not shy about charging you a few more bucks.
And so we do have some video of credit cards right there. Huge problem. A lot of debt, a lot of people struggling with debt in this country. I did want to ask, you mentioned credit cards, but what about food? What about other sort of daily aspects of our lives?
Yes, that's a great question. So here's what's happening. The Fed, as they raise interest rates, kind of like a pebble in a pond, right? It has this ripple effect. It's going to cost consumers more to borrow money, but it's also going to cost businesses more to borrow money. Now, the Fed is doing this to try to fight inflation. What they're trying to do is take a little bit of air out of the balloon, they're trying to pull the economy back just a little bit, slow things down just a little bit, not too much, so that inflation goes down, right? So that you and I pay less at the pump and we pay less for our next box of mini wheats at the grocery store. That's the goal. And the way they do that is they make money more expensive. They make it more expensive to borrow for you, me, and for businesses. Now, there's this thing called a soft landing. They're trying to do it without throwing the economy into a ditch. We'll see if that happens.
And I did want to ask, any tips that you have for people, whether it's refinancing now, increasing cash allocation, what tips do you have for people so they can kind of work their way through this crazy mess of what's going on with the economy?
Great question. And here's the first thing. Focus on what you can control. You and I can't control the Federal Reserve. We can't control what we pay at the pump. But if you're the last human being on the planet who has not refinanced your mortgage, and you can, do it now. Rates are headed up. You can still get a pretty decent rate. Go ahead and do it now. Use the best credit card you can. Have that best credit card in your purse. What I mean by that is the lowest interest rate and the best cash back you can find. If you got decent credit, there's lots of good cards out there, so check that out. And finally, increase your cash allocation. Now's a good time to have some cash, if for no other reason, because finally, Mackenzie, the banks are going to start paying us a little bit more interest. You won't need a microscope to see your interest on your savings account anymore. So shop around, look for the best interest rate.
And I know you've got a busy day ahead of you, but I did want to ask specifically on the credit card topic, because we know with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, should people avoid using credit cards altogether?
I'm not busy at all. I can stay with you all day. Mackenzie, the answer is absolutely. If you have the ability to pay with cash, do it. If you have the ability to use your credit card and pay it in full every month, do it, right? So the average person has about $5,500 on their credit card, which they carry month to month, and they're getting creamed with interest charges. And that's going to be higher now that the Fed has raised the rate. So if you're in that position to do it, prioritize those credit cards, get rid of them if you can. It's bad debt.
All right, now that I know you've got a little extra time, one more question. What can we expect throughout the rest of the year? I know, you don't have a crystal ball, but how long do you think that we could expect to see inflation, gas prices crazy, grocery shopping bills high? How long will this go on for, do you think?
I think we'll have it figured out by noon today. No. I think when the Fed Reserve acts, Mackenzie, as you know, there's usually a lag time. So it's going to be a few months. Let's take it into the summer, into the fall, before we actually see whether or not their policy that they're using now, higher interest rates, is effective in capping this inflation. So we're going to have to give it a few months to see if they've got this one right.
All right, Credible.com's Dan Riccado joining us live today here on Live Now from Fox. Dan, thank you so much for that insight, and we will, of course, be touching base with you next Friday.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Take care.
All right, everybody, again, a big thanks to Dan Riccado from Credible.com. In the meantime, we do want to bring you back out live to the stock board as promised, ending the week. Starting the end of the week, rather, down about 170 points. Yesterday, as we first told you, stocks really tanked quite a bit following that news from the Federal Reserve, increasing those interest rates by a 0.5%. So definitely something we will continue to follow throughout the day. It is 9:30 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. And again, thank you for joining us. Here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at the stock board there, ending the week down. As we first reported to you yesterday, stocks tanking quite a bit, something we will continue to follow as we deal with inflation, increasing interest rates, and the economic impact of the ongoing war in Ukraine. Also, the U.S. Senate is expected to vote on codifying Roe v. Wade next week, following that historic bombshell leak of a Supreme Court draft opinion, which shows a majority of the Supreme Court justices want to overturn Roe v. Wade, which essentially legalized abortion nationwide. So another story we will continue following. First Lady Jill Biden touching down in Europe to visit with U.S. troops, humanitarian aid workers, and Ukrainian refugees as well. She'll spend the next 5 days there and also be spending her Mother's Day with Ukrainian women and children who fled their country. And on that very same topic, it is day 72 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency says at least 5.7 million people have fled Ukraine since the war started back on February 24th. And it is the start of the WNBA season, and it is going to be starting and tipping off today without WNBA star Brittany Griner, who you see there on your screen. She is being wrongfully detained in Russia. Griner, who plays for the Phoenix Mercury, also plays in Russia during the offseason, but she has been detained in Russia since February. She's being detained there after customs officials say Griner had an illegal oil in her luggage derived from marijuana at an airport in Moscow last month, actually a few months ago, back in February. If convicted, that crime carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. If you didn't know, Griner is essentially the WNBA's version of LeBron James, so a huge, huge deal in the basketball world. Another story we will continue to keep an eye on. And also, the U.S. Labor Department says the U.S. has added 428,000 new jobs in April alone. Employment, though, remaining steady at 3.6%. And we do want to stick on that very same topic. One day after Federal Chair Jerome Powell announced interest rate hikes, the stock market took a nosedive. A number of investors and economists believe that inflation is still a persistent threat to the U.S. economy. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
Stocks took a nosedive Thursday. The Dow and the S&P both falling more than 3%, just one day after posting their biggest gains in 2 years.
It didn't feel panicky to me like they were throwing it out the window yet. And I hate to say that, so I do think there's going to be further downside pressure because rates are going to go up.
The sell-off reflecting investors' fears the Federal Reserve's 0.5 percentage point interest rate hike might not be able to cool inflation.
Jerome Powell, he got way behind on inflation starting last year, which is why we're in this spot.
The White House also refusing to say whether a recession is avoidable.
Can you tell the American people that we're not headed for a recession?
You can never rule anything out, so that's not really a relevant question.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are taking action to try and ease supply chain snarls that have driven up costs. The Senate beginning formal talks on a bill that will allot $52 billion for semiconductor chip production, as a shortage of chips used in computers, cars, and smartphones threatens several industries. But some say Congress needs to do more.
I've got a bill that I'd like to get passed that would suspend the gas tax for the remainder of this year. It doesn't bring it down substantially, but it does do something.
Investors are now eyeing the April jobs report due out Friday, which they will consider as the first hard evidence on whether the economy is slowing down. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And as we mentioned, that U.S. job report from the U.S. Department of Labor was released this morning about an hour or so ago. The U.S. adding 428,000 jobs in April. And those Federal Reserve hikes, the Federal Reserve hiking interest rates as we initially reported, and you're going to feel it in a few key purchases that you make. The Fed hiked its benchmark rates a full 0.5 percentage point to try and cool off inflation by lowering demand, but many consumers will still feel effects in several areas. We're talking higher mortgage rates coupled with lower available homes, which may discourage purchases. Mortgage rates are up 2 percentage points since the year began, definitely impacting people trying to buy homes. Car loan rates will also rise, especially for people who have low credit ratings, jumping their monthly payments. Rates on credit cards will also hike, leaving some to look for low-rate credit cards. But as you heard from Dan Ricardo, probably not the best idea at this very moment. And we want to take you out to the Sunshine State. It does look as though we have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis currently speaking right now in Ocala, which is at Central Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in to see what he has to say.
Is 8.5% increase. That is
completely understating what it is for the average American family, because most of the stuff that they count that is not as significant isn't significant to your daily lives. The things that are significant to your daily lives, like fuel, like groceries, utilities, all these things, they're much higher than 8.5% increases. And so that's where we find ourselves having to fight, I think really a federally induced inflationary spiral. We'll see. The U.S. did report pretty decent job numbers today, but you actually have in Florida, we've got a lot of positions that are unfilled. And so whatever our jobs are, we have the ability to hire more people. So we'll see kind of how that shakes out. But we had a very poor growth, GDP growth number most recently. We'll see how that shakes out. But you have the inflation. Now you have the Fed's going to keep raising interest rates, and it's going to slow down the economy. So there's just a lot of storms on the horizon when you look at what the federal government's done. Now the good news is in Florida, and I hope none of that happens, but it's prudent for us to be planning to be able to handle this if it happens. You remember 2008-9 when you had the downturn. I mean, Florida really got knocked on its knees. You had massive budget holes. I mean, it was a real big problem. In Florida now, if you have a Biden-induced recession, which again, I hope that doesn't happen, but if you do, and we end up having a different revenue forecast, I don't need to change anything. The only thing I need to do, grab some money here from the rainy day fund, plug it in, and we just keep going. Like, we're not going to miss a beat. So that's really what you're supposed to be doing. But we also wanted to figure out what could we do to make an impact to help mitigate the harm that's been caused by this inflationary spiral. And so today I'm going to sign into law HB 7071. This is actually the largest tax relief in the history of the state of Florida, $1.2 billion tax relief package. And now, we're proud we don't have an income tax, but if you had an income tax, you just cut the tax rate. So you got to figure out ways in Florida, what can you do for tax relief? Given, thankfully, we have no income tax, how do you do it to make a difference? So the legislature put together a number of proposals and ended up putting in a really significant thing. So the tax relief you're going to see are going to see breaks for really critical needs like gas, diapers, disaster supplies, tools for skilled trades, recreational activities, you name it. And so families are going to be able to save for things that really matter for them. So we're doing diaper, clothes, and shoes for babies and toddlers will be tax-free for 1 year beginning July 1st, 2022. Children's books will be tax-free for 3 months starting May 14th, and that'll go through August 14th, leading right into the school year. So you have an opportunity to save. And then 14-day back-to-school tax holiday will run from July 25th through August 7th. We're doing $200 million in gas tax holiday, so that'll reduce the fuel tax on October 1st by about 25 cents a gallon. You look at the fuel, and I mean, I've not seen it under $4 for a long time. I'm seeing $4.20, $4.30 very consistently. Actually, in other parts of the country, they're over $5. Part of it, they have higher gas taxes than we do. But, you've not seen any real relief. And to say you're just going to take some from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that's a political stunt. That is not going to make up for all the lack of production and everything that the administration has done to try to stop us producing our own energy. And we were energy independent prior to January of 2021. And so we need to get back with that. The thing is there's certain things when you have inflation that you can maybe dial back. Certain entertainment, whatever. People can make decisions with their family budgets. You really can't just not get around to your job. So, you got to fill up your gas tank. You really, these are things that particularly for people that are commuting to work. And so what I think the DC should be doing is they should be unleashing American energy right now because it would make a difference, and we got to do it. We pride ourselves on being prepared for disasters like hurricanes. You know, we pray we don't get hit with the big one, but you got to prepare and you got to be ready. And so our annual 14-day disaster preparedness tax holiday will run from May 28th through June 10th. So any supplies you need to be able to make sure you have what you need in the event that we do have a significant weather event during hurricane season, you're going to be able to do that tax-free. They're also adding, we understand that, yes, having like a generator, having the flashlights, or all the different things that you would need as part of a hurricane preparedness kit is important, but we also want to give people incentive to be able to make improvements on their own property and their own home. So actually, this bill is going to do a 2-year tax holiday for impact-resistant windows, doors, and garage doors, and that starts July 1st. And so if you want to fortify your property, you're going to be able to do that tax-free. And, you know, some of those things, it's not like you can fortify the property for $50. You know, this is a significant investment, and so the savings will be meaningful, and we encourage Floridians to take advantage of that. We want to help. One of the things we've done in Florida is say, you know, we're proud of our public university system. We don't let them raise tuition. Because I think it's outrageous how high tuition is in many parts of the country. So you can be a Florida resident, get a Bright Future Scholarship, go to these state universities, and you're not going to have to go $100,000 in debt. We think that's very important, so we're proud of that. But we also know that a 4-year university is not the only way you can be successful. And if you look at the demand right now in our economy for skilled trades, people that have the ability, I mean, Walmart, they just announced they're doing $110,000 for starting salary for new truck drivers. You have a lot of companies in Florida for truck driving. They'll give you a $15,000 signing bonus right off the top. You look at the demand for welding and HVAC and electrical, it's never been higher. These are folks that are going to be able to go really right out of high school if they have the certification, and they can start making a very good living. And the thing is, in a growing state, you have opportunities. If you're in electrical, you can start your own company. It gives pathways for entrepreneurship. And, you know, a lot of the younger generation don't really know how to fix things like some of the older generation did. I mean, you know, you go back, like my grandparents, they would fix everything around the house themselves. Now, you know, if you have electrical HVAC problem, most people call in. So this just gives more opportunities. And so, you know, we're supportive of that. We've done a lot on vocational education, but what we thought we would be able to do, and this will help people working around their house too, but we did the first time ever 7-day sales tax holiday for tools and home improvement items. So things like power tools, workbooks, work boots, and toolboxes. And so this tax holiday will run from September 3rd to September 9th. So again, if you need stuff around your house, fine, but these folks who are making a living on that are going to be able to save, particularly as they have to buy more and more supplies. We also want to make sure people are able to be energy efficient. So there's going to be a 1-year tax holiday for Energy Star appliances running from July 1st of 2022 all the way till June 30th of next year. So I think that'll be meaningful. And for the second straight year, we are going to have a 7-day tax holiday for what we're calling Freedom Week. It will run from July 1st through July 7th, and it will be tax-free for boating, camping, fishing, outdoor, and sports equipment so that families can afford a fun summer. So we're going to continue to do this. If you want to look to see when these holidays are, you go to floridarevenue.com/sales tax holidays. Again, floridarevenue.com/sales tax holidays. I wanted to be able to give the opportunity for the First Lady, where is she at, to be able to come up. There we go. Now, just so you know, the diaper holiday was the legislator's idea. I wasn't doing it for self-interest, but we are going to be able to take advantage of that in our family. So.
And I would say with Wilton Simpson, this was about 2.5 years a little late, because we have 2.5, I would say we have 1 child in diapers now, but 2.5 years ago, we had 2.5 kids in diapers. This is Mamie's first press conference. She's very excited. I will say this, though. Next time we do a press conference, we're not going to do it next to a playground.
All right. Madison, you want to say anything? Huh?
She's out of diapers. It doesn't apply to her.
You don't do the diapers.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, again, when you have prices going up, there's certain things you can cut back on. You got to do the diapers. There's really no way around that, and so I think that'll be helpful for a lot of our families throughout the state of Florida. So, okay, well, we're going to be able to hear from some other folks right now, and so we're going to start with Senator Simpson, and then we'll hear from Secretary Harris, and then we'll hear from Kylie Park.
Thank you, and how about America's governor, Ron DeSantis? Yeah.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we did just hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announcing that he is signing a massive tax relief package, $1.2 billion tax relief package that includes a series of sales tax holidays and exemption periods for Floridians who are struggling to make ends meet. Florida Governor DeSantis saying that this is essentially his way of trying to help families with everything that is going on with the economy, inflation, high gas prices as well. And we do want to show you exactly where you can find out a little bit more about those tax relief items that he was talking about. If you go to this website, it's called floridarevenue.com. You'll be able to sort of scroll through and see what exactly will be exempt from tax. It includes children books for a month period, also some Energy Star appliances, diapers and clothing, home gardening tools, fuel, a lot of different things in the state of Florida. So if you want to learn a little bit more about that, you can always go to that website to see when you'll be able to buy those books, diapers, clothing, back to school items tax-free in the state of Florida. In the meantime, it is about 9:52 here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. And we do want to take you live out to this feed that we have right now. We do know that the United Nations Security Council on the war in Ukraine. We'll be, of course, discussing the war in Ukraine coming up in just a little bit. We, of course, will be sure to bring that feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as we get it. Another top story we are following today, First Lady Jill Biden is in Europe. She'll be spending the next 5 days meeting with Ukrainian refugees, women and children, also meeting with our U.S. troops who are there helping our NATO allies in Eastern Europe as this war in Ukraine now goes on day 72. We are expecting some live feeds from Europe, where the First Lady, again, will not only be meeting with U.S. troops and refugees, but she will also be meeting with teachers and humanitarian aid workers who are helping sort of process all of the refugees who have fled Ukraine, about 5.7 million of them who have fled Ukraine since the war started back on February 24th. Also, we of course can't forget the economy. You're taking a look at the stock board, ending the week trending down again at this very moment, as you can see, down about 463 points. Just about 26 minutes after opening. So it does appear as though this trend is going to last throughout the day. We, of course, will keep on dipping in and out to show you what stocks are looking like throughout the day. And before the break, we did bring you live out to Ocala, Florida, where we do have Governor Ron DeSantis. This is not him, but he is at a rally and press conference right now in Central Florida. There he is, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, moments ago, just signing into law a massive $1.2 billion tax relief package for Floridians. This tax relief package is going to include a series of sort of tax breaks for people, temporary tax breaks. The governor described them as tax holidays. So at some points throughout the year, specifically for the month of October, there is going to be a tax break on gas here in the Sunshine State. That's going to be happening on October 1st. And also, diapers and clothing will be tax-free from July 1st through June 30th of 2023. So definitely some interesting news coming out of the Sunshine State. Again, this is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is currently blocked by that man trying to take a photo. The camera's a little shaky, so apologies for that. But again, we did want to bring you this feed coming in from Florida, where we do know a lot of Floridians are going to be getting some tax breaks over the next year or so. And speaking with economy news, we do want to get to a story by our own Madeline Rivera. Fox News is Madeline Rivera, who is giving us an update on one day after the federal chair, Jerome Powell, announced interest rate hikes. The stock market took a nosedive, as you just saw in the stock board, which we are going to bring up for you again right there on the screen. So let's go ahead and listen in to Madeline's package.
Stocks took a nosedive Thursday. The Dow and the S&P both falling more than 3%, just one day after posting their biggest gains in 2 years.
It didn't feel panicky to me, like they were throwing it out the window yet. And I hate to say that, so I do think there's going to be further downside pressure because rates are going to go up.
The sell-off reflecting investors' fears the Federal Reserve's 0.5 percentage point interest rate hike might not be able to cool inflation.
Jerome Powell, he got way behind on inflation starting last year, which is why we're in this spot.
The White House also refusing to say whether a recession is avoidable.
Can you tell the American people that we're not headed for a recession?
You can never rule anything out, so that's not really a relevant question.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are taking action to try and ease supply chain snarls that have driven up costs. The Senate beginning formal talks on a bill that will allot $52 billion for semiconductor chip production, as a shortage of chips used in computers, cars, and smartphones threatens several industries. But some say Congress needs to do more.
I've got a bill that I'd like to get passed that would suspend the gas tax for the remainder of this year. It doesn't bring it down substantially, but it does do something.
investors are now eyeing the April jobs report due out Friday, which they will consider as the first hard evidence on whether the economy is slowing down. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to a briefing from the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, holding a briefing with the Latvian counterpart and Lithuanian counterpart as well about the ongoing war in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen.
Звичайно, ми повністю підтримуємо отримання Україною статусу кандидата на вступ до Європейського Союзу. І ми хотіли б з вас ту велику роботу, яка була пророблена по заповненню анкети ЄС. Ми продовжуємо підтримувати Україну.
Translation for that, so apologies again. This feed coming into our desk, sometimes they have English translations, sometimes they do not. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
You want, but it's not the responsibility of Florida citizens to subsidize your corporate speech. And so the legislature did the first kind of first act of this with saying, you know what? The special government, we're not going to let that happen with one company having their own government. So what I can tell you for sure is, we already are working on what we need to do for this and some other of these districts. But at the end of the day, Disney is not going to have its own government in Florida. Disney is going to have to live under the same laws that everybody else lives under in Florida. Disney will pay its fair share of taxes, and Disney is going to be responsible for all the debt it has racked up. That will happen. So anyone that tells you differently is not being honest about it. So we look forward to be able to outline those proposals in the coming weeks and months. And at the end of the day, we've got a lot of momentum, a lot of great stuff happening in the state. But I think we've done more than any other state to step up against the Biden inflation headwinds, to give relief to our citizens, and we're going to keep on doing that. So thank you all. God bless everybody. We'll see you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis making some announcements there regarding a tax relief package there totaling $1.2 billion that will be happening through several months of this year for Floridians. You're watching Live Now from Fox, really trying to cushion this inflation that we are seeing so bad right now. And just take a look here at the markets here. We are seeing another bloodbath when it concerns stocks right now. Another huge sell-off day continues. When will it end? In just a little bit, we will be getting some analysis from Fox Business's Jerry Willis, breaking it all down for us here in the next 10 minutes. But we have another day. It's not best to look at your 401k. It is a good idea, though, if you have that liquidity. We heard from analysis yesterday. If you have the liquidity, if you have some cash in your brokerage account, now would be the time to start picking up some of these big name companies that are on heavy discount right now. We're talking 10 to 15% from highs just about a couple of weeks ago on some of them. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on all of that for you in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. So when we come back, everyone, you know, it's we all know this in life. It's either sunshine or it's pouring in your life. And some people, well, they have all the luck here. We are going to break down all of the top stories here, including maybe one of the biggest diamonds that you will see in just a little bit here. Live look right now at the Statue of Liberty as we continue to roll on this Friday edition of Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back here with you in 2 minutes here. And in other top stories, we'll take you out to the splashdown in early morning for the SpaceX Crew 3 coming back down to Earth here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks again for being in the mix here with us today. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you always joining us here worldwide, giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country, everyone. And we continue to bring you really the top from across the country as employers today added 428,000 jobs in April. That is the latest report there as the economy continued to create more jobs last month, and job growth was even stronger than forecast as the Labor Department says there were 428,000 new jobs created in April, and the unemployment rate remained at 3.6%. Though the number of people in the workforce, the labor force participation rate was disappointing at 62.2%. They're still below pre-pandemic levels right there. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that for you. Like I mentioned, everybody, in just a little bit, we will be going out to Fox Business and get an update on what we are seeing here for the wild week of stocks. It was really a bad one as we saw massive sell-offs yesterday, 1,000+ points down, and then today already down 400 points We're not even an hour into the day of trading there. So stay right here with us, everyone. Live now from Fox. I'll be back in just another 2 minutes as we get you ready for Fox Business's Jerry Willis.
Praying and will continue to do so. I know that the ambassador from the Ukraine is joining us this morning, and I know that we all hold the people of Ukraine close in our hearts and in our prayers as we all pray for peace. Unfortunately, our bishop, Mary Ann Buddy, is sick and not able to be with us today, but she sends her warm greetings and blessings to all of you. And I've been asked to offer a prayer for us this morning, and I can think of one that is no better than the All Hallows Guild prayer. So please join me in prayer. O God our Father, who hast wonderfully blessed us with thy gifts of the flowers of the field and garden, the trees of the wood, and the birds of the air, vouchsafe, we beseech thee, the aid and guidance of thy Holy Spirit to All Hallows Guild and all of its members. And grant that by their labors this cathedral close may become more and more a haven of peace and refreshment, a revelation of thy beauty, and a gateway of paradise through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And now it's my privilege to invite.
In just a little bit, we'll take you back out to the D.C. area there, as there's a special prayer in remembrance there for the Ukraine war there that continues on day 70 plus right now. And we'll have much more details coming up in just a little bit, including the UN Security Council that is going to be happening here in just a little bit. You can see it starting up right now. So we will be going to that in moments as well. But when we come back here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox, we're going to get the latest there on the bloodbath that has been this week for stocks. We're seeing the Dow right down more than 350 points there in the red, following a day there that was really, really bad, not only for the Dow, but the NASDAQ clipping off 5% yesterday. So we'll have the very latest from Fox Business coming up in just 2 minutes, everyone, here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As you're taking a look here at the Dow as it's creeping there, almost 400 points there in the red. We'll be continuing to take a look at it. But, yeah, what a week this has been for the stocks. An absolute bloodbath, especially coming off yesterday's a big drop there in the Dow. NASDAQ had an even worse day there as well when we're talking about percentage points. So what is going on here as this inflation continues to be the main topic here, and investors not liking what they are seeing right now? So let's go out to Fox Business's Jerry Willis with the latest breakdown. Jerry, how you doing?
I'm good, Mike. Good to talk to you. And you've got it absolutely right. This is all about inflation and the Federal Reserve. Yesterday, the Federal Reserve saying they were going to hike interest rates, on Wednesday, hike interest rates 50 basis points. That wasn't enough for Wall Street, which wants to see a 3/4 rate hike. They want a more intense reaction to what's going on, which is the highest inflation in 40 years, up 8.5% in the most recent monthly report on inflation. And you're seeing, look, we had a terrific employment report this morning. New jobs added, more than 400,000. That marks the 12th consecutive month that we've had employment expansion along that level. So you had a great employment report. The markets went up, just got in the green, and then fell again handily. And it's because of this issue of inflation, because I have to tell you, every trader I know, every institutional investor that I talk to, they're all saying the same thing. We have to get rid of this inflation, and that's going to take dramatic action from the Fed.
And Jerry, how come if investors and really the market wants to see a more drastic action from the Fed, why are we seeing Jerome Powell kind of tiptoeing and just doing these basis points, but not the big one that we need?
Well, I have to tell you, 50 basis points ain't nothing. It's been 22 years since we had a rate hike of that size, right? So some people would say, hey, that's pretty decent out there. But the reality is we haven't seen an inflation spike of this sort in my lifetime, this rapidly. This is sort of unknown territory, and that's another thing that's causing concern for Wall Street. They can't see a road ahead to less inflation. They don't know what's around the corner. It's hard to invest when you don't know what the road is going to be like, what the outlook is. So lots of concerns, worries among those people. We lived in a world with record low interest rates for literally years. And in that kind of scenario, you can really plan forward. You can really look ahead. You can borrow money. You don't have to worry about paying it back. It's cheap money out there. But this is really different what's going on right now with inflation spiking. And it looks like the Fed's going to add at least one, if not two, 50 basis points moves, and then possibly more after that. But I have to tell you, the single phrase that got Wall Street upset yesterday was when Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell said no 75 basis point increases, no 75 basis point interest rate hikes.
Yeah, that rattled it there, and we saw the nosedive that it took yesterday. Yeah. There, NASDAQ and Dow all really deep red. Jerry, last one here though. What about the ugly R word, recession? How is that being talked about right now, and how close are we from hitting that word here?
Well, we may already be in recession, right? We've already had 1 quarter of negative GDP. That's the broadest barometer of broad economic growth. And we could be in the middle of another quarter of negative GDP. We just don't know. And that is the definition, the classic definition of recession, 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. So for all we know, we're in it right now. I think what's more likely and what people are sort of betting on here is slow to no growth and high inflation, what the experts call stagflation. This was the 1970s all over again. And it's the worst of all worlds because at least with a recession, you know what your costs are and costs would be going down. With stagflation, your costs are still rising and there's no business. So it's a real squeeze, a real difficulty for people operating businesses, and even worse for people who are working, trying to make ends meet and trying to get along. Now, having said all of that, it is possible in this world that Jay Powell does what most Federal Reserve chairmen have been unable to do, which is squeezing, threading the needle, bringing down inflation with higher interest rates, and keeping the economy chugging along. That would be the best case scenario. And could it happen? Possibly. We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, we really, really will. And I know we just can't wait for next week here because, this week just wasn't too good for the stocks there. So, Jerry Willis, thanks for breaking it all down for us. And we appreciate your work on Fox Business. Thank you. And we got you covered, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we'll take you out to D.C. live happening. You got the mayor there speaking at a church there, honoring and doing a special prayer for Ukrainians. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox here as we take you out to D.C. right now, where the mayor will soon be talking about celebrating the opening of D.C.'s Flower Mart and then also talking about a special prayer for Ukrainians at Washington National Cathedral.
2 years of a very devastating pandemic. We are honored by so many of you from the diplomatic corps and embassies who've come to be with us today, and of course our profound gratitude to All Hallows Guild, who sponsored Flower Mart and were created in 1916 to keep the grounds of these 55+ acres beautiful, inviting, restorative, contemplative for all who come our way. And they do such an extraordinary job. I hope at the very beginning you'll join me in thanking them for all that they do on our behalf. As someone who offices just around the corner, I can tell you that over the past 2 years, people have streamed onto these beloved acres from near and far, seeking solace and inspiration and a place to be, not only during the pandemic, but certainly in our troubled times, of which we are all way too familiar. It's such a privilege to have our diplomatic representatives here. And I know that there are many things that we hold on our hearts this morning. I'd have to first and foremost pray for some sunshine The members of All Hallows Guild have worked incredibly hard for months and months to offer this, but I have no sway on weather. But nevertheless, I've been praying and will continue to do so. I know that the ambassador from the Ukraine is joining us this morning, and I know that we all hold the people of Ukraine close in our hearts and in our prayers as we all pray for peace. Unfortunately, our bishop, Marianne Buddy, is sick and not able to be with us today, but she sends her warm greetings and blessings to all of you. And I've been asked to offer a prayer for us this morning, and I can think of one that is no better than the All Hallows Guild prayer. So please join me in prayer. O God, our Father, who hast wonderfully blessed us with thy gifts of the flowers of the field and garden, the trees of the wood, and the birds of the air, vouchsafe, we beseech thee, the aid and guidance of thy Holy Spirit to All Hallows Guild and all of its members. And grant that by their labors this cathedral close may become more and more a haven of peace and refreshment, a revelation of thy beauty, and a gateway of paradise through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And now it's my privilege to invite our Flower Mart chairs, co-chairs, to continue with this beautiful program, and of course we owe them a great debt of gratitude as well. Thank you all so much for being here.
Good morning. I'd like to say that this year's Flower Mart is more than just All Hallows Guild's biggest fundraising event of the year for the upkeep of the gardens and grounds of the National Cathedral. It is a celebration of the grounds that remain open to all when both the public and private institutions around the nation had to close its doors. It is also a celebration of the public who gave meaning and purpose to these grounds as a haven of peace, but had to do so physically distant from one another. And this celebration is only complete because we can be together now, whether masked or not, and enjoy each other's company with a little less fear and with a lot more appreciation. Thank you, everyone, for choosing to stay and be with us here today. The more, the merrier has never been more appropriate. Thank you, leaders and volunteers of the Flower Mart, for the countless hours of dedicated service that made this gathering possible. Thank you to Bishop Buddy and Reverend Cope for hosting us this morning. And I also want to thank Father Zorzos for being our loving neighbor. And finally, thank you, delegates. And we want to thank the embassies of Thailand, Armenia, Japan, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Australia, France, Great Britain, Colombia, Ecuador, and Ukraine, and Philippines, and the economic offices of Taipei and Hong Kong for your generous support of being here in person, and also for the beautiful floral arrangements that now we all get to enjoy. These flowers are indeed a reminder of the beauty of being together when we work hard together. So it's easy enough for me to say that there is enough brightness in this place amongst us, even though we lack the sunshine outside that we've been so fervently praying for this past week. And lastly, I want to relate Mrs. Rosalind Carter, our honorary co-chairs, wish for you all the best.
Good
morning. My name is Christina Gregorian, and on behalf of the All Hallows Guild, welcome to Flower Mart 2022. Nicole and I feel so incredibly fortunate to have all of you with us this morning to celebrate what has truly been a monumental undertaking. Our community needs Flower Mart now more than it ever has. The last 2 years have brought illness, fear, and for some, profound sorrow. Today, however, is different because today we celebrate. Of course, we celebrate the gardens and grounds and what this space has meant to so many during 2 years of uncertainty. But we celebrate more than that. It's also time to rejoice in the sense of community that the pandemic deprived us of. We come together this morning unified in our common belief that our collective work is much more valuable than that which we attempt to accomplish individually. From our perspective, it's time. It's time to smell the delicacies of the food vendors, time to buy treasures from our gift vendors and craftsmen, and time to hear the glorious peal of children's laughter as they play the games and enjoy the rides that are set up to maximize their merriment. As Flower Mart chairs, we extend our warm welcome to you on behalf of a truly dedicated army of volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this happen. These women and men have spent the last 12 months planning, collaborating, and designing what I truly believe to be the most needed Flower Mart yet. Nicole and I would also like to thank our very generous corporate sponsors who helped to make this event happen. That includes Gallers, Eagle Eye Tutoring, Communikids, Sarah Stone, Sibley Hospital, Giant Food, Long and Foster, Bawa Design, PNC Bank, Dr. Jill Bruno, TTR Sotheby's Michael Rankin, McHale Landscaping, Bazzuto City Ridge, Zanzinger, Lydia Benson, Perez Dentistry, Washington Fine Properties, Open City, Anthony Wilder Design, and the Washington Nationals. Thank you all, and welcome to Flower Mart. And now we'd like to introduce Mayor Muriel Bowser, who is our very special guest helping us open Flower Mart 2022.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. It is very good to be here in person, to see you after a couple of years apart, and to be at our beautiful National Cathedral. As I sat here, I reminded myself that I should never get too accustomed to the wonder of this place. That we should always take a moment and appreciate, as Washingtonians, this beautiful cathedral, not only for its grandeur, but also because it's in our backyard. And we are so grateful that the cathedral and the guild has worked very hard to make sure that the four walls of the cathedral are open to neighbors, the beauty, the solace, the peace that can be found here. We have had the privilege the last several weeks of attending fantastic events celebrating coming together again and reopening our city. Last week we were in Georgetown at the beautiful C&O Canal. We were also just at Union Market celebrating new spaces and celebrating tourists coming back to Washington, D.C. Just yesterday, I was in the downtown with Secretary Clinton, celebrating the new Vital Voices Global Village headquarters for women's leadership, and today we can be here together. I am grateful for the leadership of Bishop Buddy. I'm grateful for her support throughout this pandemic. Not just the pandemic, but all of the trauma that Washingtonians and our nation have been through. It was a blessing to come in and hear our national anthem and recognize that we together, locking arms, are on our way to a comeback. I am also grateful that the celebration of the Flower Mart is a tradition that Washingtonians near and far come to celebrate, and people visiting our city come to celebrate. So on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you, and I want to say I do hope that we see sunshine, but whatever the weather brings, we will be here together to celebrate. God bless you all.
Everybody, we will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. That is the Flower Mart there in D.C. After a 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic, it is back this weekend. Get special flowers for your loved one or your mom there as we are celebrating Mother's Day this weekend. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
Introduce the All Hallows Guild President, Sarah Brown.
And our past president, DDP Tri. And currently the president of the National Olmsted Park Foundation.
Welcome, everyone. I'm so delighted to see you here. Since its founding in 1916, 106 years ago, by Florence Brown Brattenall, the mission of All Hallows Guild has remained unchanged. It is to provide for the care, preservation, and beautification of the cathedral close. Keeping in mind the vision and plans of Bishop Satterlee, the first Bishop of Washington, Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., the cathedral landscape architect, and Florence Bratton, the cathedral landscape designer and a woman from 1928 to 1936. Currently, the Guild has approximately 400 members, led by a board of over 40. We strive through the Flower Mart and other volunteer efforts throughout the year to create and maintain for this great national church a landscape setting of stability, permanence, and dignity, a haven of peace in the midst of Washington, a paradise garden nurtured by those who love it and hope it refreshes the spirit of generations to come. We in the All Hallows Guild and all of the attendees here at Flower Mart thank our international embassy partners in the floral displays. It is a blend of your knowledge of art and floristry, creating living sculptures around the cathedral out of flowers, demonstrating the significance of flowers and floral arrangements in diplomacy by honoring the history and showing respect for the history of your countries. These displays are nature's messages, diplomatically sharing your heritage with all Flower Mart visitors. Thank you so much for your participation. Now I would like to introduce Dee Dee Petri, who is a former president of All Hallows Guild and currently the head of the National Association of Olmsted Parks. Dee Dee is no stranger to the cathedral close. She served as president from 2004 to 2006 of the Guild, and before that was chair of the Garden Committee, which is a huge endeavor. She launched and chaired the Olmsted Woods Restoration, a decade-long $3 million revitalization of the 5 acres that are located at the south of the cathedral grounds. Realizing Olmsted Jr.'s vision for a woodland path and amphitheater on the cathedral closed grounds. She has been for 30 years an innovator and leader in the nonprofit community, including being the 42nd president of the Garden Club of America. And now in her current role as head of the National Association of Olmsted Parks, she is going to share with us the link between Frederick Law Olmsted and Olmsted Jr. and the cathedral close. Thank you very much. Dee Dee, come and tell us.
Well, good morning, everyone. 2022 is a very special year for so many reasons, but one of them is that it is the 200th anniversary of the visionary social reformer and landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted, who was born in 1822. All Hallows Guild and the Washington National Cathedral are part of hundreds of organizations around the country who are celebrating the Olmsted bicentennial, known as Olmsted 200, throughout this year. And I think, as we've heard, in the face of the pandemic, I think we've all been deeply grateful for these parks and landscapes that have been left to us by Frederick Law Olmsted and the Olmsted firm, which worked for over 100 years through various firms and have produced more than 6,000 projects across the country from coast to coast. Olmsted Sr. was the first landscape architect for the Capitol grounds and was involved here in Washington, D.C. for many years. He also headed up the U.S. Sanitary Commission during the Civil War and was responsible for overseeing the health and well-being of Union soldiers during that time. We probably know him best for Central Park, but he did hundreds of parks and recreation areas, including Prospect Park, parks in Louisville, parks in Rochester, parks in Buffalo, all all across the country. And as you have heard, his worthy successor is none other than Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., his son, who was the landscape architect here at the cathedral from 1907 to 1928. So when you go out in the beautiful sunshine this afternoon, you can participate in these wonderful grounds that were designed by Olmsted Jr. He was also instrumental in creating the Macmillan Plan, which designed the U.S. Capitol that we know today. So I want to just encourage all of you, rain or shine, to enjoy these beautiful grounds and to thank All Hallows Guild and the Cathedral ground staff for its stewardship of these spaces. I urge you to visit the exhibit, which you can see right over here on this side of the cathedral. This was made possible by the Oak Spring Garden Foundation, and it will give you an introduction in 23 panels to the life and work of Frederick Law Olmsted and the Olmsted firm. Today and tomorrow at 12 noon, you will be able to hear the Washington debut of Inspired by Olmsted, Carillon compositions that have been written this year to honor Frederick Law Olmsted. And I hope you will take advantage of a wonderful new coloring book that has been put out by All Hallows Guild about the Olmsted Woods, yes, named after Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., that is available in the All Hallows Guild booth. Last but not least, I urge you to go to the Olmsted 200 website, olmsted200.org, where you can find a national calendar that will invite you to events and activities, tours and conferences throughout 2022 across the country. So again, thank you to All Hallows Guild for making Flower Mart possible, and thank you to the Olmsted family for creating these beautiful spaces.
We'll line up over there, and then we'll cut the ribbons together. Anyone need scissors? All right. Wherever scissors. Nicole. This is fun.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back here, we are going to go out to New York's Times Square.
And then we're going to have a real problem.
We do have the mayor there taking some questions. First, we will show you the event that just took place. It's talking about redevelopment of the iconic Times Square. Live Now from Fox, coming up in just 2 minutes. And just like that, everybody, we are back here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you top stories, headlines, breaking news coverage, all in the mix here, right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here on this Friday edition as we continue to roll on. Let's go out to New York's famed Times Square as city leaders there talking about redevelopment plans to bring in even more tourists to one of the most iconic spots in New York City.
The Times Square Alliance. We're here today to announce the redevelopment of the iconic One Times Square that will bring experiential art, experiential retail, and New Year's Eve to Times Square 365 days a year. Times Square has welcomed more than 2 million visitors each week for the last 7 consecutive weeks. We have a lot planned for Times Square in the coming months. In addition to Broadway, public art, small-scale performances, and people watching, visitors will now be able to witness the transformation of One Times Square. We applaud the vision of Michael Phillips and Sherry White from Jamestown and their faith in Times Square's future. Now let's give a real round of applause for Michael Phillips, president of Jamestown.
Thank you. I want to thank Mayor Adams, Representative Nadler, Councilman Botcher, Commissioner Rodriguez, the MTA Construction and Development President, Jamie Torres Springer, Times Square Alliance President, Tom Harris, who's been an unfailing supporter of ours, and everyone else gathered here and in the metaverse for this announcement today. This has truly been an old-fashioned barn raising that only an alliance between the local officials, the city, the agencies, the state could pull off something like this for the benefit of the city and moving forward in the future. We're really grateful to have this team together. This has been 5 years in the making. It's repositioning a physical building at the intersection of the digital and physical environment moving forward. Times Square has been the backdrop, both nationally in the U.S., but internationally for every major event that's played out in the last 120 years. And the idea that now we can take something that 100 years ago with the ticker tape was a novel thing and turn it into an interactive communications platform that can bring the 120 million people that go through Times Square a year, or the 300 million eyes that are on One Times Square at New Year's every year, into an interactive dialogue is truly astounding. So with that, I want to give you a little bit of taste with a video, and then hand it over to the mayor. So roll the video. Very much. What a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, the congressman, the senator, the entire team here, we know the importance of this place, and there were several other major events that have taken place here, particularly on January 1st when I was sworn in to become the mayor. You know, let's not forget that. And you know, I was in Los Angeles the other day. I was in Chicago a couple of weeks ago. I was in Miami. We're going to span the globe and let people know how good this product is called New York City. You know, for far too long, we have not really appreciated this product and what Times Square means to all of us, and how this is the center of the universe for America. And when the lights are on Broadway and Times Square, the lights are on in America. And the comeback of America starts here in this square for these times. I'm so proud to be here with this group and welcome One Times Square, this $500 million investment. $500 million investment. There's no better way to say we believe this is something that those of yesteryears, over 118 years ago, this location was for the New York Times building, not access to the public. Now it's access to the public. It's a place we witnessed the ball drop over and over again. The museum that is going to be here to chronicleize our history, to show how we got here in the first place. Way back in 1907, when the decision was made to have this great experience of having a New Year's Eve celebration here. That famous picture of watching the sailor kiss a person here. I think that's when we started kissing someone on New Year's Eve. But it is here. All of these memories, year after year, millions of people coming here to bring in the new year, to see the ball drop. This is going to be a modernizing of the building, making it more accessible, providing different opportunities for people to enjoy Times Square, and it is really an iconic location where you come to celebrate, and the energy, the excitement, the experience. When I was a police officer, this was part of my footprint, and you would come here and see people from all over the world enjoy Times Square and all the excitement. Watching Mickey and Donald Duck fight for each other for a tourist, that is just part of New York. You know, that's part of New York, of all the experience that come with New York City. And so we want to remind the world that the heart of New York still beats, and it beats stronger than ever. That is what this city represents, and that's the message we want to get out. I don't know what has happened that we've become such a boring place. This is the foundation of excitement, and COVID is not going to stop us. Crises won't stop us. We're not going to be defined by those obstacles we must knock down to show the resiliency of this great city. And so I just really want to thank you for this investment, Jamestown, the Times Square Alliance. No matter what happens in the city, they continue to move forward and forge forward. Let's get it done together. A safe, clean, affordable city to attract tourism back to the city, a multi-billion-dollar industry, and each time we invest in this area, we're investing in everyday New Yorkers. Congratulations. Let's have the party continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Adams, for all you have done for the city, for all you are going to do for the city. You always show up, step up, speak out. I'm keeping track. You're in Times Square more than most of our office workers. So our office workers need to step up and show up. At this time, I'd like to introduce Representative Jerry Nadler.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning. I'm happy to be here with everybody as we celebrate the kickoff of the redevelopment of One Times Square. Jamestown, the Times Square Alliance, and our local city government work hand in hand every year to put on a remarkable New Year's Eve event with One Times Square, home to the infamous ball drop. The eyes of the world may turn to Times Square on New Year's Eve, but all year round this is a bustling neighborhood in the center of our city. Times Square is iconic for so many reasons. It's the heart of the theater district, a booming economic engine powered by the many corporations based here, and a must-see spot for tourism. And it's a symbol of New York. Whenever anything happens, people look to Times Square. When that famous photo of that sailor kissing the nurse, it wasn't New Year's Eve. It was VJ Day, the celebration of the surrender of Japan in World War II. And where was the celebration? The celebrations all over the world, but where was the biggest celebration? The one that the world focused on? Right here in Times Square. So I'm pleased that Jamestown is investing in this building and this neighborhood. The $500 million redevelopment will transform a largely empty and inaccessible property into an alive and welcoming building for all who stop by. After what we as a city and globe have gone through in the last 2 years of the pandemic, I can't think of a better way to celebrate New York City being stronger than ever than a reimagined One Times Square. I can't wait to come back and see the finished building and perhaps even see the ball drop. So I thank everyone involved in this and wait to see you again.
Thank you very much, Representative Nadler. At this time, I'd like to introduce Executive Vice President of AECOM Tishman, Carla Schara.
Good morning. I want to thank Mayor Adams, Congressman Nadler, Tom Harris, and I especially want to thank Michael Phillips, Sherry White, and everyone at Jamestown. New York developers have always invested when times are tough. They have led the way out of recession. They were the leaders after September 11th's tragedy at the World Trade Center. And during this pandemic, whether at 1 Vanderbilt or 2 Manhattan West, they've continued to build and invest. And we've been with them every step of the way. Today here in Times Square, that tradition continues. Jamestown is investing in New York's future because they believe it's bright, and we are grateful to be a part of it. All of us at AECOM Tishman are excited to see this investment and vision. Standing in Times Square today, we look around and point to all the other projects that we have done, and some of which have begun at moments of transition and challenge. But the people who developed these great buildings never regretted it. And like today with Jamestown, we have always been proud to be part of it. For me as a woman in construction, I am especially honored to leave a mark on one of the city's most iconic landmarks. Construction employs tens of thousands of men and women in this city. We build the schools, the hospitals, the buildings, stadiums, airports, and housing that this city relies upon. Construction offers a path to the middle class, and it keeps the city moving forward. We can't stop building in New York. So thanks again, Jamestown, for continuing the tradition. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. A few acknowledgments. I'd like to acknowledge DOT Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez for all you do for Times Square, for New York City, and for this project. Borough Commissioner Ed Pinkar, State Senator Brad Hoylman, Fred Dixon, President of NYC and Company, Chris Haywood from NYC and Company, Councilmember Eric Botcher, and Jamie Torres Springer from the MTA. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we're going to gather for a photo op.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break here, and then we will hear from Mayor Eric Adams taking questions from the media.
Independence is independence. That's an independent board. I made it clear that we have to find the right position to look after those small property owners, which is they've been decimated by the increase in fuel, property taxes, so many other things. And at the same time, those New Yorkers who were hit hard with through COVID. That's why we're doing so much to put money in their pockets, from the lottery system to earn income tax credits. So that's the combination we need. Because if we lose those small property owners, you're going to have major developers come in, and then we're going to have a real problem. So that's the balance. Let this independent board do their job. And I have made it clear that 9% you were hearing about was just too extreme. We need to focus on finding the right balance. Now, there's a footnote that people should realize. I'm a small property owner. I never raised the rent of my tenants since they lived in my building. When they signed a lease, they signed a lease with me signing, I would never raise your rent as long as you're there. So we can show the compassion. At the same time, I understand what the families are going through on both ends of the spectrum.
But it's not quite an independent board because you appoint the members of that board. How do you kind of square that when you're saying you're independent of this entire process?
Well, when you appoint members of the board, that's your role to do. But the next thing you should do is get out of the way. And it is my job to put in the universe and state what I'm looking for and hope that the boards respond accordingly. I was very clear. We must find that balance of those small property owners and tenants who are suffering, not only dealing with their rent, but what my policies and my allocation of my budget has gone through to help everyday New Yorkers. That's an independent board. Yes, Marsha. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yes. No, we say that every day. I think that the reason we are here and we're not seeing drastic actions is because we've done an amazing job of telling people vaccines, boosters. When I was hit with COVID, it was just a tickle in my throat. I was still able to exercise, didn't have any breathing issues, no pain. And so we're very clear. And the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene is going to continue to go up on air, social media, communication in different languages. We're coming out with a major plan to do so. So the reason we are able to manage this, hospitalizations, deaths, people are diagnosing themselves because of the millions of tests we're giving people at home. They're diagnosing themselves. They're staying home when they find that they're positive. That has been our success. And so if we switch to the next level, then we would take those actions based on that, but we're not there yet.
We should be sounding the alarm before we given the doctor the numbers are going up. Secondly, are you afraid to do it because you want to get people back to work and you're worried about the workforce staying home?
No, there's a duality here that we are facing. Number one, we must make sure in a smart way based on the health team that we are giving the right calls of action, recommending people strongly indoors to wear masks, mask on our subway system. We did not abandon that. The governor and I have been on the same page. And at the same time, we have to get the economy up and operating. So we are doing a proper balance, but we would never put public safety in front of any other issue. Public safety is first, and making sure that people are safe. The numbers are at the place that we're managing it because of what we have done previously. And so I think we need to really commend New Yorkers for doing the right thing. And then we have the other tools. Those antiviral medicines are really helping us deliver at home, giving the test at home, making sure our schools are open. We are just doing it right. We can't control what this virus is doing, but we can control our response, and we're doing that. Yes, because yes, we are concerned. The question was, are we concerned about the numbers? Yes, we are. But Preparation, not panic. Preparation, not panic. We are prepared as a city, and we're not going to panic.
Hi, Mayor.
How are you?
Two-part question on schools. One, are you considering bringing masks back in K through 12? And how are you thinking about a vaccine mandate for public schools for the fall?
First, let's peel it back. The first, we're not there yet. Our medical team is advising us every morning, 8:30 a.m. They're up bright and shine to update us. When they do, we'll announce it. We're not there yet. Second, the mandate. I'm going to sit down with the medical team, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, Dr. Fassan. We're going to spend the next couple of weeks and look at that and make a determination. When we do, we'll roll it out and let everyone know.
Has your thinking changed at all? Last fall, you said that you supported a vaccine mandate for public schools once it had full FDA approval.
Yeah, no, my position has not changed at all. I'm the mayor now, and I have a Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. I'm going to bring my opinion to the table. They're going to bring their opinion to the table, and then we're going to make an ultimate decision.
I got two. Bernadette, hold on. We're going to call you when it's your turn, but I called up. I got two questions.
Michael, I think you said Bernadette or Michael. Who's okay? Okay.
Welcome back, Connor, from LA.
Thank you.
So first on LA.
Yes.
You got crime stats not where you want them. Your poll numbers took a little bit of a hit. Can you explain why you prioritized a trip out to Los Angeles? I guess there was some fundraising, as I understand, going on. When you've got all these kind of issues at home to deal with, can you kind of weigh that out for us?
Okay. First of all, the headline, your paper is unique with this headlines, but we ignore that. This is what I must do. I must do what other mayors are doing. They're coming to my city, in our city, encouraging businesses to go to their city. They're learning from our ideas. And if I'm going to sit home while other people are coming, taking our businesses, that's a big mistake. I'm going to crisscross the globe, and I'm going to show people our product. I need businesses here. We want to be the center of life sciences, cybersecurity, Bitcoin, blockchain. And then we must go and learn what other cities are doing. That is what we want to do. So I don't know, the poll I saw this morning that said 63% approval, that people approve my housing, approve my homeless plan, approve my gun safety plan. Polls go up and down. Those of you who followed me on the campaign, you heard three things: stay focused, no distractions, and grind. I am less than 6 months into my administration. And so throughout this 6 months, it's going to be a roller coaster. But at the end of it, we're going to turn the city around.
I got one more. So on small landlords, we're talking about the rent guidelines for you've raised that a couple of times. Do you think a different increase or different range should be applied to large landlords? I mean, small landlords are what you're concerned about. Large landlords have more means. I mean, should we apply a different standard to them?
And that's what this independent board should examine. We will continue to raise our voice to find the balance, but this independent board that is put in place to look at this, the rent guideline board, these are all the things they should take into account.
I have a second question, but I want to clarify your answer on the COVID question. When you said if we go to the next level, we'll do those measures, does that mean only if we go to the high risk? Or are you going to do the vaccine mandate in restaurants?
No, we're going to pivot. We're going to pivot and shift like COVID pivots and shift. Every morning we meet, and based on the outcome of our meetings, we'll make an announcement where we're going to go. If it stays at this level, we may pivot and shift and still do mandates. If we see an increase in hospitalization and deaths, that is alarming. We may shift. COVID pivots and shift, I'm going to pivot and shift. And so that question can be answered because no matter what happened, we're going to make the determination after we have our morning meetings.
Okay, and then I want to ask about the Delron Small case. The decision was made to allow the CCRB to proceed, which the union had objected to. Hoping you could just speak to the reasoning behind that decision, and also if you could speak to the meeting that you had in April with families of people who were killed by police, how that is informing, the balance you're trying to strike between, safety and accountability.
So let's peel it back in layers. First, let's deal with that one specific case. We have a CCRB for a reason. We thought that at this time, that case specifically should have found a full resolution within the CCRB. The police commissioner made that determination. I support her, and I commend her for using her authority to state if it should stay in CCRB or come into the police department. And she made that decision. I support that. The meeting with those families, I don't know why it's a secret to everyone. I meet with everyone. That is what I do. I want to hear from all New Yorkers. The families reached out to me and stated they wanted to speak with me, and I did just that. They were on the Zoom. If they want to discuss what happened on the Zoom, they can do that. I'm not going to do that. I had some very personal and private conversations that they shared with me, and I don't want to violate those conversations. They have the willingness to do that. They shared their opinions. I gave them my opinions. Some of their opinions were that we should not have the anti-neighborhood safety teams. I gave my opinion. So we both shared our opinions, and they have the right to share what their thoughts were. I don't want to go against what they shared with me in confidence.
Mr. Mayor, yesterday you were supposed to have an event on mayoral control. What is your administration doing to push your agenda on that in Albany?
We're going to take a trip up to Albany, and I want to thank my supporters, those elected officials up there who clearly believe that Chancellor Banks and Eric Adams should have mayoral control. And we're going to go to Albany and continue to highlight that conversation on why we should have mayoral control. Many of the colleagues up there support us, and we're going to rally that support. And so we were going to have an event yesterday where we will have all our union supporters who are standing with us to do so. We're going to continue to push forward before the end of the session.
Questions, I promise.
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen 6 New Yorkers die in 3 days as a result of traffic violence. I know you rolled out an initiative recently to combat that, but what do we have to do at this point to keep our streets safe?
Well, it's a combination. Listen, I am angry over losing the lives of loved ones. Violence is violence. And there's several things we want to do. Number one, we're going to lean into what's called traffic stats, because we need to monitor in real time and apply the resources where they need it. We're reshaping 1,000 intersections. The commissioner has been clear on zeroing in on where those dangerous intersections are. But then we have to be proactive. When you look at the numbers, the number of people driving while under the influence, reckless driving, speeding, hit and runs, that's something many people have ignored for a long time. People who are participating in hit and runs, we have not investigated them as thorough as we should. I called on this when I was a state senator, and I'm going to go back to Albany and state, those who create an accident and flee the scene, many times they have suspended license, under the influence, reckless drivers. We need to treat them with the level of severity that's needed. And then lastly, enforcement. We have to do proper enforcement to really go after those who are making our roadways dangerous.
How you doing? Darla Miles, for those of y'all who don't know me from Channel 7.
Everyone knows me.
Clearly they don't. So I now have 2 questions. The first question is, let's just talk about crime.
Yes.
And where the numbers are in the latest polling. I mean, like to your point, you've been in office less than 6 months. Anecdotally, however, New Yorkers see the crimes happening every day. So let's talk about the execution of your crime plan. What is a realistic timetable that New Yorkers should, realistically expect? To your point, it doesn't happen overnight, right? So in terms of how this planning typically goes structurally, can you kind of speak to that as well? And since I had to fight to be acknowledged, I do have to point out, I am the only person of color here asking you questions today, and you brought out that there are no people of color covering the mayor's office, and I was not acknowledged. So let's talk about those 2 very separate things.
Well, one, you did not have to fight to be acknowledged, because I would not have bounced until I got your question. Okay. Second, we are doing our job. We remove, I don't know if people realize this, we remove 2,500 illegal guns off our street in the last 5 months. I mean, when you think about that number, it's unbelievable. And then when you look at the number of arrests of dangerous people that we are doing, And then you look at the other side, they go to court, and judges are letting them out. So the police officers are catching the guns, catching the bad guys, and by the time the police officers get back on patrol, they see the guy that they just caught. It's as though, who's on our team? Who's on the team for innocent New Yorkers in the police department? Who's on our team that's part of the other part of the apparatus? So we're going to continue to do our job. But we need help from a bottleneck criminal justice system. We need help from those who believe that people who carry guns should not stay in jail. We need help to stop the flow of guns in our city. We need help to make sure that the laws that we are passing are sending the right message that it's not acceptable to carry guns. So the NYPD is going to continue to do their job. We're going to continue to take these guns off the street. We're going to continue to make our subway system safe so we don't have encampment and those who are dealing with mental health issues are not pushing people on the subway. We're going to continue to do what we're doing. And you can't pinpoint and say by Tuesday of this day, you're going to see this. That is not what crime is about. The rivers that feed the public safety crises all over this country, what I'm seeing in Chicago, Los Angeles, all over this country, we're seeing the overproliferation of guns, that they are destroying our cities. We are going to do our job here, but we need help from others that are in the way of preventing us from damming the river of violence. And I know we're going to turn this around because I know the department and I know the meetings and things we're put in place, our real plan that we're put in place. So this is going to be a safe city. But we have a lot of battles and fights. Every time we have to fight with people that say we should not have a gun safety team. Every time I have to fight with people that say I should not take people with mental health illnesses off our subway system. Every time we try to take these steps, we have others who are trying to prevent us of protecting innocent New Yorkers. Who's on the side of innocent New Yorkers? I'm on their side. Other people need to join us. Yes.
If I may. So specifically, does this mean that there needs to be a more urgent reevaluation of the bail reform legislation in your position?
Well, it's, everyone, whenever we talk about the many rivers that feed the sea of violence, people focus on bail reform. But in my blueprint to end gun violence, there were so many other indicators, and we won some of them. And people thought it was impossible for us to make inroads in Albany, and we did. On our criminal justice plan, what people thought was impossible, we were able to make some inroads in those areas, and we're going to continue to have those conversations when I go to Albany. But there's other aspects of stopping this violence, and we want help in all of those aspects. We need the ATF appointment confirmed. That's crucial. We need more ATF agents, 2,400 in the country, only 80 in New York. So there's so many other things we can do, and I don't want to have bail reform take all the oxygen out of the room, because there are other things that we need to do that we may be able to find a middle ground on.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you think that lawmakers did not bring mayoral control in the budget because they were holding over your head your insistence on bail reform as well as other criminal justice reform?
No, I served in Albany. And Albany, as a lawmaker, you want to have an opportunity to dig into these, have conversations. So I don't think it was about, well, we're going to hold it over Eric's head. They want to sit down. They want to dig into the plan. I would love to have had it in the budget. And if it's not, we're going to go up to Albany. We have a good product. I have a good product and a good chancellor with a good plan. David is loved up in Albany. We are looking forward to going up there and selling our product. I know that we have one of the best plans of reforming our educational system. And we look forward to going to Albany and selling the product. That's my responsibility.
We gotta go.
Mayor Eric Adams there wrapping up, talking about crime in New York City, inflation, trying to get the city back there from pre-pandemic levels, and so much more. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we'll take you out to Washington State, where we do have Democrats there coming together to talk about abortion rights. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Washington State right now, where we do have Senator Patty Murray and other state Democrats as well coming together to talk about abortion rights there in Washington State. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
In light of this truly devastating news about the Supreme Court, we're going to force them to show the American people their true colors. We're going to cast a vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, a landmark bill to protect the right to abortion, next week. And I want you to know, I will not stop fighting. I will not stop speaking up and doing everything I possibly can to get a bill to President Biden's desk to protect the right to abortion. But we need Americans everywhere to send us more pro-choice Democrats in the Senate so we can get this done. We need Americans everywhere to fight with us, push back against hateful agenda. We need to send more pro-choice votes to the Senate. And this November, we're going to make that happen, because abortion rights are on the line and women's lives are on the line. And I, for one, everyone here with me, are not going backwards, period. I am delighted to have our next Representative Chappelle. She has been an amazing, strong advocate for women. Welcoming Representative Chappelle.
Thank you so much, Senator Murray. I have to say, when Patty Murray says she's spitting mad and she's going to get something done, she gets it done. And we are so grateful to you, Senator Murray, for your amazing leadership in the Senate. And look at this incredible group of legislators, women legislators in our state. We are so fortunate to have every single one of you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for all the fights that you are waging on behalf of women's right to make decisions on our own about our own bodies, but also on everything else that you do. And I want to say to Planned Parenthood and everybody that has been here providing services to people, first of all, services are still legal. Abortion is still legal in this country, and we need to make sure people know that. But the very first place that I came, Jen, when I came to Seattle as a 25-year-old, I'm not going to tell you which year, because then you'll figure out the age, but the very first place I came was Planned Parenthood, because I didn't have any money, and I wanted to make sure that I could get the contraception and the services, reproductive services that I needed. So I know that is true for so many people, and we are so grateful to every single one of you for the work that you do. Look, I've talked about my abortion. I had not talked about it for 15 years. I actually hadn't even told my mom that I had had an abortion, because unfortunately abortion is still portrayed as something that somehow we should be ashamed of. And that is not true anymore because of the movement that we have been making across the country, because women, pregnant people across this country have been speaking out, sharing their stories, and making it clear that this is a decision that only we can make. My first child, my daughter, Janak, was born 1 pound 14 ounces. She was literally the size of my hand, the size of a small squash. And I went through so much with her, just making sure she would live, and it wasn't clear that she would, and actually it wasn't clear I would live either after my emergency C-section. The idea that somebody could then come in knowing nothing about my situation, knowing nothing about my economic future or about my mental capacity to take care of another child, and force a government-mandated pregnancy on me is absolutely outrageous. And as the senator said, we are not going to allow that happen. We are going to fight with everything we have to codify Roe v. Wade. And I'm so proud to be in the House of the People's House, the House of Representatives, with my colleague Kim Schreier, the first woman doctor in the House, who has been an amazing, amazing champion on all things health-related, plus many other things. Our entire Democratic delegation in Washington State voted for the Women's Health Protection Act, and the House of Representatives passed it, and we will do everything we can to support our Senate colleagues to make sure that it is codified. The very last thing I want to say is that I watched The Handmaid's Tale. I don't know how many people did. But this idea of government-mandated pregnancy and a surveillance state where neighbors are watching neighbors and telling on neighbors who try to get abortion care, reproductive care, travel across state lines, criminalizing people who are just seeking to make the decisions that they will have to live with and only they will have to live with for the rest of their lives is absolutely outrageous. And it's the reason that Republicans are not talking about this, because they know that protecting the legal right to abortion is extremely popular across this country. Across red, blue, independent districts, people believe, even if they wouldn't choose to have an abortion for themselves. I'm not telling anyone they should have an abortion. I don't think anybody should tell us that I should not have an abortion. But it is really popular across the country to protect the legal ability for pregnant people to make decisions about their own bodies. And so that is why they want to talk about anything except this, and that is why we will make sure that people understand who is for and who is against protecting this right to choose. And then, as the senator said, in November, we will take this not only to the streets, but we will take it to the ballot boxes and make sure that we expand our majorities in the House and the Senate. Thank you all so much for everything you do. And now it's my great honor to introduce somebody who's been such a wonderful friend in the delegation, such a champion for women, for reproductive care, for health care, somebody that we know we are going to return to the United States House of Representatives, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that happens, Representative Kim Schreier.
Well, thank you, Representative Jayapal. I am so glad that we got to partner together to pass the Women's Health Protection Act to make sure that we get into law the ability for any woman in this country to access abortion. Thank you, Senator Murray, for taking this up in the Senate, because we need both the House, the Senate, and we need the President. He's ready to sign it. We need you. Thank you for your tireless effort to over decades to stand up for women. Thank you to Planned Parenthood. Thank you to Planned Parenthood for standing with women, for standing with families, for making sure that any woman, regardless of her income or financial status, can have access to long-term reversible contraception that will keep her from needing an abortion. And thank you for being there for the women who do. And then finally, I want to say thank you to our state legislators, because they are keeping us safe here in Washington. But I'll tell you that when the Supreme Court decides, and they are poised to make this decision, that women across this country will no longer have the right to choose an abortion, I really think about women in half the states in this country where the very next day abortion will be illegal. Think about that. I think about that from many perspectives. I'm a woman, I'm a mom, I'm also a pediatrician and a woman doctor, and so I could put on any one of those hats. I have sat with women, I've sat with girls in my clinic faced with this question, this dilemma, this predicament, and they have to make the most important healthcare decision of their lives, frankly. You think about this. This is a decision that affects their body, their health, whether they'll survive, their relationship with their parents, whether they get stuck in a potentially abusive relationship with whoever caused that pregnancy. It affects their education prospects, their job prospects, their eventual financial security. And I'll tell you something else, that it's not just my patients I've sat with, it's their parents. It's the moms who don't know if they can afford to have another child, who don't know if they have the bandwidth to take care of another child. And I'll tell you what I've learned. Government has no role in these decisions. This is a healthcare decision, and healthcare decisions happen between patient and doctor and not government. And that is why, as the only pro-choice woman doctor in Congress, I will always stand with women to make their own healthcare decisions. Thank you. I am now going to hand the mic over to my friend and colleague and champion for forests, Commissioner Hillary Franz.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you all for joining us today. I want to thank Senator Murray for your leadership. I mean, year after year, all the fights you've taken on for a very long time, and we got many more fights, and this one is one of the most important fights. I want to also thank the unbelievable leadership by all the women here. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to be in a world where our legislators represent the people of Washington State and actually reflect that. In addition, I just want to thank the heroes of Planned Parenthood. The amount of work you do every single day standing up for women and the opportunity to get health care that they need. You know, the reality is the draft opinion circling our nation, Supreme Court, literally would undo 50 years of jurisprudence. And it's going to have a devastating consequence. I mean, women's rights are human rights, and the reality is our mothers, our sisters, our daughters have grown up with that right, believing that we were always going to have this protected. My first job actually here in Seattle, Washington was representing sexual assault victims. Women whose bodies had been violated, their own human rights and dignity taken away. And the idea that all of a sudden, not only did they lose that protection of their body, that the laws are going to be changed to truly impact their entire life going forward, because government's going to decide their reproductive health care, going to decide their own context of taking care of their health care and the decisions that they are right to. You know, we oftentimes think this is just one right and it doesn't affect all of us, but we shouldn't be fooled. The reality is Roe v. Wade opens up a Pandora's box that will quickly begin to erode established rights for everyone, such as the right to autonomy, self-determination, the right to privacy. Yet, the reality is Supreme Court right now is ready to strip away that for half of our country. 50 years, that has not been done before, and it will now create not only an assault on women's freedom and equality, but an assault on democracy and the human rights of all Americans. It's our responsibility as Americans, as citizens right now, to stand up for women, our mothers, our daughters, our sisters. It's also our right to stand up for our republic. That's what this is about. We are going so far backward, and more than ever, we need to right now protect equal justice for all, to ensure and protect human rights for all. We cannot, we must not go backward. We must right now fight for with everything we have in every corner of this state, every corner of this country, to defend the rights that we have had and we are entitled to. Thank you. I have the great honor right now to invite Senator Emily Randall, one of my 7 sisters, a woman that's been fighting for Planned Parenthood and the rights and the protections that Planned Parenthood has been providing for all of us women for so long. Thank you for being here and for all you do.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. On a day and a week when I have been sad and angry and not surprised, I'm so glad to be standing with this incredible group of strong and fearless advocates for women and reproductive justice and the health care that we have long depended on and deserved. This war on our reproductive rights to keep us from planning our families when and how it's right for us has long been waging. It's about power and it's about control. But we will not let them win. women and LGBTQ folks, people of color, and allies have long been fighting back, resisting and claiming our own power. Midwives like my great-grandmother in rural New Mexico in the 30s, activists who passed Washington's ballot measures to codify abortion rights in Washington state decades ago. This group of incredible leaders, the incredible healthcare advocates at Planned Parenthood, my former colleagues. And for the past 5 years in the Washington state legislature, we have done everything we can to ensure that we are ready for this moment. We passed the Reproductive Parity Act the year following the retake of the majority, ensuring that every person who has coverage for maternity care also has coverage for abortion care. We passed reproductive health access for all, comprehensive sexual health education, ensuring college student health plans also covered abortion. We protected pregnant patients, and this year passed the Affirm Washington Abortion Access Act, ensuring that our providers are protected, that folks who are helping people access abortion are protected, and to ensure that our language reflects the reality of people who need abortion. We've worked tirelessly to protect and strengthen our access to abortion in this Washington, for Washingtonians and for our neighbors in Idaho and Texas and across the country who are already traveling here for care. But just because our right to abortion is state law doesn't mean we can stop fighting. We'll fight for funding for clinics and providers that they need to keep their doors open. We'll fight to ensure that health system mergers don't continue to diminish access to health care, including abortion, in counties like Kitsap. We'll fight to stop the anti-abortion bills introduced in the Washington state legislature every year from going anywhere. And we'll fight alongside Senator Murray to pass the Women's Health Protection Act in the U.S. Senate, ensuring that all Americans have access to this essential healthcare right, because we will not go backwards. Now I would like to invite my colleague, Representative Neelan Tai, the prime sponsor of the Affirm Washington Abortion Access Act, to come and speak.
Thank you. I'm like, come with so many accessories. Because we are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people. Absolutely beautiful people, and I, first and foremost, recognize that I stand on the shoulders of giants who are behind me and who are out there, because each of us is a leader of our own destiny, and that human right is human right. I don't know what else to say, but so appreciative that I am not in this fight alone. And each of us out there, whether you identified as a woman, as a binary, as a non-gender conforming, as whoever you are a human being, and we recognize you and we see you. We want to make sure that you know that and you are empowered to fight for your right and your destiny. It's critically important that we want to ensure the environment where it is all about inclusivity. We see your humanity as you see our humanity. We need to stop the idea that because I look different than you, somehow I am the other, that my fight is different than your fight. We are really in this together, and we win when we in it together. So in the same spirit of ensuring these rights are protected, that those who fight and be with you and work with you and fight with you be in positions where we can vote with you. I'm here asking, it's not an accident that the champion for women's rights, healthcare parity, reproductive parities are the two women of color in the Washington State Legislature. I'm asking everyone out there, if you don't see yourself in the system, run, serve, take your place. You are powerful. And I'm speaking as a refugee who didn't think that I will ever stand here in front of you and making this ask. Because we have all these people behind us, supporting us, in front, making the trail and the path for us. We want to continue this work, and you should not be afraid. We are with you. Thank you, Senator, for being there with us. And thank you for all those who are serving and making sure that reproductive right is human right. Senator.
I don't feel jumbled at all. I feel very clear, I feel directed, and I feel forceful. We are going to fight to make sure our country does not go back to a time where women didn't have their own choices. We are all in this fight together. Republicans can go all over wherever they want to with all kinds of distractions. I'm not distracted. Are any of you distracted? I don't think we are distracted at all. We're going to fight for the future of this country and the ability for every woman to be able to make her own health care choices.
And the message that you want to give to the females, just to people out there, not to worry.
Oh, I'm not telling anybody not to worry. I'm scared. I'm frightened more than I ever have been since I was in college and Roe was decided. For the first time in my life, I fear for women across this country, whether they are a victim of rape or incest, whether they have a healthcare economic choice or a personal healthcare decision, who will not be able to make that choice, and life-changing events will occur in their life they cannot control. I am very fearful of that. That is exactly why we are all here today, is to say to all women in our state, even though I am so grateful for what our state laws, to not assume that anyone is safe. We are watching what is happening in state legislatures across the country with horrific legislation that has vigilante laws that takes away the life or the choice of a woman in the case of rape or incest. I mean, it is beyond belief to me, and they are not done. They've made it clear that they are looking at a federal ban to override our state legislature. So this is a call not just to women, but to men who love women and who want to make sure their daughters and their sisters have the choices that they have been able to live with in their life. I will just end with this. This is the first time in my life I've ever had to face the reality that our daughters may grow up with less rights than their mother. This is not a time I want to see happen. We have the responsibility to stand up and fight back, and we are.
Watching live now from Fox there, as that was Senator Patty Murray there and other Democrats from Washington State representing. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here, last one of the hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Deputy Attorney General making remarks there at the ATF, talking about the very latest crimes in the country.
ATF and Department of Justice partners to share best practices, to share innovative investigative techniques. The goal in my mind is simple, to share those best practices, to spread the word about great partnership tools like NIBIN, like eTrace, and to increase, frankly, the number of our partners who are using these tools and realizing the benefits from crime gun intelligence. Because for every ballistic match and every trace that's conducted, that's a crime that can be solved, and frankly, more importantly, a crime that can potentially be prevented. I've seen this technology in action, thanks to many of you who have demonstrated it to me. But most importantly, I've seen the partnerships in action. At the NIBIN Mobile Command Center, which is here today, as I understand, on display, where DC's Metropolitan Police Department is every day testing and conducting ballistics analysis on crime guns, those crime guns that are being recovered every day at crime scenes. And those MPD officers are doing that testing and that tracing and that analysis, sitting side by side with ATF partners. I've seen these partnerships in action at New York's Crime Gun Intelligence Center, where state, local, federal partners are daily coming together to share intelligence, to share information about the shooters and about the guns that they're using, so that we can take those shooters and take those guns off the streets. This meeting, this convening, is just one example and one effort by the Department of Justice to help implement the comprehensive strategy for reducing violent crime that we launched last year. That strategy has 4 very basic but very, I think, important principles that each strategy is built around. Fostering trust and legitimacy in the communities that we serve, investing in community-based prevention and intervention programs, and setting strategic enforcement priorities, meaning going after the most violent offenders. And finally, and frankly, measuring our efforts not only in numbers and statistics, although those have their place, but in the actual reduction of violent crime and violence being perpetrated in our communities. We know that working collaboratively with federal, state, local, and tribal partners, including prosecutors, probation, and parole authorities, that collaboration is essential to identifying the best available intelligence and identifying the violent crime challenges that are at root and affecting particular communities. When it comes to violent crime, I think we here in Washington can do some things. We can identify and support strategies, and we can share proven practices and investigative techniques. But we at the Department of Justice recognize that it's you and your teams who know best what works in your communities, and the fact that local jurisdictions need to tailor their efforts to address the particular challenges facing you and your communities. The most pressing problem in one jurisdiction might be the rise in domestic violence as a result of or following the pandemic. In others, it is likely an uptick in violence arising from the drug trade, particularly, as we are seeing disturbingly, fentanyl trafficking. And in other communities, of course, we're seeing especially troubling increases in youths committing violent crime and doing so with guns. Precisely because there's no one-size-fits-all solution, each U.S. Attorney's Office around the country has reviewed and updated its Project Safe Neighborhood Plan to identify and address local drivers of violent crime. The PSN program, as I think many of you know, brings together federal and state and local law enforcement in partnership with community groups and research institutions. And earlier this year, at the Attorney General's direction, each U.S. Attorney's Office convened with its partners to hone those efforts. The department-wide comprehensive strategy and these individual PSN plans recognize that strategic enforcement is key to reducing violent crime, meaning going after the most violent offenders in our communities and taking them off the streets. Now, we all know that modern technology presents many challenges to law enforcement. We are all increasingly collecting terabytes of data in our investigations, and that same evidence is often locked behind encryption. But technology and data, of course, can also do much to strengthen our law enforcement efforts and help us make the most of too often too limited resources. And ATF is leading the way in using technology to leverage it and to help reduce violent crime and to help our partners in those efforts. Collecting and analyzing fired shell casings and crime guns is at the heart of identifying and solving gun crimes and arresting the shooters before they can strike again. It's precisely this intelligence that's derived from this data that can link shooting events to each other, to the perpetrators, identify those shooters in evidence-based, intelligence-led policing strategies. NIBIN, of course, provides timely ballistics information in what are very often very fast-moving investigations. And this is a unique resource that ATF can provide. And it's a unique resource for our law enforcement partners. The success and the growth of this tool is fueling ATF's expanded use of forensic science, data analytics, intelligence, and modern law enforcement research. And through E-Trace, of course, law enforcement partners can directly submit firearms trace requests via the web to the National Tracing Center. Those same users can then receive those trace requests, search a database of firearms traces, and perform additional analysis. Using this data and using it together, investigators can uncover patterns for firearms trafficking, identify illegal and straw purchasers, and develop leads to recover firearms used in violent crimes. This is intelligence-led policing at its best, and I think our goal ought to be to get it into as many hands as possible. And although, as I understand it, firearms tracing by ATF is on the rise and is at records even in the last month, I'm told. Unfortunately, though, Marvin also tells me that only 51% of police departments are using these programs. So I have an ask of you today. And that ask is that each one of you is a voice to lift up the value of these programs, to spread the word on the benefits of participating in these programs. Because even if your particular case doesn't benefit from a particular piece of crime gun intelligence, you're adding to that pool of crime gun intelligence, I am sure, is going to help solve somebody else's case. And that's why today's discussion about how to best use NIBIN, how to best use that technology and E-Trace to generate actionable leads, to assist investigations. That's why these discussions, I think, are so critical to our collective efforts. Because we all know and we've all learned over time that the more information like NIBIN, like E-Trace, that's accessible to law enforcement, the greater chance we have of identifying and arresting the most violent offenders on our streets while reducing the flow of crime guns. And this has been demonstrated time and again with the very successful crime gun intelligence centers in each of ATF's field divisions and in the local and regional crime gun intelligence centers, or CJICs, that many of your agencies have established. These CJICs collect, analyze, and distribute intelligence and data about crime guns, mass shootings, and major incidents across multiple jurisdictions. In fact, the ATF, the Philadelphia Police Department, the Pennsylvania State Police, HSI, and the Marshal Service all pooled their efforts together recently on a particular case where over 300 firearms were recovered, 11 defendants charged, all as a result of a firearms trafficking investigation that ranged from Atlanta to Philadelphia. And NIBIN hits were key to linking the dozens of these firearms to multiple shootings. The Department of Justice is committed to providing the financial support, the training, and technical assistance to our state, local, tribal, and law enforcement partners through its grant offices, just like the Bureau of Justice Assistance that is presenting, as I understand it, later today. The collaboration of all of the organizations and all of your departments represented here today is essential. Incorporating NIBIN, incorporating E-Trace data analytics into every police department and sheriff's office ought to be our goal. Make no mistake, our work is, of course, far from complete, but every step we take toward this goal and every step we take together in combating firearms-related violence is crucial. ATF and the Department of Justice stand with you, with your departments, with your personnel, and we will continue these partnerships and leveraging technology, intelligence, research, and proven strategies to make our communities safer from this and free them from the scourge of gun violence. I want to thank you for everything you and the professionals who you represent do every day to keep us safe. Thank you for your partnership, and thank you for being here today.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to the UN news conference happening right now.
I was just testing you, Edie. On Thursday and Friday, 12th and 13th of May, the Secretary General will bring together, as he does twice a year, the heads of the UN Systems Organization in an in-person meeting of the Chief Executive Board, and that will take place in Vienna. The CEB members will reflect on current world affairs as well as on the challenges of the global economic recovery and how to reverse the trend of losing momentum and attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. The board will also engage in a dedicated discussion on how the vision of our common agenda can contribute to overcoming these challenges. CEB session will be hosted by the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, which is based in Vienna, as you know. For her part, Amina Mohamed, the Deputy Secretary General, will travel to Abidjan in the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire from the 7th to the 9th of May at the invitation of the government and others to attend on behalf of the Secretary General the opening of the high-level segment of the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention to Combat Desertification. From May 10th to the 13th, she will travel to Vienna for meetings of the Regional Economic Commission and the UN Sustainable Development Goals Principles meeting on May 10th and 11th, and she will, of course, join the Secretary General in attending the Chief Executive Board's meeting on May 11th and on 11th, 12th, and 13th. Turning to Ukraine, we, along with our humanitarian partners, are continuing to expand relief operations and have now reached more than 5.4 million people across the country with assistance since the war started weeks ago. This is 1.3 million people more than we reported last week. More than 4.7 million men, women, and children have received food assistance, and nearly 1.5 million of them have accessed critical health care. Cash interventions, which are prioritized in this humanitarian response in Ukraine, have increased, covering 550,000 people since the 24th of February, with more than 230,000 children having received support to continue their education. Our humanitarian colleagues also providing protection services to more than 370,000 people. This includes assistance at border crossing points, psychological support for displaced people. This scale-up has taken place despite the high insecurity, lack of humanitarian access, and most recently, lack of fuel, which is impacting organizations' ability to travel long distances. The increasing lack of fuel in the country also limits people's ability to move to areas away from active fighting. Turning to the Middle East, you may have seen concerning the terror attack in central Israel yesterday, the special coordinator for the Middle East peace process, Tor Venesland, said he is appalled by the attacks in which 3 Israelis were killed and several others injured. He said that his thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims and wishes a speedy recovery to those wounded. Mr. Venesland also said it is deplorable that Hamas and others continue to glorify and encourage such attacks, which undermine the possibility of a peaceful future for both Palestinians and Israelis. All must condemn violence and stand up to terror, he said in a tweet. Quick update from Lesotho, where the UN team led by resident coordinator Amanda Kotsi Mukwashi is supporting the country's effort to tackle the pandemic and other challenges. More than 950,000 doses of vaccines have landed in Lesotho through COVAX, with more than 930,000 of these vaccines having been administered. Our team has trained healthcare workers in how to administer vaccines, and we have provided nearly 1 million masks and more than 700 hand-washing stations to schools, as well as monetary support for nearly 3,500 of the most disadvantaged children. We've helped nearly 60,000 households with food and cash vouchers, while more than 50,000 households have received drought emergency assistance. And lastly, our colleagues at the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome tell us that the global food commodity price index fell in April after a large jump, as you will recall, in the month of March. This was a result of small drops in the prices of vegetable oils and cereals. The FAO food price index had jumped to an all-time high in March, but was down 0.8% in April. FAO warns that although the small decrease in the index is welcome, food prices still remain close to their recent highs and, of course, pose a challenge to global food security. Ms. Lederer.
Thank you, Steph.
Some follow-ups on Ukraine and the ongoing evacuation. Ukrainian forces have accused Russia of firing during the civilian evacuation from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, and they said a car was hit. Does the UN have any response to that, and also to a Russian state media report that a bus with about a dozen civilians has actually left the site?
So I don't have any confirmation of the ongoing fighting in the car that you mentioned. What I can tell you is that our colleagues are currently on the ground supporting a third safe passage operation in coordination, of course, in hand in glove with the Red Cross, International Committee for the Red Cross. We are in an extremely delicate phase of this operation, working in close coordination with both the Ukrainian authorities and the Russian authorities. And I don't want to share any more information until, for the safety of those who are trying to get out, and of course for our own staff, which are there.
Is the aim to try and get this evacuation completed today?
The aim is always to get the evacuation completed as safely as possible. So sometimes we've seen things take more than a day, take more than 2 days. It really depends on conditions on the ground. As soon as we feel that people are out and safe, we will have a confirmation for you. Mr. Ratter.
Thank you, Stephen. Same questions than yesterday, and James is not there. Where are you with this humanitarian contact group? Do you have a location where you have Ukrainian, Russia, and also UN around the same table or not?
No, around the same table in an office, no. We're continuing to explore ways to bring together the parties to the conflict, you know, in a sustained and consistent format to discuss humanitarian issues through a humanitarian contact group. Mr. Griffiths will be going to Turkey, I think on Monday, to also discuss this matter with the Turkish authorities in terms of how they can also support such a format. Okay. Ah, damn.
I haven't heard half the
damn. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
So following up from Edie's question, I know it's very delicate at the moment, but what is the Secretary-General's reaction to the fact that the plant was under attack while your operation was underway, that you were trying to get civilians out, and while that took place, the Russians were shelling the steel plant?
Look, we are working both at kind of the national level and locally with all the authorities on the ground to ensure that our people can get in and then can get out safely with civilians. That has succeeded twice. There's a third operation, as the Secretary General said. We are doing everything we can to ensure the safety of that third operation.
And can I ask you, I asked you before about this, but sorry. Can I ask you specifically about the wounded? Because some of them are wounded soldiers, but the ICRC has an obligation to try and help under the Geneva Conventions to help them. Are there any supplies? Are there any efforts to deal with the problem of the wounded soldiers, which we understand there are many?
I think on that, I would ask you to ask the ICRC. Okay. James, thank you for running in. Wish you all a wonderful weekend. Our friend Fahan will be here with you next week, as I will be with Secretary General. And I will see you the week after. See you now. Sorry. Kubiak.
You can sit wherever you'd like. All right, good afternoon. A number of trips to update you about. The President of the General Assembly, Abdullah Shahid, is heading to Côte d'Ivoire next week. His visit starts on the 8th of May. He's there to participate in the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. This trip is funded by the government of Côte d'Ivoire. President Shahid will address the COP15 alongside heads of state, government, environmental ministers, so forth, private sector and civil society representatives.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. When we come back, we'll show you from earlier this morning splashdown for the SpaceX Crew 3 astronauts. Was an early morning splashdown in Florida earlier today. SpaceX splashing down for NASA's Crew 3 mission, completing its 6th astronaut flight. Let's listen in.
Playing out right in front of us.
And Raja, we see the same.
Excellent views here. 4 main parachutes. These are the last big physical change we'll see for Dragon as it continues its descent. It will slow the capsule down to about 15 miles per hour before splashing down. And teams are in position. They're moving their way closer to where the Dragon will splash down. Again, we'll have some fast boats that will approach the capsule first, ensure it's safe for the recovery ship to approach. And within an hour of these crew members splashing down on Earth, we expect to see them getting out of the capsule.
Copy 800.
Now, for those that might not be familiar with Dragon itself, over the lifespan of the Dragon program, we've had great success with water landing, which is what we are attempting today. We've had with 25 successful splashdowns, and they're...
Copy 600.
We do that water landing because it's simpler, therefore more reliable, provides more margin against unlikely parachute issues. Now, we did have to learn how to make Dragon waterproof, but once you do that, it's very much a rinse, review, reuse type process.
And splashing down is not necessarily a new technique.
400 meters. Copy 400.
400 meters, so getting closer and closer back to planet Earth. But splashing down is also how the Apollo astronauts returned to Earth.
Absolutely.
So this capsule is not dissimilar to this design works very well, I should say. The capsule design when it comes to ablating heat as well as protecting crew members. And a very smooth ride home so far for our astronauts.
200 meters, bracing.
Copy, 200 and bracing.
The teams are about 3 nautical miles away from the splashdown site, so it's going to take them a little bit of time to get there in terms of the large vessel, but there is a fast boat, as we call it, that will be able to get to the capsule very, very quickly, as we will see here in just a couple of moments. Once again, all right, as you can see there on your screen, Dragon Endurance carrying
Endurance, we copy, we see the same, and main attack.
Crew 3 crew has splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Florida. So right now, Dragon is
on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, welcome home. Willkommen auf der Erde. It's been an absolute honor to support you on your mission, Endurance crew, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
Thanks, Sarah. We're glad to be back. Thanks for letting us take Endurance on its shakedown cruise. Looking forward to watching many more flights of Endurance in the future. That was a great ride, and enjoyed working with the NASA and SpaceX team. Thanks for getting us to the space station and back safely.
Appreciate the words, Raja.
As you can see on your screen, we have that visual confirmation and verbal confirmation for splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon Endurance has returned home, and NASA astronauts Raja, Tom, Kayla, and Matthias are back on Earth after a 23.5-hour return journey from space. Now, as I mentioned before, the SpaceX recovery ship and team has been waiting for Dragon's splashdown, and they will now make their way to the splashdown location.
And that splashdown came at 9:40.
SpaceX Endurance feels like we're in stable 1.
Copy that, and we see the same.
Copy, and confirm we're go then 2Bravo.2 to raise the passage.
And you have a go for raising visors.
Copy, thanks.
Again, splashdown coming at 9:43 p.m. Pacific time. That's 12:43 a.m. on May the 6th in Eastern time, where the crew has splashed down. Stable 1, which you just heard the core call to the crew, means that the vehicle is upright. They've received the go to raise their visors, and they're now waiting for those boats to approach and help pull the capsule up to the recovery ship once it arrives. So the teams have been ready and waiting. They're about 3 nautical miles away, so it takes around 30 minutes to make their way to Raja, Tom, Kayla, and Matthias inside Dragon.
Now, right after splashdown, Dragon actually cuts its parachute lines. That's to make sure that the Dragon capsule isn't pulled in the water if there is a little bit of wind, if the parachutes were to pick up some of that wind. So Dragon immediately cut those parachute lines. The teams will attempt to recover them from the water. The other thing that Dragon does is it intakes a tiny bit of that ocean water intentionally to help stabilize the capsule. So there's a couple of pumps at the bottom that basically flow a tiny bit of that ocean water into designated balloons, basically, to help stabilize the capsule. That allows for the recovery team to make a safer recovery, and also allows the crew to bob around a little bit less while they're in the water waiting. But we can see there that the seas are really fair. As we heard a little while ago, the last reading that we had were half-foot waves, and that looks to be relatively true now.
Yes, I don't know if you could ask for better weather. Just to look ahead at some of the things that are coming.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check over the boat link.
Endurance has you loud and clear.
Copy, comm.
Looking ahead, after the splashdown, Mission Control Hawthorne can give the go for safe approach, and then the approach boats that we've talked about will begin inspections. They're checking for hypergalls, which are those noxious fumes that can come off the vehicle. After those ordnance and hypergall checks are complete, we will see Dragon be rigged up, which means it'll be ready for pickup once the recovery ship arrives. So that usually happens again about 30 minutes after splashdown, and then they'll begin to lift Dragon onto the deck. That takes just a couple of minutes, and once they have lifted Dragon into the nest and pulled it toward the recovery platform, we will see the hatch open and our Crew 3 astronauts take their first breath of fresh Earth air for the first time in 6 months.
Yeah, once that side hatch is opened, that's the first time it's been opened since liftoff, since launch day. Of course, the crew uses the forward hatch, which is located under the nose cone at the very top of the capsule. They use that forward hatch to get in and out of the space station, but it's that side hatch that is utilized for ingress and egress, or to get in and out of the capsule while it's on Earth. So yeah, when that side hatch opens, it's the first time it's been open since they launched in November.
Dragon SpaceX, we are go for recovery personnel to approach. You can expect personnel alongside in approximately 1 minute.
Endurance Happy is expecting personnel alongside in about a minute.
All right, those fast boats have gotten the go to move toward the vehicle.
Yeah, so we're now excitedly awaiting the recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronauts Raja, Tom, Kayla, and Matthias inside. Dragon has already autonomously completed several steps to safe itself following splashdown. As you can see there, it is patiently waiting in the water for that recovery team. Now, for those of you just joining us, the mission has gone really smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Tampa just a little bit ago. And as you just heard, we got the okay from the teams to begin the approach.
Yes, that splashdown coming at 9:43 p.m. Pacific. But approximately 23.5 hours ago, Dragon autonomously undocked from the space station. And a good look there at those fast boats.
Dragon SpaceX, request permission to come on board via display camera view only.
Yep, you guys are welcome on board.
Copy that, and work.
Now the crew right now are still in their seats. This is similar to when you arrive on an airplane. You have landed on the tarmac, but you're not at the gate yet. You don't want to take off those seatbelts just yet. So they are allowing the teams here in Hawthorne to take a look inside the vehicle as these fast boats approach. But just a look back at yesterday, we saw them undock from the space station and complete a series of departure burns. They jettisoned the trunks.
SpaceX Endurance, we've got a tally on recovery lights. And only one complaint is these water bottles are super heavy.
Copy that, Raja. We'll work on it.
Raj, of course, making a gravity joke there.
Yeah, for the first time in 6 months, everything has a little more weight to it now that they're back in 1G on Earth. But today we saw them jettison that trunk section and perform the final burn, that deorbit burn, very shortly ago to place them on the trajectory we had them toward the Gulf of Mexico. They successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, made it through that entry interface, which we had that loss of comm as we expected, and then regained shortly after. And then the deployment of the parachutes, which slowed the spacecraft down to a gentle splashdown. We had amazing views of that tonight. And so we're now following the final part of Raja, Tom, Kayla, and Matthias' journey as Dragon is lifted out of the water and placed on the recovery boat. Not there quite yet, but sooner than later.
Yeah. As I said before, upon detection of landing, Dragon automatically releases the main parachutes to prevent wind from pulling on the spacecraft. Dragon then autonomously safes any pyrotechnics that are still present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. As Leah mentioned, the astronauts remain seated in their seats and they keep their suits on, but the onboard air conditioning keeps the temperatures in check inside the spacecraft, nice and cool, and the communication systems on board remain powered so the crew can continue to communicate and make funny jokes.
And of course, this is a view inside the capsule. So you can see Raja there on the left has taken off his gloves, still has his suits on, and has been able to raise his visor. This is their first time back on Earth in 6 months, and they're just still monitoring the area around them. We heard them say that they had sights on one of those fast boats. SpaceX has 2 fast boats in the recovery fleet, and they've moved quickly to the splashdown point. They are being followed tonight by Shannon, the main recovery vessel named after Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut. And that will move into the position upwind of the spacecraft. So here's a good picture of those 2 fast boats. They both have very specific roles. The first approach is focused on immediate safety inspection of the capsule integrity and checking for any presence of those hypergolic propellant vapors, making sure it's safe for Shannon, the recovery boat, to approach the Dragon spacecraft. So once the capsule is cleared for full approach, the team begins rigging the capsule for water recovery by the recovery ship. Meanwhile, the second fast boat, which you can see in the background, is responsible for parachute recovery, and it also serves as a redundant boat to the first. We love having a backup for everything. And we'll also see a team member on a jet ski helping to gather up the now detached parachutes.
As we said, the recovery vessel Shannon, it's making its way. It's not as fast as the fast boats. But what the folks are doing there on the fast boat, whenever they do the initial approach, they actually perform tests to make sure that the hypergolic propellants, the vapors from those propellants, are not present. So the monomethyl hydrazine and the nitrogen tetroxide, MMH and NTO, are toxic if you breathe them in. And so the crew, the first thing they do when they arrive, they are wearing safety gear so that they are not breathing anything, and they have a device that is performing checks to see if any of those hypergolic vapors are present. When they get the all clear, then they're able to further, the recovery process. Over 10 minutes for the recovery crew to complete those safety checks. Once complete, the team will begin preparing Dragon to be lifted into the recovery vessel. As part of the preparation for this lift, one member of the recovery team will actually climb on top of the capsule so that they can attach Dragon's hoist rings and connect the lifting rings. That's always really fun to see. I promise you the amount of training that individual goes through is quite extensive. Oh, wow, that's a great view. Not thermal this time. Beautiful colors there with the various lights that we have going on. You have a better view.
Thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we do appreciate each and every single person who has checked in with us as we continue to bring you always the latest top stories coming to you from across the country. You can see here still listening in with our NASA TV as they are talking about their latest astronaut flight, bringing back Crew 3 here to Earth. I know that a lot of people love seeing just all the different things that go into bringing them back home. So we're going to continue to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox. But some of you are going to be going away for just a brief 2-minute break.
Yes.
to get home.
Those European flights are a little bit longer.
Yeah. Once again, that's a live view inside Dragon Endurance.
Dragon SpaceX, hypergolf sweeps, and unfired ordnance checks were nominal. Rigging is in progress. Approximately 7 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for a PMC with the SpaceX flight surgeon.
And Dragon copies, checks are complete in about 7 minutes to lift, and stand by for PMC.
That person on the outside of the capsule was rigging the capsule, preparing for it to be lifted onto Shannon, the recovery ship, which is getting closer and closer to picking up the vehicle. We do have a NASA Public Affairs officer from Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, that's on the ship tonight as well.
Dragon, the next call will be on Dragon to ground private with the surgeon.
The Corps calling to the crew that they would have a private call, so we won't hear it here on the loops, with the flight surgeon. That's someone that they can discuss how they're feeling with ahead of those checks that they'll get on the boat. But as I was mentioning, we have Shaniqua Vareen of NASA from Johnson Space Center.
And break, stand by. I believe we are not privatized.
And again, they want to make sure they privatize those loops. It's like going to the doctor's office. It's not necessarily everybody's business. So we have Shaniqua Vareen of NASA from Johnson Space Center on the recovery vessel tonight. Like I said, I got the opportunity to do this, and I wonder if she had the same experience as me. So there might be a bit of a delay. She's dialing in to speak with us from a satellite phone, being that they are in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Tampa. So just checking in. Shaniqua, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Leah. Hi, how are you guys today?
We are fantastic, and thank you so much for joining us today.
No problem, Leah. Tonight has been nothing short of magical. Just a short while ago, the recovery team and I watched Crew Dragon Endurance as it entered the atmosphere. We also heard those two sonic booms as the crew prepared for their splashdown just a few minutes later. We've had beautiful weather and flat and calm seas. It's about 78 degrees here, and it's been just, again, magical. We had dolphins basically jumping and swimming alongside the boat right before the crew splashed down.
And Shaniqua,
as you and Kate mentioned preparations for the medical team. There is SpaceX medical.
I was hoping you could.
Sorry, go ahead, Leah.
Yeah, I was hoping you could tell us more about some of the preparations that have taken place to get the crew to this point.
Yes, so preparations have been pretty much going on all day. We've had two different teams come out at different times, making sure the boat was prepared, as well as some medical bays for the crew, as you guys mentioned. They'll get checked out as soon as they egress the spacecraft. They also deployed weather balloons in advance to gauge whether or not the wind speeds and such were ready for Crew Dragon to come through. So there's been a lot of preps here, and splashdown was very nominal. And yeah, just a beautiful sight. We saw it streak across the sky.
Well, Shaniqua, thank you so much for joining us from Shannon, the recovery ship out off the coast of Tampa in the Gulf of Mexico, with a live view in person of Crew 3's return to Earth, the first time in 6 months that these astronauts have been back to our home planet.
It must have been so cool to be able to hear the double sonic boom from re-entry and to just see it streaking through the sky. Now, being on board Shannon, she was about 3 nautical miles away from the splashdown site, and it sounds far, but it's not.
No, and at nighttime, I know it's a little more difficult for
depth perception.
Well, that and for the crew on the ship itself to be able to see the parachutes. I wasn't able to see them whenever they were coming down.
That
so
makes sense.
You definitely get a special view here on the webcast because we have those thermal cameras that can pick up on the vehicle even though it's dark outside. And again, we have had those fast boats approach the vehicle. We're now waiting for Shannon, the recovery ship, to make its way closer to the vehicle.
As we mentioned before, the team that is presently at the capsule, it's basically the fast boat team. They performed the initial safety checks to make sure that the hypergolic propellant fumes were not present. And once we got the all clear on there, the individual that is specially trained, extensively trained, I should say, to actually climb on top of the Dragon capsule and attach all of the harnessing and rigging necessary to hoist Dragon up onto the deck of the recovery vessel. That's all underway at the moment, and Shannon is making her way closer and closer to the splashdown site.
And this is a live view inside the capsule as our 4 astronauts are awaiting their final pickup for the night. And again, they'll egress or exit that side hatch. It's directly in front, if you can see from this view, down toward the bottom of the screen. The last time they used this hatch was 6 months ago when they boarded Crew Dragon for ascent toward the International Space Station. It was a smooth ride for Dragon tonight. We saw the capsule claw separate, meaning the umbilicals were detached and Dragon was operating on battery power. And this happened before the trunk was jettisoned, that trunk that has the solar cells on board. That trunk burns up upon re-entry into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Crew Dragon uses its heat shield to ablate some of that heat, that up to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit that it experiences upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. We saw 2 successful drogue parachutes deploy, slowing the vehicle to about 350 miles per hour. And then those drogues pulling out 4 full main parachutes. Those, as you mentioned, iconic orange and white parachutes, hard to miss. And those slowed the capsule about 15 miles per hour until it splashed down safely. Since then, again, we've had these fast boats approaching. They have checked the capsule for hypergolic fuels to make sure it's safe for the recovery vessel to approach. And they're also collecting the parachutes that were cut from the vehicle after it splashed down to keep it from being pulled by any wind or wave forces. And we also saw, as you mentioned, somebody very specially and highly trained rigging the capsule or preparing it to be picked up by the recovery vessel once it arrives.
We also heard that the crew were going to do the initial check-in with the flight surgeon. That is, just part of the standard operating procedure for post-splashdown, just verbal call privatized with the flight surgeon. That's what's either underway now or wrapping up. That's why we don't hear anything on the nets at the moment. After the recovery vessel gets close, all the attachments and the harnessing that we've put on top of the capsule, that will all be attached to the recovery vessel, and the hydraulic lift will lift it out of the water and into the cradle or the nest, which we will hopefully get a view of soon once we're able to bring you footage back from Shannon.
Dragon SpaceX for awareness for approximately 3 minutes until capsule lift.
Wow, great news there.
And there it comes.
Yes, so these astronauts are even closer to their journey home. They will be lifted up upon the recovery ship, Shannon, and placed in that nest before it's pulled to the egress or exit platform. And again, medical personnel will check in with the crew. That'll be the first friendly face they see in real life, besides their other fellow astronauts, for the first time in 6 months. They'll do a quick check to make sure everyone's feeling okay, and then each crew member will be helped out.
So just a moment ago, we had a very quick glance from Shannon, our recovery vessel that is preparing. There's that view again, so we can see Dragon Endurance in the background with the fast boats. Probably my very favorite moment will be coming up momentarily. The individual that is actually there on the side of Dragon capsule, they will most likely be at the top part when this thing happens, but we'll actually see them jump off and back into the water. I personally have a fear of dark water, so there is not enough money or incentive for me to jump off of anything into a dark ocean.
But it's a little night swim.
Yeah, not in my brain. But that individual that you see there, they're currently putting all of the required harnesses and rigging onto the Dragon capsule. And then that will, of course, be attached to the lines that we see hanging from that hydraulic lift. Again, this is basically our first good view of Dragon Endurance from Shannon itself.
And these few people that you see down on the ship, these are highly trained as well to execute this maneuver. So anyone else on the ship that has flown in today, including any medical personnel, any NASA personnel like we spoke with Shaniqua, they are watching from a distance to allow this team to do their job in bringing the capsule up and setting it down into that nest safely.
Now, Leah, as you mentioned, you were actually on the recovery vessel for the Crew 2 splashdown and recovery process when the astronauts were brought on board. So bigger picture, back up a moment, the astronauts have been in space for 6 months. Their immune system needs to catch back up to planet Earth and the environment here. Did you find while you were on the recovery vessel that the astronauts, even after landing, they went into the medical bays, that they were still, in a protected environment, even on the recovery vessel?
Oh, 100%. We were not allowed near them once it became time for them to egress. Actually, we moved into the galley, and it looks like your team member's about to take his night swim. But we stayed in the galley while the astronauts were helped out of the vehicle. They moved straight into those medical personnel rooms. It's very restricted on who is able to be near them. Of course, everyone is masked. They've been in this somewhat pristine environment for about 6 months. Not a lot of exposure to bacteria, and so any sort of
even pollens, allergies.
Right, exactly. So any sort of sickness, we want to prevent them from getting when their immune systems might be a little bit compromised after that 6 months in space.
Yeah. Now, in the past, we have seen that person who, at times, just because the capsule is so brightly lit and the wetsuit is super dark, it kind of reminds me of a spider traversing back and forth across the vehicle. And in the past, we've seen that individual climb up a little bit higher on the capsule prior to jumping off. But I just want to give a little perspective here. It's only because of the bright lights. Of course, for safety reasons, we want to have the area well lit during these operations. So the capsule looks like it is still that pristine white color. I promise you, it is not. We've definitely got a floating toasted marshmallow there in the Gulf of Mexico.
And there are multiple lines attached to the vehicle so that when it's lifted, it's not just dangling from one line. These help keep it stable and upright for it to be placed into the nest. So it looks like we're getting even closer to that moment, but it's amazing how quickly it happens. And again, splashdown occurred at 9:43 p.m. Pacific time, 12:43 a.m. Eastern time, off the coast of Tampa, Florida. A smooth ride home for our Crew Dragon NASA astronauts and ESA astronaut after 177 days in space.
So with that view there, we can see the color a little bit better.
And clearly the heat shield did its job, seeing that it's only slightly toasted.
Yeah, so this person's about to make their egress from the capsule momentarily. Whoop.
Tally-ho.
There we go. Allons-y.
Dragon SpaceX, brace for capsule lift.
Endurance copies.
My heart rate went up a little bit just envisioning having to do what that person just did
sign me
in
up.
the seawater at night. Oh, man.
And here we go. Crew Dragon Endurance being lifted onto the Shannon recovery vessel.
pretty cool view there of the heat shield now that it has been lifted out of the water. You can see the water sloshing around there. That is actually where the parachutes deploy from. The main parachutes are located in that bay there under the side hatch. The drogue parachutes are located in the bays above the side hatch.
That's a great view, as you mentioned, of the side hatch. So when they place Dragon in the nest, as they're preparing to do now, they will pull it closer to an egress platform, because this is significantly high off the ground, maybe 10 feet off the ground. So there's an egress platform that is level with the side hatch. That way it makes it easier for us to help the crew members out of the capsule. Capsule will be centered and oriented, as you can see, and then Dragon will be moved to that hangar underneath the helipad on the ship, as that will prepare us to open the hatch.
There we can see Dragon Endurance.
Dragon SpaceX, welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing the final checks. Stand by for translation to the egress platform.
First copy, standing by.
Great view there. We can see that Dragon Endeavour is now safely on our recovery vessel, Shannon.
And this is a view from the helipad itself. So the vehicle will be pulled under this platform to where, like I mentioned, it'll be level with that egress platform, or I should say the side hatch will be level with the egress platform. But again, our crew is out of the water and preparing to get out of the capsule.
Yeah. Now, once that hatch is open, a SpaceX medical doctor will be the first one in to check on the crew, basically just to see if they're ready for egress and make sure everybody's feeling good. As I've mentioned before, while Dragon's top hatch is used to connect to the space station, our astronauts will egress from Dragon's side hatch, which we see there. Before opening the hatch, the spacecraft's cabin pressure must be equalized with the outside environment. Once the hatch is opened, that will be the crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding Falcon 9 at the start of their mission back in November of last year.
I can only imagine how good that will feel. And you mentioned that the pressure will need to be equalized to that outside. We try to keep the pressure on the space station and on Crew Dragon similar to
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have been listening in as the NASA TV folks have been talking about Crew 3 coming back home. A splashdown happened just hours ago. Wanted to replay it for some of our viewers who may have missed it earlier. So thank you again. I'm going to take us into a 2-minute break. When we come back, not only will we go over some of those top stories happening across the U.S., but also we do have President Zelenskyy. He is addressing one of the UK's top policy institutes, a world-leading one at that. We'll be giving that to you all coming up here after this 2-minute break. Good morning, and thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We just saw Air Force One moments ago in this picture here as President Biden, he is traveling about here on Friday. He is expected to not only meet with some manufacturing leaders, he's going to be seeing some new manufacturing technologies at work, but then he's also going to be delivering some remarks a little bit later here this afternoon. He is going to be talking to United Performance Metals, calling on Congress to pass legislation just like the Bipartisan Innovation Act. So you can see that Air Force One plane arriving here. We'll keep an eye out. It usually takes a little bit of time, not only to load all of the media personnel off of the Air Force One, but also to then see President Biden walk down the staircase. So we'll get to that here in just a little bit. But thank you for being here with us on this Friday morning, already afternoon for our viewers who are watching on the East Coast. I'm Christy Larson, and I first want to go over some of those top stories that have been coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk here on this Friday ahead of your weekend. I know it's going to be Mother's Day weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all of our women and mothers out there, and yes, even all those aunts who like to play mother to their nieces and nephews as well. But we did have the latest job numbers come out, and while a lot of Americans feel like their wallets have been being emptied out a little bit easier as the prices have been going up, inflation has been going up, that's not what the jobs numbers are reporting. They're reporting those numbers also increasing. Let's go ahead and listen into more with Lauren Blanchard.
Strong hiring news. The latest jobs report showed the U.S. added 428,000 jobs in April.
If you're looking for a job right now, folks, get one right now, because I don't think there's ever going to be a time again anytime soon where we're going to have this strong labor demand.
For 12 consecutive months, the U.S. has added more than 400,000 jobs a month. The biggest gains in April in leisure and hospitality as more people are taking trips. The unemployment rate remained unchanged from March at 3.6%.
What parts of the country can we do better at? What parts of the country can we get more people engaged in the workforce?
Despite hourly wage increases, the participation rate slightly dipped from March to April, now at 62.2%.
They are raising wages. They know that they have to do that in order to get the talent. Employers are really struggling right now.
While the economy is adding jobs, the inflation rate is adding up for consumers at the register. In an attempt to bring down inflation earlier this week, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.5 percentage point and will likely continue to hike them. There are fears that could lead to a recession.
If you want to prevent a recession, you need to prevent inflation.
Inflation was at 8.5% in March. The next consumer price index or inflation report will be out on Wednesday next week. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And let's go ahead and take a live look at the big board at this time. Remember, yesterday we saw the worst day and dip in our markets since 2020. Here today, looks like we're trying to recover a little bit. You even saw a pop of green there on the big board right now, down more than 40 points. And of course, this is going to be something we'll keep an eye on. It's not only going to have the closing bell ring for the day, but also to close out the week as well. So we'll be having this up on our screen multiple times. So let's stick with some business. There's been some big news surrounding Elon Musk's Twitter takeover. It's facing a big roadblock. Boeing also on the move. Peloton looking for investors. Let's go ahead and get more of Fox's Business's CJ Peppa as he gives us this next report.
The Federal Trade Commission is reviewing Elon Musk's Twitter buyout for potential antitrust concerns. The agency will reportedly decide next month whether to do an in-depth antitrust probe of the deal, a move that could delay its closing for months. But experts say there is little chance the deal will be blocked since Musk's other companies, Tesla and Starlink, are not social media platforms. Boeing plans to move its global headquarters from Chicago to Arlington, Virginia, where it plans to build a research and technology hub to focus on cybersecurity, autonomous operations, and systems engineering. The move would bring Boeing executives closer to federal decision makers in D.C. as it faces regulatory scrutiny over its 737 jets and 787 Dreamliners. Inflation impacting businesses across the country, forcing many to raise prices as the cost of gas and supplies increase. The price of sewing machines, fabric, and supplies rising 1.7% in March year over year, and the cost of women's apparel rising 6.5% in March. Finally, Peloton says it's looking to sell a minority stake in its business to help its turnaround. Peloton was popular with homebound customers exercising at home earlier in the pandemic. Its business has been sagging as lockdowns eased and people returned to gyms. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm CJ Papa.
Back out live here to Washington, D.C., the Supreme Court bracing for some more major abortion rights protests in the next days ahead. This all coming over the possibility that the court could overturn Roe versus Wade. Let's go to Doug Luzader, who has more on this story.
This leaked draft opinion to overturn Roe has touched off a renewed debate over abortion, but it's also creating new security concerns for the court.
Thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your grace.
Protesters from both sides kept at a distance from the Supreme Court, which is now ringed by a massive security fence. But protests won't be confined to just the court. The group Ruth Sent Us, a nod to former Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, has circulated an online map of what it calls extremist justices, calling for protests at 6 of their homes, even offering stipends. Some lawmakers are calling for new protections for the justices.
Well, this is a place where they sleep. This is a place where if they've got children in the home, where they're raising children. It's an implicit threat of physical violence.
The White House says these protests, even at the homes of justices, do not necessarily cross a line.
Peaceful protest? No. Peaceful protest is not extreme.
Nor will the White House condemn the release of the draft Supreme Court decision. And Chief Justice John Roberts calls that leak absolutely appalling, and an investigation is underway. Some Democrats joined in the outrage.
Well, John, I completely condemn the leak, and whoever leaked it, should be prosecuted.
At the same time, others suggested the leak was a distraction.
But to compare a leak to taking away the rights of over 100 million women and saying the leak is more important, give me a break. Forget it.
There's also a plan to target Catholic churches this weekend, what organizers call a Mother's Day strike. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you, Doug, for more on that. Did want to show our viewers also, while President Biden's going to be traveling around the United States, First Lady Jill Biden overseas. Remember, she is on that trip over to some of those Eastern European countries. She did arrive at the Romanian air base earlier, where she did meet with both U.S. and NATO leadership before helping out in the kitchen, serving hot meal to some of those troops who are stationed at the base there. First Lady going to be also visiting these countries that have taken in a total of 1.2 million Ukrainians since Russia's invasion began in February. Now she has plans on Mother's Day to spend the day with displaced families. She will also meet with humanitarian aid workers, educators, and government officials. We are going to be waiting on a briefing. Here's a live look inside of the Pentagon, our Department of Defense briefing with our Press Secretary John Kirby, going to be happening a little bit later here this morning. We'll, of course, be jumping into this for our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. But speaking of the war in Ukraine, in Mariupol, Ukrainian troops and some civilians are continuing to shelter in a steel plant. Officials now racing to evacuate those trapped inside as Russian troops bombard the factory. Let's go ahead and get the very latest with Trey Yingst as he gives us this update and report.
Heavy fighting is raging in the tunnels beneath a Mariupol steel plant today. Outnumbered Ukrainian troops are holding out against Russian forces as they storm the area on foot and with tanks. For weeks, civilians and thousands of Ukrainian fighters have been holed up underneath the plant. Today, a third rescue operation is underway. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says his team will do all it can to ensure the safety of those still inside.
Currently, Russian shelling and the assault on Azovstal do not stop, but civilians still need to be taken out. Women, children, many children remain there. Just imagine this hell.
Ukrainian officials say Russians were able to get inside with the help of an electrician who showed troops how to access tunnels tunnels leading to the factory. So far, the Kremlin has denied troops are storming the plant, but some believe Moscow could use next Monday or Victory Day to declare triumph over Mariupol.
There are Russian leaders in the city of Mariupol preparing for some kind of announcement and celebration there, as well as in Moscow.
Meanwhile, there are new questions about intelligence the U.S. is providing Ukraine. Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby says the U.S. did not provide the specific intelligence that led to Ukraine sinking Russia's flagship vessel in the Black Sea.
Ukraine combines information that we and other partners provide with the intelligence that they themselves are gathering on the battlefield.
This weekend, First Lady Jill Biden travels to Romania and Slovakia to visit with Ukrainian families displaced by the fighting. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you, Trey, for that update. Back out live here to the United States. President Biden descending the stairs as he is again going to be on the road speaking not only in Ohio but Kentucky to manufacturing leaders, talking about some new technologies at work. We're going to be in some of those events later this afternoon when he does make some remarks. And of course, as I mentioned before, also still waiting for a press conference with John Kirby. He is the spokesperson for the Pentagon. So we'll get a Department of Defense briefing here in just a little bit. When we come back after this 2-minute break, though, you can see President Zelenskyy. He is speaking with some of our UK leaders. They are asking a lot of questions surrounding the latest updates of this war. We'll play that out here for you on Live Now from Fox again after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned ahead of the break, we're going to be listening in here. President Zelenskyy discussing the very latest on the war in Ukraine. This is a question and answer type form, so very interesting to see this, whereas usually we've seen him addressing different parliaments as well as here even to the United States Congress as well. So I did want to at least play this out here, listening in. We're going to be doing so right here on Live Now from Fox.
The priorities of the Ukrainian government and how the rest of the world can best support it to the extent that they are willing to do so. And as we know, some countries are and some countries are not. I do want to say here that the fact that you would join Chatham House members and guests is a testament to the importance that I think you attach to the importance of getting Ukraine's message out to as many audiences as possible. It has become such an important part of this war to be able to understand what is taking place and to understand real time from you and your government what is taking place. I'd say that Chatham House members, as you may know, come from all over the world, not just the UK, and they come from all walks of life. And they are a manifestation of the vibrant civil society that I know that you and your government and your predecessors have been cultivating in Ukraine since it became an independent democratic state in 1991. Chatham House has been a strong supporter of a successful Ukraine. I like to say that we try to be critical friends. And my colleague, Orysia Lutsevich, who runs the Ukraine Forum since 2015, has had the privilege of working with many Ukrainian leaders in civil society, in politics, to that end. So on her behalf and on behalf of all of my colleagues at Chatham House, we welcome you to this online event. Let me quickly explain the format. I don't want to take too long. In a minute, President Zelenskyy will offer some opening remarks. We will then move to Q&A. I will ask some questions, but you, our members, also have an opportunity to ask questions. But please do so through the Q&A function. We will not be using chat. We will not be using raise hand. So put them in the Q&A. I will ask the questions. It's simpler. We have a translation. Hopefully, those of you who joined, you have the choice of Ukrainian or English. Please go down to the interpretation button and make your choice, and you can then participate in the meeting that way. And finally, I would simply say that this is on the record. For all of you who are here, please do feel free to use the social media and be able to enjoy it that way. Volodymyr Zelenskyy was elected the 6th president of Ukraine in April 2019. He won a large majority, over 73% in the second round against former President Petro Poroshenko, sworn in on the 20th of May. His party won a landslide election, became the first majority party in the Ukrainian parliament since its independence. As I think many of you know, and I'm not going to say too much about Volodymyr Zelenskyy's background, but I think one of the important things to know is that he got his law degree from Kiev National Economic University. Started there, but as everyone here knows, went into a very successful career in TV, film, and in comedy. And I suppose there is something quite unreal, in a way, Mr. President, going from playing the role of president in servant of the people through to 2019, from 2015-19 to becoming president. But nothing could be further from comedy. Nothing could be further from the lighthearted nature of entertainment than the absolutely brutal reality of what is happening to Ukraine right now since it was invaded, and the leadership role that you are having to play, and if I may say at the outset, playing exceedingly well. We look forward to your remarks. We look forward to engaging in conversation. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, President Zelenskyy.
Thank you very much, Robin. I would like to say that it is a great honor for me to be invited. Thank you for the background notes. My life is really interesting. It is not coming to its end, I believe. I believe that there is a bright future still ahead of us, and it is too soon that we make any conclusions from this background. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, dear friends and guests of Chatham House for the opportunity to participate in this discussion, and I'm thankful for Chatham House being one of the most influential hubs. Back in 2015, you created a special program as a critical friend of Ukraine for in-depth studies of the Ukrainian context, I believe. And those studies help us find answers to some very topical questions. And I would like to put some questions to you before you reciprocate. This is a dialogue, but I'm sure that every one of you understand very well what kind of scope of problems we are talking about after the Russian full-fledged invasion. This is of utmost priority, not just for Ukraine, but for the whole world. not just for our people, but all the peoples in this continent and in the world. I'm absolutely certain. This is the full-scope incursion, one of the remnants of the bad old times of the 18th century, perhaps. Some challenges. The cruelty of the Russian force, of the people who invaded Ukraine, and their great despise expressed as regards all the international covenants and conventions, human rights. That's what is most important for me, the integrity of our borders and the states in Europe as such. Why Russia is doing that, I wonder. Well, because they believe that their responsibility can be postponed for decades, if it ever comes. And they do not believe that they can be made responsible for the war crimes because they have the power of the nuclear state and the nuclear blackmail. After many decades, we can see this put bluntly by the Russian propaganda mongers. They are calculating how much time is needed for a nuclear missile to hit the European capitals. They are talking about that openly, how they can make a nuclear blast in the ocean to wash away the British Isles. And with the infographics, they boast of Russia being capable of turning any state into nuclear ashes. That's what they say, literally, nuclear ashes. Why is this happening? Well, we are convinced that this is the feeling of impunity. They believe that business as usual would always come back to the relations between Russia and European countries. There are some politicians in Europe still which are not ashamed of their relations after all Russia did in Europe. Has done. And the political chaos and scores of countries can be instigated because of the foodstuffs crisis. They blackmail Europe to, first they wanted to launch the Nord Stream 2. That was a crisis, energy crisis in Europe, and they were purposefully not providing enough gas, and the gas prices hit the ceiling, the historic ceiling, the historic cap back then. And that was to the detriment of all the European countries' situations. Now we have our seaports being blocked by Russia. They captured them, some of them, and the global market suffers because of the lack of supplies of some key food products, grain, sunflower oil, maize, and other agricultural types of produce, and we can see the results of that, but I'm sure that we do not see it yet because there is enough analysis to see the full picture. We'll see that. There's some deficit in sunflower oil. The agricultural business is being now undermined by the lack of our supplies, and the basic foodstuffs are lacking in some countries already. This is the pressure for the prices to rise in North Africa, Middle East, and some Asian countries, and then that will gradually cover other regions of the world. The neediest will suffer. The people with the lowest income and the middle class, because the political repercussions of that can be dangerous, and that's what I'm saying, and that's what they are calling, they call a political chaos, the foodstuffs deficit, the food security. So the audience, the Russian war against our country, that looked like a bilateral affair. And for some people, they would smile at that and say that that was kind of incursion, a kind of special military operation in Russian terms. Now the picture is seen differently, in a more serious fashion, but this is the second day of the full-fledged war, and we can see no end of it yet. And we cannot feel any willingness of the Russian side to end it. And we cannot have satisfactory answers to the challenges presented by Russia. Starting from the 24th of February, there haven't been any single day when we wouldn't have any negotiations with our team to get the necessary military equipment and to accommodate the sanctions against Russia, to arrange for the necessary cooperation, to document and investigate all the war crimes. We haven't seen a single day without some siege of Mariupol by the Russian force, one of the examples, mind you. And every day we would try to look for some diplomatic solutions for saving people and arranging for the humanitarian corridors to accomplish that. We are in contact with all the influential parties there. We are already preparing the big plan of reconstruction for Ukraine, because we are absolutely certain that we will defend our independence and regain that territory, and we believe in power of the world. This is not believing in miracles, working miracles for that matter. From reason, pure reason, we can say that the response of the world to such an aggression should be instantaneous. And in fact, it takes months for us to discuss the same things over and over again. For example, the oil embargo against Russia, blocking of all the banking sector for the terrorist state, and supplies of weapons, military equipment for Ukraine to defend itself. And I'm very grateful to the countries which are helping us from the very first days on an everyday basis. And for them, it is clear what the real scope of this threat is. But some countries underestimate it. For the most part, the challenges posed by Russia have not yet received adequate responses. We have to continuously look for the new toolkit, the new determination to stop not just Russia, but any potential aggressor. Russia is the aggressor, and Ukraine suggested United 24, the U-24 arrangement to update the global security system for us to be able to prevent, or at least to respond within 24 hours to any kind of aggression, or within 24 hours to provide any kind of assistance for the victim of that aggression and to restore peace, or any kind of man-made or natural catastrophe to get a response in this way, so that the community would provide for the country in question all the necessary assistance to save people. And thanks to such a global system of response, we can guarantee that it will never happen again when millions of people are under threat of physical destruction or forced deportation or starvation, any kind of destruction. So these are the issues that should be now met with answers from politicians, from experts, from the societies in question. And I would like to put some questions to you now. What can be done for the responsibility for war crimes to come not in decades, but to be almost immediate, like with the usual criminal investigation and adjudication? And what kind of sanctions can be convincing enough for Russia and any kind of aggressor to prove to them that they have to respect the international law? What global solutions do we need to control the weapons of mass destructions and to prevent any kind of attempt to use it and blackmailing with it? And so that no aggressor can even mention such an option. And what kind of sanctions should we impose in response to the blackmailing with nuclear weapons or chemical weapons, for that matter? What can convince the politicians of the world to make those issues practical, not just discussable? And I suppose you will offer some opinions, contribute some answers to my questions. This is your experience, this is your expertise, because the answers we all need. The world needs your answers. Every person watching us now, and the people who will watch us, and people who try to answer those questions every day. And you can contribute to the U24 arrangement that we suggested as an option. This is our initiative. The more initiatives we have, the more people will realize the global scope of such challenges and the global scope of the answers that should be supplied. Thank you very much. Glory be to Ukraine.
And as we continue to listen in here, more questions and answers going to be discussed here with President Zelenskyy. Remember, this war now getting into past day 70. And not only with that, but Russia still claiming that they are fighting in Ukraine to help the Ukrainians who are under control of some of the Nazis who have been in there. And it's just been a mess. So we've been listening in here with President Zelenskyy, going to continue to do so here on Live Now from Fox after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
How do you avoid nuclear blackmail? You don't accept it. And I think this is some of the language that we're hearing from NATO leaders in particular right now, is not to accept the threat. How do you make sure that this kind of aggression is not treated with impunity? I think you need to look at this as a war of aggression, not simply the conduct of human rights, appalling abuses and war crimes. Without the war itself, you wouldn't have the war crime. And Chatham House has hosted a number of meetings about the concept of this being a war of aggression and how that could be then punished in court. But I think, sadly, quick justice in international law is extremely rare. So in any case, I'm not going to say any more and use up time, but you ask extremely pertinent questions, and I think you deserve answers. We'll provide some additional ones to you, if I could say, later on. If I may just ask you one opening question from myself, and I will simply say to our members, we have 160 questions there, which we're obviously not going to get through. What I would say is, please read the questions, because actually members of Chatham House tend to ask very good questions. So you will find a fascinating set of perspectives just by reading through them. And also, if you think any are especially good, you can upvote them. Click on the little thumbs up and they will go to the top of the sheet. And then I can go to those first and make sure that some of the most popular questions are asked. It'll help me do my job. President Zelenskyy, just one question that maybe is a broad one. It didn't touch on what you said, but much of the world, I think, was surprised by the resistance that the Ukrainian people have presented to the invasion by Russian forces. I want to ask you, were you surprised that Russians in Kherson, in Kharkiv, in Donbass, that they have given their lives, that they've been, that mayors of small villages, mayors of towns who are often thought as being the people that the Russian forces could turn maybe to their advantage, have you been surprised by how united Ukrainians have been in the face of this conflict? That's my first question.
Was I surprised? And the nation that we have, I am pleased to have another opportunity to answer such a question, because it is always pleasant to talk about things you know very well. And I am a living witness of how our people responded to that aggression from Russia. I just can issue two signals. This is a dialogue, so I would like to respond to what you said about the nuclear blackmail. You said that is unacceptable, just like that. And it is my idea maybe it's a rhetorical one, but we do not accept terrorism, right? Nobody in this audience accepts terrorism, and we do not talk to terrorists, right? Any kind of terrorist, but nevertheless, they exist. They do exist as a phenomenon, and they act, and they live on. So I'm not criticizing your points. I would like to share my opinion from my experience and from what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening to Ukraine. And people are all concerned here because the nuclear weapon is being wielded by some power. We do not accept this, but can this lack of acceptance stop the blackmail? I'm not sure. But speaking of war crimes, why I put that question, I fully agree with you, Robin, that this is a long way when it comes to the international law and adjudication. But the ideology, the philosophy of responsibility or liability in such crimes doesn't work. This is my impression, and as a citizen, I offer it. We are a collective witness of war crimes. I witness of war crimes in our country. And MH17, do you remember that flight? 8 years have elapsed. But what happened? What's the result? Is there any relief for the people who lost their loved ones? No, that side, they hate all the world. Any kind of adjudication they despise and resent, and they hate. I've seen those people, they hate life as such. And every time, every year, they hate more and more. So their crimes become more and more horrible, and there is no end to this process. So that's why I'm suggesting that we should rethink the structure of the international law in that respect. Let me say, answering your question, well, perhaps I can tell you the final truth after the end of this war. I feel that at this stage, my answer cannot be yet adequate, because at first we wanted to unite, to be strong together and stand up to the threat. And that was the fist of our people, clenched and hitting back the Russian military equipment or whatever. They were using the military apparatus they were using against us. And people, barehanded sometimes, in different ways, were trying to stop the equipment in the country roads to arrest their progress, even barehanded. But I've always been convinced that our people are strong. But I want to be fair there. I think that citizens, I do not wish that anyone, any of your countries have a test, but if you have such an invasion, I think we cannot be sure that all the people I am convinced that all the adequate people would try to defend their country, their families, their households. So I think normal people think along those lines, naturally, just naturally. And I am just happy that we have such a number of normal, strong people, responsible people as our citizens. And I am also surprised with their bravery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think, the bravery is being witnessed by people around the world on a daily basis and is hugely inspiring. Let me just move on, if I may, to a second question. You have focused yourself very heavily on the specific conflict in Mariupol. The attempted invasion and now the siege of the Azovstal steelworks. Let me ask you a sort of two-sided question. Is there anything that can stop Russia from taking Mariupol? This is a question from Jill Lawless at the Associated Press. Her question was, is there anything that could stop Russia from taking the last parts of Mariupol? And my question added to that is, if the Russians do take Mariupol fully, how does this change the shape of the war? Does it change the shape of the war? Or, in a way, have Ukrainian fighters already won a type of victory? Could you say something about Mariupol, please?
We had been listening in with our President Zelenskyy. I do want to remind people, Pentagon press briefing going to be coming up here very soon. We did have more portions of that questions and answers, but they were just getting to Mariupol, where they have been continuing to try to evacuate civilians. One of the latest reports saying nearly 500 civilians have been evacuated from that steel plant. That's again according to one of the officials with President Zelenskyy's office. So right now, Russia has been trying to look at some different strategies to increase not only their troop morale inside of Ukraine, but also they've been claiming that they aren't going to be using nuclear weapons in Ukraine, despite some of those threatening messages and rehearsals that they've even been doing. So we'll continue to stay on top of the topic of the war in Ukraine. Do want to show our viewers, though, quickly as well. We do have a live picture coming to us from where President Biden is going to be speaking. Again, he's going to be speaking on manufacturing, especially as more and new technology continues to be developed. Let's go ahead, step away for that 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep you updated day in and day out on the latest developments surrounding the war in Ukraine. Mariupol's advisor to the mayor said just yesterday that the filtration camps that have been set up by Russian forces outside the southern port city have become ghettos where men face torture and forced labor. As of right now, nearly 500 civilians have been evacuated from that steel plant. And again, this is just always developing. So we have been listening in as President Zelenskyy had been addressing one of our UK policy industry leaders. Let's go ahead, get back into that. Do want to show viewers, though, we are getting closer to the start of that Pentagon press briefing. As soon as we see John Kirby walk out, We'll be going in, taking this in full here for our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll go back into that triple box, and as soon as John Kirby steps out, we'll take him in full for you right here.
There's complicated points of this war. This is an example of torture, of blockade and torture with starvation. Nobody can get any kind of foodstuffs. Nobody can get the foodstuffs there. All the international organizations are prohibited from entering the area. They cannot supply water, not just Ukrainian organizations. And they cannot provide, they just occupy it. And for some people who are not blocked at Azovstal, they provided some food for them, allegedly. But people first would refuse any kind of supply from the Russians, and people would drink from the pools. Some terrible examples of that because of their terrible thirst. And this is a beastly attitude. Anyone would agree. It's not human. But that's the topicality of the issues. That's the attitude. That's attitudinal. That's how the military, the Russian military, treats people. That's inhuman treatment of humankind as a kind. And that strikes anyone. The cruelty, the sheer cruelty, the sheer degrading and torture. So death is not caused by war. This is not a military event. This is torturing to death. This is terrorism and hatred. And we can discuss it in more detail, why this is happening. You said 160 questions, and I was scared, quite frankly. So I'm now reluctant to give long answers to any kind of question. But let me discuss those people who are responsible for this inhuman and degrading treatment, the torture. It's not the military. The military, of course, will be made liable. There will be a tribunal, I believe, for the killing, for the death, for the torture. But why this cruelty? That's the information apparatus. They are responsible. They developed this hatred and heated it to such an extent before the full-fledged war was waged against Ukraine. It took years preceding the incursion. And now we have torture. So starting as a good neighbor with some common history and families which are mixed, Russian-Ukrainian, Ukrainian-Russian on both sides. So we had relations because we are neighbors geographically. So that ended up in torture. And the information apparatus, I think Goebbels is a child in comparison with the adults in the Kremlin. And this is the scariest thing. That's what we learn from this war. This is the most hideous thing done by a human being without any shots, just with the information machine hunting a nation, a whole nation, and preparing the groundwork, because we have 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, and the beginning was 8 years ago. So then they were 10 to 12 years old. They were adolescents, teenagers. So we are talking about schooling, about universities, about vocational training. This is a big propaganda machine. That's what has been done. And I think this is something we have to deal with in this situation, because you can torture, and then this torture can be adjudicated, but you cannot wash the brains, because that's a big problem. It's a big problem of cleansing. of the residue of this propaganda. And for Mariupol, this is a big problem. This is a big national problem, this degrading treatment. Mariupol can be deblocked. It could be deblocked any day with the necessary equipment, full stop. There is no other option to deblock it. Presently, everything is in the situation when, because of our efforts, the Red Cross, the United Nations, somehow we found that format to evacuate people from the blocked Azovstal facility, the peaceful people. Peaceful people were walking around and they could be killed by any shell. So they were hunting humans, the military and civilian alike. This is a terrible story. It will be told in proper fashion, I'm sure. Yes, please, Robin.
Just the second part of the question. I know this is so important, and I hate having to break
So thank you again to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. You can see we are just moments away from a Pentagon press briefing right now, though there's still a back and forth questions and answers discussion with President Zelenskyy on the latest update of the war in Ukraine. I am going to send our viewers off to our last 2-minute break of this hour. And as soon as John Kirby walks up to that podium, we'll be in that live, raw, and unfiltered here for you on Live Now from Fox.
To move north. Is it critical that you and those brave fighters hang on, or have you already thought what the consequences would be if it falls?
You should understand that Mariupol will never fall. I'm not talking about heroism or anything. The fighters, the army that we have, but there is nothing there to fall apart. It is already devastated. There is no place. There is no structure. It is all destroyed completely. And there is this little turf, this little structure, the Azovstal, the steel mill, or what remains of it. And people are being evacuated as much as we can. And I understand that Russia would like to have a parade for the Victory Day, the 9th of May, and so forth. This is a follow-up to this Infops and Psychops machine, and Psyops and Infops machine. It's their affair, though it affects us. But only weapons could have deblocked or will deblock this region, this area, when and if we have the necessary equipment. And if they kill people who can be exchanged as POWs or just released as civilians or be helped as wounded or injured, civilian and military alike. If they destroy them, I don't think we can have any diplomatic talks with them after that. But speaking in the military sense, they will proceed till the point when we stop them. And they will enter the areas which will be made available for them by us and the world, because the world is supposed to serve as a war, but not as a war between Ukraine and the Western world, the war between us and the Russian universe. And that's what is important in this situation.
Thank you very much for that. Let me, if I may, turn to another question from Frank Gardner of the BBC. And I think it's a question that's reflected through many of the questions here that we've had today. It's the following one. What is the minimum that you, the Ukrainian people, that you, the president on their behalf, could accept in a peace deal with Russia? Could you accept a return to where things were on February 23rd?
First of all, I would like us to understand that I was elected by the people of Ukraine as president of Ukraine, not as president of a mini Ukraine of some kind. And this is a very important point. And I would like us to realize we need some arrangements in terms of talks to stop the killing, so we can use diplomatic channels to regain also our territories. The minimum I would accept. I think the minimal step before we stop the war, it is there. The minimum is for us to start talking, using this notional normality, if it fits the situation, but to deblock the diplomatic format of our relations, to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. This step should be regaining the situation as of the 23rd of February. You are right. They have to fall back and go beyond the contact lines, and they should withdraw the troops, of course. In that situation, we'll be able to start discussing things normally. But for them to withdraw, they have to say something, and we have to start talking. And I realized that despite the fact that they are destroying all our bridges, I think not all the bridges are yet destroyed, figuratively speaking.
Well, that's a very important statement you just made there, because after the horrors of Bucha, of Mariupol, of all the war crimes we discussed at the beginning, that is an important point you made about not having all bridges metaphorical.
All right, and there you have it, guys. John Kirby up at the podium. Let's go ahead, listen in live on Unfiltered here to the Pentagon press briefing.
Interest in the contracting of the kind of the support that we're giving to Ukraine, and so I asked Dr. Plant to come here and give you some highlights of some of the work we've been doing through his team, the acquisition and sustainment team, to support Ukraine, to include contracting for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds and working with the defense industry. And again, that's something that we've been talking about for the last few days, and I know you're interested in that. Dr. LaPlante has a hard out here, so I'm going to stop talking and let him go to the podium. He's got some opening comments, and then we'll take some questions, but we've got to get him out of here about quarter after the hour. So with that, sir, thank you so much for joining.
Good afternoon. Thank you, John. Hi, everybody. So I'll make a few remarks here, as John said, and then we'll take some questions. So thanks again for being here. So I do want to provide a couple of updates before we do get into the questions. Some things on contracting and other funding for key systems. I think the last few weeks have really highlighted the intensity of conventional conflicts now in the 21st century, and the demand for munitions and weapons platforms. It really outpaces anything we've seen in recent memory. As I'm sure you're all aware, the Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act was signed into law on the 15th of March.